In her previous life, Mingjing was betrothed to her childhood companion, yet he betrayed her, marrying her half-sister after causing her demise. In her rebirth, she resolutely cast aside her former betrothed and instead chose to wed his more handsome, affluent, and influential uncle. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Yuheng, I am not dead, I have merely suffered from your poison. Ruan Mingjing weakly supported herself against the table, gazing at the young man before her, her heart cold yet strangely tranquil. You dare to claim I have passed away and take another as your wife? He was her husband, the one who, on their wedding night, lifted her veil only to leave and never return after hearing some news. Since that night, she had not stepped outside their bridal chamber, where guards kept watch at the door and windows. 2 months later, she was relocated to a secluded courtyard, locked away with no means of escape, save for a servant who brought her meals daily. Once a healthy young woman, she now appeared frail at the tender age of 18, her beauty, once renowned throughout the capital, waning. A few days prior, having lost her appetite and weary of the servants' incessant inquiries, she discreetly disposed of her meals in a corner of the yard. Surprisingly, her lack of food had invigorated her somewhat. It dawned upon her that the meals were poisoned. Today, having regained some strength, she knocked out the servant and slipped away on a hidden path to confront him. To her dismay, preparations for a wedding were underway. Her husband was to marry another, a legitimate new mistress of the household. Meanwhile, she was rumored to have succumbed to illness. Struggling to maintain her deteriorating composure, she looked at her childhood companion, Yuheng. He was handsome and gentle, often yielding during their disputes, coaxing her back to laughter. They had grown up together, their marriage a long-standing agreement between their families, and she had always been content with it. Until the day of their wedding, she had felt nothing but bliss. Now, she regarded him with indifference, as if he were merely a rotting piece of wood, coldly inquiring, "Why have you treated me this way?" Yuheng's handsome face betrayed impatience, glancing towards the adjacent room as he replied dismissively, "I have been more than fair to you. If it were anyone else, they would have divorced you long ago after such a scandal involving their family. My mercy in keeping you is commendable." For an entire year, Mingjing had been confined, unable to communicate with the outside world, entirely ignorant of his claims, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her weakened body struggled to breathe. What scandal? You wouldn't understand. Suffice it to say, the family is condemned. Those who died are dead, and those who were exiled are gone. His heart was already elsewhere, unwilling to elaborate. He refrained from mentioning that, had it not been for the stern warnings from his uncle, who had forbidden him from mistreating Mingjing, her life would have long since been forfeit. Such an admission would reflect poorly on him. Thus, he concluded, your survival hinges on my family's protection. Do you comprehend? In truth, his uncle had recently returned to the capital to reassess the Ruan family's case, with promising results indicating a potential reversal of fortunes. This trip out of town was related to that matter, and he had even forsaken the New Year celebrations at home. His uncle, a man of considerable power at a young age, had inadvertently created the opportunity for this hasty marriage. Had his uncle discovered his clandestine actions, it would have been disastrous before the bride even stepped through the door, potentially resulting in a double tragedy. Now, with Mingjing's health deteriorating, if he could act before his uncle returned, it would all seem justifiable. By then, his new wife would be pregnant with his first child, rendering his uncle unlikely to object. The sounds of merriment from the adjoining room broke her reverie. Upon hearing the sweet, bashful voice of the new bride, she froze. It was unmistakably Ruan Mingman. Yet, Ruan Mingman had been adopted from the countryside into the Ruan family, and now she had transformed into the daughter of a high-ranking official, preparing to marry her husband. Moreover, given the Ruan family's current plight, how could Mingman remain unscathed? Hearing her unspoken query, Yuheng lowered his head, the arrogance fading from his demeanor, and confessed, with my uncle's influence, no one dares to challenge the Yen family. He is a high-ranking official now, and the Gong family will not refuse my proposal given his standing. Mingjing closed her eyes. She was aware of the exceptional talent of Chengli, the 7th master of the Yen family, who had risen swiftly in the ranks of civil service. The Yen family, once on the brink of collapse, had been salvaged by his efforts. Yet, his focus on political affairs had delayed his personal life, leaving him unmarried. Mingjing had met him only a handful of times and had little impression of him, save for his towering stature and striking appearance. She had assumed he was just a fair-minded individual, unaware that he was the hidden architect of Yuheng and Ruan Mingman's betrayal. Drawing a deep breath, the cool air stung her lungs, her body riddled with pain. She realized her time was short, clutching the silver hairpin she had taken earlier and softly uttering, "Brother Hong." The once familiar endearment caught Yuheng off guard, prompting him to raise his gaze. Seizing the moment, she thrust the pin towards his deceitful visage. Aware her strength was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow, she aimed for the most vulnerable point, his eye. A piercing scream escaped him as he clutched his face, collapsing in agony, blood seeping through his fingers. A throng of onlookers spilled into the room, chaos erupting around her. Mingjing was shoved to the ground with a heavy thud. She was too weak. Even this fall left her momentarily dazed. Just before succumbing to darkness, she managed a satisfied glance at the bloodied pin in her hand. It was indeed a fine autumn day, the capital serene and tranquil. In Tongshu Alley, 2 adjoining courtyards stood open. The Ruan family's 3rd branch resided there. Servants bustled about, and a woman struggled under the weight of a basket of fresh fruit, which others noted was for the 4th young lady, swiftly clearing the way. In the launching courtyard, maids chatted merrily in the corridors, enveloped in a relaxed atmosphere. The head maid, Ma Now, reprimanded them to focus on their tasks, then hurried to the main house, reminding, "Miss, we must be swift. The madam has instructed us to visit the Yen family today for an important discussion, and we cannot be late. Are you ready?" Though the madam had not been explicit, her words implied that today would see the formal engagement of a young lady to the Yen family's eldest son, commencing the marriage rites. After a brief period of preparation, amidst the maid's anxious anticipation, Ruan Mingjing took a deep breath and rose slowly, declaring, "Let us go." Today, she would not visit the Yen family without purpose. She intended to thoroughly dismantle this impending marriage. Chapter 2. An unexpected arrangement. At this moment, Mingjing had just reached the age of maturity. Typically, young women of her age in ordinary families would be ready for marriage. However, her loving parents wished to keep her for a few more years and negotiated with the Yen family to postpone the marriage until after her coming-of-age ceremony, allowing her to be formally betrothed and gradually observe the 6 traditional rites, with the wedding set for when she turned 17. The Ruan family's 3rd branch was closely connected with the Yen family, and the children had grown up together, knowing each other well. Thus, the formalities were merely a formality, and whether it happened sooner or later was of little consequence, leading to the Yen family's agreement. As the autumn wind stirred, petals began to fall. Mingjing walked along the path littered with remnants of blossoms towards her mother's Meixiang courtyard. Suddenly, she heard a timid 4th sister, a voice strikingly similar to that of the bride her husband from her previous life wished to marry. Without turning to look, she knew it was her elder sister, Ruan Mingman, who had been adopted back into the family. If the two truly had feelings for one another, why not marry directly instead of waiting until she was wed to harm her? Was it not merely to enjoy her substantial dowry and endless private savings? They had indeed calculated their moves well. Among those conspiring against her, none knew the extent of her wealth better than Ruan Mingman. At this moment, her maid, Agate, whispered from behind, "The 3rd young lady has been lingering by the roadside for nearly half an hour, likely waiting for you to accompany her to see the lady." Mingjing merely acknowledged her with a casual HM and did not engage with the person by the road. Ruan Mingman's forced smile gradually faded. The maids on both sides exchanged uncertain glances, each too fearful to make a sound, lest they incur their mistress's displeasure. Ruan's mother, Madame Xiao, had lost her first daughter shortly after birth, plunging her into deep sorrow that took a toll on her health. As her condition worsened, Ruan's father, empathizing with his wife's grief, adopted a girl from the countryside to comfort her, which was Ruan Mingman. As the children of the 3rd branch grew, they vacated the position of the deceased 2nd daughter, with the eldest son, Ruan Mingchong, followed by the 3rd young lady, Ruan Mingman, and then the 4th young lady, Ruan Mingjing. This order clearly reflected the lost daughter's significance in Madame Xiao's heart. Thus, Ruan Mingman was favored even more. Though she was recorded under the name of the concubine, Aunt Dong, she had been raised by the legitimate wife, Madame Xiao, enjoying all the privileges and comforts afforded to the true legitimate daughter, Ruan Mingjing, without any hardship. Despite Ruan Mingjing's spoiled nature, under Madame Xiao's guidance, she treated her sister as if they were blood relatives, showing her great kindness. What could be the reason for such a different attitude today? Had the 4th young lady also grown cold after her illness? The maids fell silent. Ruan Mingman's long eyelashes trembled as she lowered her gaze, concealing her swirling thoughts as she followed into the Meixiang courtyard. Upon entering, Mingjing heard a fit of coughing and quickened her pace, lifting her skirts as she rushed inside. "Mother, why are you coughing so severely? Have you called for a doctor?" Before her words could finish, she saw Madame Xiao, pale and resting on a couch, and her eyes instantly reddened as she hurried to sit beside her, gently patting her back to soothe her. Since the loss of her first daughter, Madame Xiao had been overwhelmed with grief, which had affected her health. After giving birth to Mingjing, she had not fully recovered and suffered from a persistent cough every time the weather turned chilly. Seeing the glimmer of tears in Mingjing's eyes, Madame Xiao smiled and patted her hand reassuringly. "It's nothing." Mingjing leaned into her mother's embrace, inhaling the medicinal scent that, rather than being bitter, was comforting and reminiscent of her beloved mother. Madame Xiao noticed that ever since her daughter recovered from her cold, she had become particularly clingy. She observed Mingjing in her peach-red gown adorned with plum blossom patterns and a hairpin of red coral, looking exceptionally radiant. "I always said bright colors enhance your beauty, but you never listened, insisting on wearing plain attire. I made you this outfit, yet you refused to wear it. What made you choose this one today? Surely there's good news to celebrate?" The two children had grown up together, and their engagement was tacitly agreed upon. Over the past year, since Mingjing's coming of age, Madame Xiao had teased her often. In the past, Mingjing would invent various excuses to counter her mother's jests, but this time was different. Mingjing openly admitted, "There is indeed great joy, and naturally, I must wear something eye-catching." Breaking off this marriage was a joyous occasion, was it not? Not far away, Ruan Mingman, standing by the window, lowered her head. Mingjing's gaze flickered towards her, and as her mother rose, she linked her arm with hers, smiling as she asked, "Third sister, being older than me, why are you not yet married? Surely there is someone waiting for you?" Ruan Mingman quickly glanced up. Madame Xiao, accompanying her daughter outside, sighed. "The third girl sincerely wishes to stay with me a few more years, saying she will consider her marriage only after yours." In truth, Mingman had confided her heartfelt wish to wait until her legitimate sister was married before pursuing her own match. She insisted on this, and Madame Xiao felt it was inappropriate to press her further, appreciating the girl's heartfelt gratitude. Mingjing, playfully clinging to her mother's arm, suggested, "Why not give third sister the match with brother Hong? After all, she is older and should marry first." Ruan Mingman's heart raced, and a fleeting glimmer of joy crossed her eyes. Madame Xiao gently pushed her daughter. "What kind of talk is that? Aren't you afraid Yuheng would be heartbroken?" Madame Xiao was quite pleased with the match with the Yan family. Originally, the Yan family seemed to be in decline, and she had hesitated when the children were close in their youth. Yet, with the emergence of young Master Yan, who had achieved success at a young age and risen to a significant position, becoming a close aide to the emperor, the Yan family would surely prosper for several more decades. As the nephew of the seventh master, Yan Yuheng would likely have a secure and prosperous future under his uncle's protection. The two children shared a mutual understanding, and marrying her daughter into the Yan family would undoubtedly be beneficial. No matter how considerate Mingman was, she remained an adopted child, and even as a legitimate daughter of the Ruan family, she was not a suitable match for the Yan family's heir. Madame Xiao took her daughter's jest lightly, not taking it to heart. Mingjing, affectionately clinging to her mother, continued to walk, completely disregarding the increasingly troubled expression on Ruan Mingman's face. They set out around the end of the hour. The three of them shared one carriage, while the maids rode in another, accompanied by several other women. On the way, Madame Xiao noticed Agate was missing and inquired about her whereabouts. Mingjing had made arrangements for the day, trusting Agate, who had been sent to deliver news to the Guan family. However, she could not explain this to Madame Xiao and merely said that something had been forgotten, fearing it would delay them, so she had sent Agate back to retrieve it, assuring her it would be brought along shortly. Madame Xiao did not press further. As they approached the alley leading to the Yan residence, they could already see Yan family servants waiting. From a distance, they spotted Ruan's carriage bustling towards the residence to inform their masters. Upon their arrival at the Yan estate, Yan Yuheng and his mother, Madame Meng, were already awaiting them. As soon as Madame Xiao alighted from the carriage, Madame Meng took her aside to speak privately. Mingjing, poised to step down, saw a refined figure blocking her path. Yan Yuheng, with an elegant demeanor and a smile, extended his hand. He still embodied the image of a charming young gentleman, capable of inciting shyness in countless young ladies. Moreover, his academic achievements were commendable. Under his uncle's guidance, he had recently passed the imperial examination, promising a bright future. In her previous life, Mingjing had lived with carefree abandon, having never truly understood him or developed any romantic feelings before marrying him. After experiencing that ordeal, she felt no inclination to engage with his seemingly insincere facade and turned her body to evade him, allowing her maid, Bixia, to assist her down. Yan Yuheng was taken aback by her cold reception, staring at his empty hand for a moment. At that moment, a sweet voice called out, "Young Master Yan," as Ruan Mingman emerged gracefully from the carriage, her presence brightening Yan Yuheng's expression. Mingjing's lips curled into a slight smile. Her suspicions were confirmed. These two had indeed formed a clandestine connection. It seemed that today would be even more decisive. Not only would she reject the Yan family's proposal, but Ruan Mingman would never have the chance to marry into the Yan family either. Just as the two exchanged lingering glances, Agate rushed in, breathless. She nodded at Mingjing, signaling that her task was accomplished, and then struck up a conversation with the nearest maid, as if they had known each other for ages. Before long, a servant from the door hurried in to report, speaking quickly and urgently, "Young master, something terrible has happened." Chapter 3. Surprised? Having cultivated the habit over many years, Yan Yuheng instinctively stepped in front of Mingjing, his voice rising in anger. "There are esteemed guests present. How can you be so indiscreet? You disturb the tranquility of the Ruan family, ladies, and I shall deal with you later." The doorman, upon hearing this, became even more flustered, stammering, "And master, the young lady from the Guan family has arrived, accompanied by many others. She said that if you dare to engage in a betrothal today, she will come in and cause havoc." At this moment, not only did Yan Yuheng's expression shift drastically, but Ruan Mingman also turned pale. Before they could react, a cacophony of shouts erupted from nearby. A throng of over 100 people marched in unison, shouting slogans that echoed like a battle cry. As they drew closer, it became apparent that they were the servants of the general's mansion. These individuals, seasoned by the battlefield, were not easily confronted by ordinary folk. At the forefront of the group was a young woman, round-faced and robust, clad in riding attire and wielding a riding crop. Spotting Yan Yuheng from a distance, she called out, "Honggij," her voice resounding like a thunderclap. The onlookers froze momentarily, paralyzed by fear. Guan Fengru, who had fought alongside her father and brothers in battle, was known for her bold and unrestrained demeanor. Perhaps having encountered many fierce and daring men on the grasslands, she had developed a particular fondness for the refined Yan Yuheng upon returning to the capital. In truth, Guan Fengru had initially set her sights on Yan Xie. One day, when she attempted to block his sedan chair, he had simply said, "You are not worthy," leaving her daunted. After few exchanges with Yan Xie's bearers, she had retreated in defeat, avoiding him ever since. Thus, she turned her attention to Yan Yuheng instead. To counter this attention, Yan Yuheng had sought the help of his uncle, hoping to dissuade Guan Fengru from her affections. Unexpectedly, his uncle showed little concern, even suggesting that an alliance with the Guan family would be quite favorable and worth considering. Now, having only been in the capital for a little over a month, Guan Fengru's antics had already left Yan Yuheng feeling overwhelmed. His engagement to Mingjing was set for the end of the following year, and they had intended to wait until the spring to commence the 6 rites, feeling no urgency to prepare so soon. However, fearing Guan Fengru's disruptive behavior, the Yan family decided to expedite the rites. Once the process began, Guan Fengru would have to relent. After all, she dared not disrupt a wedding, lest her brother, the young General Guan, break her legs. Guan Fengru was fearless in most matters, save for her brother. Consequently, the discussions between the Ruan and Yan families regarding the marriage were conducted in secrecy, ensuring that all channels through which Guan Fengru could learn of Yan Yuheng's imminent engagement were carefully circumvented. Yet, somehow, the news still leaked. How could this have happened? Fuming, Yan Yuheng's face turned ashen at the thought of that fierce woman, his fists clenching tightly. He took a few steps back, hoping to find his fiancée to concoct an excuse to send that formidable woman away. However, upon surveying the area, he realized Mingjing was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Mingjing had swiftly distanced herself from the fray, finding a secluded corner where she called out to Ma Nao in hushed tones. "You haven't revealed our whereabouts, have you?" "No," Ma Nao replied softly. "I reached near the Guan residence and found a child about 7 or 8 years old, giving him some candy to deliver the message. The coachman, Shaoli, is tight-lipped. A few pieces of silver ensured he spoke not a word." She handed a small jewelry box to Mingjing, saying, "This is something you forgot to take earlier. If Madam inquires, just present this." Mingjing nodded, drawing from her memories of her previous life. She knew that the Guan father and son were out of the capital for the next few days, leaving Guan Fengru unchallenged for the time being. Allowing her to act freely today would be advantageous. In her past life, when the two families began the 6 rites, Guan Fengru had caused trouble for both Yan Yuheng and Mingjing. Yuheng had wished to confront Guan Fengru directly, but he had been tightly monitored by Meng Shi, who locked him in his room to prevent him from leaving. Meng Shi, protective of her son, had sweet-talked Mingjing into confronting Guan Fengru on his behalf. Mingjing now recognized how naive she'd been then, treating Meng Shi as a mother figure and believing it was her duty to comply with Meng Shi's wishes. This had led to a prolonged conflict with Guan Fengru. Ultimately, the Guan father and son had kept Guan Fengru confined at home for an extended period. This time, Mingjing was determined not to be foolishly proactive. Those who initiated trouble should be the ones to resolve it. How Yuheng dealt with his adversary was his own business, not hers. The intention of utilizing Guan Fengru to disrupt the engagement was also a way to repay the grievances she had suffered in her past life. Under her plan, if Meng Shi intervened on Yuheng's behalf again, it would only hasten the annulment of their engagement. She intended to use Ruan Mingman to incite Meng Shi's disdain for her, thereby canceling the marriage. If the situation wasn't chaotic enough, she needed to stoke the flames further. Thus, Mingjing returned to the site of the confrontation and called out to the Guan crowd, "Guan miss. If you can defeat young Master Yan, I shall willingly withdraw and cease my pursuit of him." The uproar from the Guan family subsided momentarily, followed by an even louder cheer. Yuheng stared at Mingjing in disbelief. She displayed a concerned expression, encouraging him with a gesture before swiftly departing the scene, leaving the valiant Guan miss to unleash her prowess. Chapter 4. No More. The Yan residence was originally situated near Tongshu Hadong, having maintained close ties with the third branch of the Ruan family. However, after the rise of Yan Xia, who was adept at managing affairs and recognizing talent, his official position and wealth increased significantly, allowing him to purchase and renovate the entire Huaihua Hadong, where the Yan family subsequently relocated. The estate was adorned with exquisite seasonal flora, and the autumn scenery was particularly splendid, with towering trees shedding golden leaves that carpeted the ground. The gentle breeze rustled through the foliage, creating a soothing sound. Mingjing had heard her grandmother mention that Yan Xia's subordinates were numerous and skilled at managing shops and lands efficiently, making him one of the wealthiest men in the capital. Having not paid much attention to this before, her return to the Yan residence now confirmed its grandeur. For instance, the exquisite chrysanthemum-patterned glass lamps lining the pathways were a sight to behold. In ordinary affluent households, such delicate pieces would be treated as prized possessions, displayed carefully to impress guests. Yet, in the Yan residence, these lamps were placed every few steps, ready to illuminate the way at night. The sheer number of such lamps throughout the estate was staggering. Ruan family's fourth young lady was a frequent visitor to the Yan residence. As she walked through, the Yan maidservants greeted her respectfully, aware that the fourth young lady was someone of discernment, and none dared question her whereabouts. Mingjing, accustomed to her unchallenged freedom in the Yan household, strolled leisurely toward the Mia pavilion. This quaint little courtyard, known for its elegant surroundings, was somewhat secluded, and she chose a row of 5 connected rooms to temporarily escape the commotion. Just as she stepped into the main room, she suddenly heard the maid outside calling out urgently, Master Chia, where are you? The matriarch is looking for you." Mingjing's heart raced as she caught a faint scent of wine lingering in the air. Instinctively, she felt compelled to flee. However, just as she took a step, a commanding voice from within the innermost room rang out, "Who is there? Get out." The voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of drowsiness. Mingjing quickly replied, "Yes, I shall take my leave," intending to exit promptly. To her surprise, the voice paused, then inquired hesitantly, "Is it Miss Ruan?" With no other choice, Mingjing responded through the wall, acknowledging Yan Xia. He fell silent for a moment. He typically abstained from alcohol, but today, feeling low-spirited, he had indulged in a few cups in his mother's courtyard. Upon exiting, I was apprehensive about inadvertently colliding with the ladies, so I chose a secluded spot to rest momentarily. Unexpectedly, I encountered her. Chengli closed his eyes briefly, rubbing his brow as he inquired, "What brings you here?" "You should be discussing matters of marriage." Mingjing pondered that it would be futile to deceive the astute Yan Qi, so she replied, "It seems the engagement may not proceed, and I have come to clear my mind." Chengli's fingers hesitated slightly. "Not proceeding? What is the matter?" However, Mingjing preferred not to elaborate further. She nodded slightly in farewell and departed from the Mia pavilion, quickly making her way out. To be honest, Mingjing did not hold a vivid impression of the seventh master. In her previous life, they had only met a handful of times, and she vaguely remembered him as exceedingly handsome. She recalled their first meeting, which must have occurred after her engagement was settled today, though she could not pinpoint the exact day, as both families were visiting. The elders convened in the flower hall of the Yen residence to discuss matters, while she occupied herself in the garden. She had frolicked about for an unknown duration, and just as she was filled with delight, she sensed someone observing her. Instinctively, she approached the pavilion, and as she drew nearer, she discovered a young man departing from the cool shelter, exuding an air of refinement and elegance, his tall and slender figure strikingly attractive. Even just his silhouette was enough to leave a lasting impression. This was the first time she had encountered someone of such presence, and she could not help but steal several glances. The maidservants of the Yen household informed her that this was the seventh master. Considering it inappropriate to stare at the elders, she refrained from looking any further. The few subsequent encounters they had were devoid of conversation. She adhered to the courtesy expected of a junior towards her elders, remaining polite throughout, and had never scrutinized him closely. During her marriage, the seventh master was away on official business, and she did not catch even a glimpse of him. Over time, she had forgotten his visage, retaining only a hazy recollection of that silhouette. Yet, the positive impression she once held faded away in the wake of their conversation before her rebirth. Now, when she recalled him, her heart was filled with resentment and anger. How could someone so seemingly noble and composed align himself with tyranny, assisting Yuheng against her? Throughout, she had never disrespected him in any manner. Taking a deep breath, Mingjing reminded herself to relish the beauty of the present moment. It was not worth her emotional turmoil to be affected by matters concerning the Yen family. As she strolled leisurely, savoring the picturesque scenery, she deemed it time to return to the scene of the upheaval. After all, there was a dramatic performance yet to unfold, and the sooner it concluded, the sooner she would be liberated. Approaching her destination, she could see a throng of people, even larger than before her departure. Among them were not only those clad in the attire of the Guan family, but also many servants from the Yen household. In the midst of the crowd, Madame Yen Meng was embracing Yuheng, weeping inconsolably, her voice filled with anguish as she cried out for her son. Mingjing was initially startled, then filled with joy. Surely, that man could not have met his end so carelessly? Alas, Yuheng was still alive, though his face darkened with fury, his sleeves rolled up as he surged forward, seemingly ready to engage in a brawl. Yet, Meng held him back by the arms, preventing him from advancing. Look at her, Meng cried, her distress evident. Do you truly intend to fight? What chance do you think you have? Mother, Yuheng exclaimed, his eyes reddening in frustration. What kind of man would retreat at a time like this? If I leave now, won't I become the laughingstock of the world? He wanted to add that Guan Fengru refrained from provoking the seventh master precisely because he was formidable. If that is the case, then so can I. Meng, however, clung to him fiercely. Aware that he would not dare to push her away too forcefully for fear of hurting her, she resolutely stood her ground. My son, she cried. Did you not see how viciously she struck just now? If it had been just a bit off, it could have hit you instead. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? The robust Guan Fengru stood awkwardly nearby, holding a riding whip, scratching her head in confusion. But I didn't strike him, she insisted earnestly. I controlled my strength well, and the whip landed just 1.5 inches from his feet, precisely aimed. She secretly congratulated herself on her skill. Yet, in the next moment, this delicate scholar was shielded by his mother. Guan Fengru felt quite innocent. Her whip technique was flawless. How could she have erred? Yet, the scholar's mother insisted he leave. But he is so soft and weak. He is rather endearing, she mused, likening him to a small rabbit she occasionally caught while falconry on the prairie. She pondered how the formidable seventh master had raised such a gentle nephew. Upon spotting Mingjing's arrival, Guan Fengru's face lit up with delight as she pointed at Yuheng. See? He is so frightened by my whip that he dares not approach. Does that mean I have won? Indeed, Mingjing replied with a cheerful tone. I concede defeat and willingly withdraw from this engagement. Guan Fengru clapped her hands in laughter, rubbing them together as she approached Yuheng. Why don't we sit down and discuss this properly? Once you agree, I shall immediately consent to marry. These young ladies could hardly protect Yuheng. Only she could safeguard him from the wicked. Yuheng, having overheard their entire exchange, gazed at Mingjing in disbelief. You cannot simply decide to withdraw from the engagement. Madame Meng was furious, casting a sharp glare at Mingjing. What do you mean by this? Please, Madame Yen, do not be angry, Mingjing spoke softly as she approached them, seizing Yan Yuheng's collar and yanking it down abruptly. A red string dangled from his fair neck, adorned with a jade pendant that Madame Meng recognized all too well. It was the same pendant worn by Ruan Mingman since childhood. Chapter 5. Prohibition. Madame Meng's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. Mingjing had already released her grip and turned to leave. The pendant was the one she had inadvertently revealed when she had once stabbed Yan Yuheng's eye, having torn open his collar. Now, she merely wished to test her luck, to see if the pendant had indeed been worn. To her astonishment, it was. Mingjing departed decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Yan Yuheng trembled, anxious to grasp her sleeve. But she forcefully pulled away. If you harbor feelings for her, do not provoke me, Mingjing smiled, addressing Madame Meng. You know my temperament. I have always been spoiled at home, and cannot tolerate any grains of sand in my eye. Guan Fengru, standing nearby, was perplexed. She was close enough to hear their conversation but could not grasp its meaning. Mingjing, aware of Guan Fengru's innocent nature, felt that if such a girl were to fall into a pit of fire, it would ruin her life. I do not want this marriage. Do not interfere. Just return home. Guan Fengru, stubborn as ever, raised her chin defiantly. Why should you decide not to marry, preventing me from wanting to? Just as Mingjing was about to respond, she caught sight of her mother approaching and hurried to support Xiao. Xiao had been observing from a distance, and upon seeing her daughter, made her way over. She had witnessed the pendant revealed when Mingjing tugged at Yan Yuheng's collar and was furious. Now close enough. She pointed an accusatory finger at Yan Yuheng. What kind of nonsense is this? Madame Meng, unwilling to let her son face such reproach, stepped forward to shield Yan Yuheng from Xiao's wrath. It takes two to tango. It is surely that child you brought who insisted on this. My son had no choice but to comply. She cast a suspicious glance at Mingjing, scrutinizing her. You wouldn't be trying to trap my son, would you? Mingjing was both amused and exasperated by such an absurd notion. Have I ever had any inappropriate intimacy with Yan Yuheng? If not, how could I have devised a way to place that pendant on him? Madame Meng was rendered speechless. Yan Yuheng clenched his fists, realizing that denying everything at this point was futile. Bearing the blame alone was preferable to sharing it with Mingman. With a resolute heart, I lowered my head and confessed. I picked it up. Meng's incredulous gaze snapped back to me. Do you even realize what you are saying? I picked it up, I repeated. Yan Yuheng's lips trembled, contemplating that if he could not marry Mingjing, perhaps Mingman would suffice. Yet, an inexplicable emptiness gnawed at his heart, as if a piece had been cruelly carved away, leaving a lingering pain. He swallowed hard and murmured, I have admired the third miss for a long time. After picking it up, I couldn't bear to part with it. A sharp crack resounded as Xiao raised her hand and delivered a stinging slap across his face, leaving a vivid red imprint on Yan Yuheng's fair skin. Guan Fengru, filled with concern, stepped forward to push Xiao away, only to be intercepted by Mingjing. We are handling family matters, Mingjing said, tilting her head to face the much taller Guan Fengru, her tone calm. Please wait a moment, Miss Guan. Her demeanor was gracious, especially considering that she had willingly relinquished this engagement. Guan Fengru scratched her head, feeling somewhat awkward, and obediently stood by. Mingjing then raised her voice to Yan Yuheng. Are you truly certain that your infatuation is solely yours and that this matter has nothing to do with her? Yan Yuheng felt a tightness in his chest, as if being scraped by a knife, and nodded silently, unable to meet her gaze. Yet Mingjing smiled. Excellent, she remarked. This engagement is swiftly resolved. I wonder where my third sister has gone? Did she foresee that this engagement would not come to fruition? Only in recent days had Mingjing learned of Ruan Mingman's reputation as a talented woman. It was said she possessed the ability to observe celestial phenomena, having accurately predicted several events in the capital. Now Ruan Mingman was held in high regard, exuding an air of pride that even her attempts to feign timidity could not conceal. It made sense that her current demeanor was markedly different from Mingjing's memories of her in her past life. Perhaps her own rebirth had altered something in the fabric of fate, thereby influencing Ruan Mingman's transformation. Taking advantage of the situation, Mingjing discreetly summoned Meng to the side and quietly shared, a few days ago. My third sister mentioned in private that I am not suited to marry into the Yan family, claiming that the fates of our families are incompatible. While ordinary interactions pose no issue, should a daughter of the Ruan family marry into the Yan family, both families would inevitably encounter calamities. I wonder how true this is. Meng hesitated upon hearing this. While Ruan Mingman's reputation as a talented woman was genuine, the accuracy of her predictions remained uncertain. It could be true, Yet what if Ruan Mingman fabricated these claims out of a desire to prevent Mingjing from marrying into the Yan family? That would imply she wished to marry into the Yan family herself, resorting to deceit. Caught between conflicting thoughts, Meng was at a loss. The veracity of the prophecy presented a conundrum. Madame Ruan, Meng returned, glaring at her disobedient son, grinding her teeth as she addressed Zhao. From now on, you may only bring Mingjing. As for that third miss, she is no longer welcome. Yuheng, taken aback by the weight of the responsibility he had inadvertently shouldered, protested. Why can't she come? Mingman has done nothing wrong. Meng, incensed by his familiarity when referring to Ruan Mingman rather than Mingjing, retorted with a stern expression. What right does such a person have to enter the gates of the Yan residence? Now, she found herself favoring Mingjing and growing increasingly disdainful of Ruan Mingman. She realized Mingjing's earlier offer to cede the engagement to Guanfengru was merely a reaction to the incident, driven by indignation. Watching Mingjing leave decisively without a hint of hesitation, Meng felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Mingjing's maternal lineage, the Shao family, was exceedingly wealthy, and her dowry would undoubtedly be substantial. Should this match be lost? The more Meng contemplated, the angrier she became, promptly declaring from now on, Ruan Mingman is forbidden to set foot in the Yan residence. Anyone who dares to let her in shall face my wrath. Just a mere adopted child. Yet she dared to meddle in such affairs. How audacious. Chapter 6. Persuasion after parting with the mother and son. Mingjing called Guanfengru and led her to a secluded corner of the courtyard. Did you witness the scene between that mother and son? Mingjing inquired with a smile. Guanfengru nodded, having observed everything. From Meng's protective stance over Yuheng to the subsequent revelation of the pendant she had taken in their cowardice and Meng's impulsiveness. So, Guanfengru was perplexed as to why Mingjing brought this up. She had come to appreciate Ruan Mingman, realizing why the young scholar would wish to marry her. Thus, her animosity towards Ruan Mingman began to dissipate, allowing her to converse amiably. Mingjing continued, Yuheng admitted his feelings for my sister. That pendant was worn by my sister since childhood. Guanfengru's mouth fell agape in surprise, uttering several O's. Mingjing added, that pendant has led Mrs. Yan to suspect it was a trap I set for her son. Guanfengru's surprise faded into silence as she pondered this revelation. Growing up in the northern regions, where the customs were fierce, she had expected a scholarly family like the Yans to treat their daughters-in-law well. Yet it appeared she was mistaken about her future mother-in-law. Guanfengru could accept Meng's ill-treatment of her, knowing that her previous interference in the engagement was wrong, and thus, she deserved the harsh words. However, why did Meng harbor such malice towards Ruan Mingman, who was favored as a potential daughter-in-law? Seeing Guanfengru's contemplation, Mingjing smiled and softly remarked, what I wish to discuss with you revolves around these matters. Marrying a person does not merely entail being with him, it also means embracing his entire family. You must consider this carefully. Reflecting on her past confrontations with Guanfengru, Mingjing understood that although the Guan family's eldest daughter appeared fierce, she possessed a kind heart, albeit with a different mindset than those in the capital. Once reasoned with, she could be quite understanding. Thus, Mingjing decided that since she would not step into the fire herself, she would not allow Guanfengru to jump into it either. Her intent in involving Guanfengru was twofold: to facilitate the dissolution of the engagement and to dispel the resentment from their past life. With the air cleared, they could start anew. Sensing Mingjing's sincerity, Guanfengru hesitated. Although she had approached the situation with aggression, she had not committed any truly heinous acts. Even in the absence of her father and brothers, she was wary of the Yan family's seventh master, well aware that if she pushed too far, he would intervene. Thus, she had only intended to intimidate the household staff to ensure the engagement did not occur, planning to persuade her family to propose instead. Now, it seemed that the young scholar's temperament suited her well, but the Yan family was indeed a complicated affair, with both mother and son deeply flawed. After a moment of contemplation, Guanfengru nodded. Sister, I appreciate your kindness today, and I shall remember it. She squinted at the tall trees shedding their leaves in the distance, letting out a sigh. Perhaps I need not compete for this engagement. Immediately, she summoned the household staff to gather their belongings and prepare to leave. Before departing, Guanfengru cast a fierce glare at Meng. Mingjing is my dear sister, she declared vehemently. From now on, you shall never mention marrying her again. Your family is unworthy. Originally intending to spit in frustration, she refrained. Considering the young scholar was nearby and wanting to spare him and his mother any embarrassment, With that, the Guan family departed. Ruan Mingman then emerged from an unseen corner, shivering slightly. I was just scared. Before she could finish her sentence, Mingjing joyfully informed her, "Third sister, it seems my engagement with young Master Yan has fallen through." She expressed her gratitude. Ruan Mingman momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation, glancing around for answers. But no one responded. Meng groaned about her headache, requesting assistance to leave. Once her emotions settled, Xiao coughed lightly and offered Mingjing some comfort before planning to depart. Yuheng, recalling that the engagement was still undecided, hurried over to interject, "Madam, my mother's words were indeed a bit harsh. But the engagement." He instinctively glanced at Ruan Mingman, only to be struck by the exquisite beauty of Mingjing, as radiant as the begonia flower, stirring a dull ache within his heart. Xiao Shi, filled with resentment, pushed him away and was assisted by a maid into the carriage. Ruan Mingman continuously signaled to Yuheng, implying that the failed engagement would allow her to take over later. However, Yuheng remained transfixed, gazing at Mingjing, oblivious to her gestures. As Mingjing prepared to enter the carriage, Yuheng, disregarding the propriety between men and women, grabbed her sleeve urgently and stammered, I actually picked it up by accident. I lied earlier." Mingjing halted and turned to Ruan Mingman, who was waiting to board first. "Do you think Yan Dashe has lied?" Ruan Mingman timidly looked up. I was too far away to know what happened at that moment. Could you tell if he was lying?" Ruan Mingman cautiously shook her head. Mingjing smiled. "Since you cannot discern, I certainly cannot." With that, she ruthlessly yanked her sleeve away and boarded the carriage. Yuheng stared at his empty hands where the sleeve once was, feeling a profound sense of loss, as if something irrevocable had slipped away. He watched the carriage gradually recede, eventually disappearing from sight as he jogged after it for a short distance. Along the way, the scenery outside the carriage was vibrant, but Mingjing was indifferent to it. She instructed the maidservants to bring out the snacks usually kept on the carriage for Xiao Shi and Ruan Mingman to share. Xiao Shi, lacking appetite, gently pushed the food away. Mingjing personally served the platter, urging her to eat, stating that it was well past lunchtime, and delaying further would be detrimental to her health. Ruan Mingman chimed in to persuade her as well. Xiao Shi cast a cold glance at Ruan Mingman. "What happened to that orchid-patterned pendant you always wore at your waist?" Ruan Mingman was puzzled by the mention of the pendant. After her recent turn of fortunes, the first thing she did was give the pendant to Yuheng, binding his heart completely. With it no longer at her side, she had already devised a strategy and lied effortlessly. "I accidentally lost it, I don't know when." This aligned perfectly with Yuheng's earlier words, indicating he had spoken the truth. Xiao Shi sighed, realizing that Yuheng's affection for Ruan Mingman was not her fault, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Concerned about Mingjin's worry, she turned to her and said, You must make me eat something." With a forced smile, she accepted the small platter from her daughter and ate, assisted by the maidservants. Once everyone had eaten a little, Mingjing ensured her mother was settled and noticed her coughing had subsided. She leaned against the carriage wall, lost in thought. She would marry in the winter when she turned 17, which would be the following winter. There was still over a year until the Ruan family crisis unfolded. Ample time for her to observe and deduce what transpired, and to avoid it as best she could. For now, she needed to manage the present circumstances. Mingjing's gaze shifted toward Ruan Mingman, pondering how someone raised in adoption could possess such audacity. First, she dared to flirt with the fiancé of the legitimate daughter, then stealthily took him away, and subsequently, through subterfuge, became the new matriarch of the Yan family. Mingjing felt compelled to meet the proprietor of the pastry shop on East Street to inquire about Ruan Mingman's true origins. Chapter 7. Fearing you might stray too far, the shop on East Street was ostensibly owned by the third branch of the Ruan family, but in reality, it was part of her mother's dowry. Mingjing's father, Ruan Kong, was the third son in the family. Initially, the old matriarch of the Ruan family looked down upon this illegitimate son and arranged for him to marry a wealthy merchant. Unexpectedly, Ruan Kong excelled, passing the imperial examinations with the support of his father-in-law, who then prospered, becoming a prominent businessman. When Ruan Kong sought an adopted daughter for his wife, he sent the shopkeeper of the East Street store to find one. The shopkeepers and employees of Xiao Shi's dowry stores were mostly brought from the Xiao family. Although the staff had changed over time, the shopkeeper had remained. Mingjing intended to seize this opportunity to meet the shopkeeper, as it would be more challenging to venture out once she returned home. After waiting a while and seeing her mother asleep, Mingjing instructed the coachman to slow the carriage. She quietly reminded Ruan Mingman to take care of her mother and mentioned that she needed to visit the shop to purchase some items, assuring her that there was no need for a grand affair, as she would only bring along Ma Nao and Bai Shi. Ma Nao was fetching a box she had forgotten, arriving slightly later, having taken a small cart driven by Shaoli. Since Ma Nao was a maid, Shaoli's cart was small, accommodating only 2 or 3 people at most, and was rather cramped compared to the larger vehicle carrying the other maids. With her mother asleep, uncertain how long she would remain that way, it was best not to linger outside. The carriage needed to return to the manor promptly. The coachman hesitated, contemplating whether to allow the young lady to take the cart behind. However, the other maidservants had nowhere else to go, and even if a few took Shaoli's cart, the rest would still need to accompany the carriage. Mingjing exchanged glances with the maidservants. Bai Shi, fearing disturbing the lady, quietly admonished, "Do you think Ma Nao and I cannot take care of the young lady? Or do you believe it's better to make a fuss by taking all the maids and leaving the lady unattended when she wakes?" The coachman, being an ordinary servant, had no status compared to Mingjin's senior maid. His earlier suggestion, made out of concern, was silenced by her reprimand, leaving him reluctant to speak further. Ruan Mingman had noticed how the attitudes of those around her shifted while at the Yen family. She eagerly wished for Mingjing to leave, so she could converse privately with her mother upon her awakening, hoping to win back her affection. Softly, she urged, "Bai Shi and Ma Nao have been by the young lady's side for many years. They are the most considerate and reliable, so you need not worry." The coachman, now even more hesitant, brought over the footstool, allowing the maidservants to assist the 4th young lady down from the carriage. Shaoli, now 17 or 18, was quite spirited, dressed in short garments with sleeves rolled to his elbows. Upon hearing that the young lady needed his cart, he dared not raise his head, respectfully inviting her aboard. Once she was settled, he inquired about Ma Nao, and upon learning their destination, he drove the cart there. East Street was bustling with shops and throngs of people. Mingjing headed directly to her family shop, where she met the proprietor in the back courtyard. After inquiring thoroughly about Ruan Mingman's background, she took several boxes of pastries from the store and requested that the proprietor keep her inquiries confidential from her mother. With the cool weather, her mother's coughing had worsened, and she wished to spare her the burden of worry. Furthermore, she was seeking her sister's origins as her mother had mentioned it recently, intending to clarify so that she could answer immediately should her mother bring it up again. The proprietor, not giving it much thought, recalled that the master had instructed him to bring that child, purchased with money from the farmers, after which the child had no further ties to her original family. Everyone knew of the lady's fondness for the 3rd young lady, so forgetting to inquire was quite normal. The 4th young lady's reasoning was entirely reasonable, posing no issues. Upon exiting the shop, Mingjing returned home in the carriage, closing her eyes in contemplation. Since Ruan Mingman was indeed an adopted child from the countryside and truly the daughter of a farmer, how could she possess the audacity to steal her fiancé? It could not be based on her biological family. The question lay within the Ruan family, though whether it was from the 3rd branch, the 1st, or the 2nd, or perhaps from the old matriarch remained uncertain. As Mingjing pondered this, the carriage suddenly halted at the corner of a secluded alley. She could faintly hear the sounds of an argument ahead. Shortly after, Shaoli called out, "Miss, there's a fight at the alley entrance, blocking the way. The carriage cannot pass for the moment." Mingjing listened intently, confirming the commotion, and commanded him to investigate. Bai Shi, concerned, feared that Shaoli, in his youthful exuberance, might escalate the situation instead of mediating, thus hindering the young lady's journey. And she jumped down from the carriage to follow him. Agate stood vigil beside the palanquin, unwavering in her watchfulness as she cast her gaze towards the alleyway, anxious that any miscreants might disrupt the tranquility of the young lady. Shortly, Bishia returned, calling softly from outside the carriage. Mississippi Mingjing, hearing the ongoing commotion, responded with an ear attuned to the unfolding dialogue. Expecting it to involve Shaolizi, she was surprised when Bishia revealed, "Someone from the Yen family is pursuing, claiming to have something to discuss with you privately." The underlying tone bore a hint of concern. Could it possibly be young Master Yen? Mingjing's heart filled with doubt. Yen Yuheng was not known for his decisiveness. Given that the Meng family had already shown signs of discontent, coupled with Guan Fengru's warning, it was evident they were fearful. How could they allow their son to pursue her at this moment? If the Meng family remained silent, Yen Yuheng's indecisive nature would likely lead to a day wasted in hesitation. Curious, Mingjing lifted the curtain of the carriage. A palanquin was stationed at the end of the alley, its green fabric indicating it belonged to a high-ranking official. Few in the capital could afford such luxury, let alone a mere youth like Yan Yuheng. Yet, the jade pendant hanging beside the curtain was a customary emblem of the Yan family. Mingjing sighed, choosing not to inform Bixia of her miscalculations, and whispered to her two maidservants, "Wait here for me." She alighted from the carriage and walked forward alone. Bixia and Agate, fearful for their mistress's safety, attempted to follow, but Mingjing halted them with a stern glance. Since he had requested a private conversation, it would be unwise to contravene his wishes. The potential repercussions were too uncertain. Moreover, they were not far apart. Should trouble arise, both maidservants and Xiao Lizi could swiftly come to her aid. The afternoon sun shone brightly and warmly, casting dappled shadows and light spots from the trees lining the path. Mingjing walked slowly, contemplating how to confront the individual awaiting her. She realized she ought not to harbor fear towards him. Once the engagement was irrevocably broken, their families would no longer be intertwined, and there would be no further dealings. Why should she fear him? They were hardly familiar, and subtleties would only lead to misunderstandings. Regardless of her attempts to remain calm, she could not shake the resentment that lingered towards him. Upon reaching the palanquin, she directly inquired, "Was it you, Seventh Master, who arranged for those individuals to block my way?" The bickering figures in front of her formed an impenetrable barrier, leaving her with no option to advance or retreat. After a prolonged silence, a soft, mellifluous laugh emerged from within the carriage. "You walk too swiftly. If I hadn't intervened, you might have run far away." The voice was exquisitely pleasant, imbued with warmth and composure, devoid of the earlier languor. Chapter 8. Leaving a token, Mingjing felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She believed she had not provoked him in any way. Throughout both her lifetimes, she had treated him with the respect due to an elder. His sudden appearance was utterly unwarranted. Moreover, their encounters in the past had been sparse. After her betrothal, Seventh Master had journeyed to Jiangnan and had not returned to the capital for a long time. When she married, he was far away in Huguang and had not even attended the banquet. They had no connections, so why was she being obstructed? Just as a frown began to form on her brow, the voice from within the carriage queried, "Do you still wish to proceed with the engagement, Yan Yuheng?" "No," she replied swiftly and decisively. The carriage fell silent for a moment before he asked, "Why?" He then added, "If you desire, I can facilitate it." Mingjing could not help but laugh. Did Yan Yuheng not wear her third sister's cherished jade pendant? Was Seventh Master truly unaware? It made sense. Young Master Yan was typically so courteous and graceful that it was easy to overlook his underhanded dealings. His temperament was one of gentle amiability, yet it served as a guise. Even his tender words towards Ruan Mingman from dawn till dusk would not raise suspicion, otherwise. How could their secret affair have evaded detection in her previous life? Seventh Master Yan was genuinely oblivious to the matter of the pendant. He had assumed that today's betrothal discussion would surely succeed and had consequently dispatched all hands to other duties, leaving no one to monitor the inner courtyard. She took a moment to close her eyes and quell the tumult of emotions within her. Mingjing feared that Seventh Master had come at the behest of the Yan family to persuade her. Noticing his silence, she continued, "Moreover, Yan Yuheng's academic performance is hardly remarkable. I am drawn to those of talent with promising futures, and I find him lacking. Given his moral shortcomings, there was no need to pursue this engagement further. Surely, after hearing such disparagement of his nephew, he would relent." Indeed, Chengli responded casually, lifting a corner of the carriage curtain slightly, allowing him a glimpse of her delicate chin. What level of academic prowess would suffice to catch your eye? Mingjing had anticipated he would focus on the moral failings. But true to his nature, Seventh Master Yan's inquiry was astutely angled, targeting her standards for academic accomplishment. With the conversation having drifted to such a point, Mingjing could only assert, at the very least, one must achieve the title of Jinshi at a relatively young age. Considering Yan Yuheng was merely a year her senior, it was exceedingly rare throughout history for someone of such an age to attain the Jinshi title, marking them as a true prodigy. Coincidentally, Seventh Master Yan had himself passed the Jinshi examination at the age of 16. Mingjing boldly shifted the topic. Of course, individuals like Seventh Master, who are both young and accomplished, excelling in poetry and literature, are indeed few and far between. My expectations for a husband are rather high. Young master, Yan simply does not meet the criteria, and I cannot hold that against him. She had intended to shoulder the blame herself, hoping that seventh master would show her some leniency. To her surprise, seventh master suddenly asked, "How do you know that I am well-versed in poetry and literature? Pray tell, which of my verses have you read?" Mingjing was momentarily at a loss for words. She had always regarded him with the deference due to an elder and had not paid much attention to his literary works. In truth, across both her lifetimes, she had scarcely read even half a line of his poetry. Had she known this day would come, she would have diligently studied a few verses the night prior. Desperation set in as she remembered seventh master Yan's aloof demeanor towards women. She had not expected him to engage her in conversation. Fortunately, she quickly recovered and replied, "I have heard others speak of your works. Though I have not read them myself, I have long held admiration for your talent." Expecting him to be displeased, given the insipid nature of her flattery, she was instead met with a soft sigh tinged with amusement. "You dare to deceive me." Mingjing felt a pang of despair and turned her gaze toward the cobblestone path beside her. What manner of man was seventh master Yan? To lie to him was tantamount to courting death. It would be wiser to remain silent than to continue with this charade. From the gap in the curtain, Chengli watched her every movement intently, his gaze fixated on her averted profile. Suddenly, he commanded, "Come here." Mingjing, puzzled, stepped closer. She beheld his long, graceful hand gently lifting the curtain of the palanquin, an action executed with elegance and ease. In that moment, a few strands of her hair slipped from their confines. Startled, she turned just in time to see him retrieve a golden hairpin adorned with red coral cloud patterns that she had left at the door, drawing it into the carriage. "Let us depart," came his indifferent voice from within. Mingjing, agitated, stamped her foot. "How can you just take someone else's belongings?" His audacity in ignoring her was remarkable. He laughed lightly. "I am on imperial business in Jiangnan and must be away from the capital for some time. I have taken this to prevent future misunderstandings." The four bearers of the palanquin remained stationed by the roadside, unwavering. It was only once Mingjing returned to the carriage that they began to move slowly. The sturdy, robust men, clad in coarse cloth, lifted the palanquin with steady strength, not a tremor to be felt. Following behind were a dozen guards, who had previously concealed themselves to avoid disturbing their conversation. Bixia watched in astonishment and, once Mingjing was settled, climbed aboard, muttering, "Does the young master of the Yan family now carry himself with such grandeur? Is he attempting to coerce the young lady into changing her mind?" Agate, filled with both worry and regret, lamented, "Had I known, I would have followed the young lady earlier." Mingjing was too incensed to engage in conversation, leaning against the carriage wall with her eyes closed, seeking a moment of respite. At this juncture, the earlier ruckus had already dissipated. Xiao Lizi returned, and the carriage continued its slow journey toward the Ruan family's rear estate. Mingjing closed her eyes, lost in contemplation of past events. Faintly, I recall Yuheng mentioning Uncle Qi a few times, stating that he serves as the vice chief of the censorate, tasked with investigating corruption throughout the realm. For the recent corruption case in Jiangnan, the emperor initially intended to assign it to another, yet for reasons unknown, Yan Qi volunteered for this arduous and thankless task, entering Jiangnan in disguise as an imperial envoy, far from the capital. However, this endeavor is akin to a double-edged sword. If mishandled, it becomes a burdensome task. Yet if executed well, it may lead to further promotions. It seems that following this assignment in Jiangnan, Uncle Qi has gained even more of the emperor's trust, ascending to the esteemed rank of second-class minister in the cabinet. In my past life, I paid him little heed, and certain matters are now but vague recollections, difficult to recall clearly. I pondered why he would leave behind a hairpin. Most likely, it serves as some form of token. Could he be planning to arrange a marriage between me and Yuheng upon his return? It seems unlikely, for he had previously inquired whether I still desired to wed, and my response had been quite definitive. To impose further would not be the act of a gentleman. My mind was in turmoil, uncertain of how to extricate myself from the Yan family. Meanwhile, Uncle Qi's thoughts are profound, and his intentions are not easily discernible by others. Unbeknownst to me, the carriage gradually came to a halt. We had arrived home. Aware that the maid, Agate, must be weary after 2 trips back and forth, I instructed her to return to Longjing Courtyard while I proceeded to Meixiang Courtyard with my 2 maids, Bixia and another. Under the corridor, a servant lifted the beaded curtain. Upon stepping into the room, I was greeted by a chorus of laughter, with a cheerful voice exclaiming, "Miss Sam looks truly beautiful today, worthy of being with the madam," radiating grace and splendor. Unlike Miss Wu, who follows me around, having little to eat or wear, always appearing so constrained. Without needing to look closely, I recognized the speaker as Andong. Chapter 9. Brewing tea. The Ruan family originally possessed only the front courtyard of their residence in the capital. Later, when Xiao married Ruan Kong, the matriarch of the Ruan family had not even prepared a proper courtyard for the couple, merely designating a small yard with 5 or 6 rooms for their use. The Xiao family, incensed, aware that the Ruan family looked down upon their mercantile status, leveraged their connections to purchase the adjacent residence from the Ruan family at 2 to 3 times the price. The previous owners, having received a substantial sum, happily vacated. The Xiao family then financed renovations to the estate, allowing their daughter and son-in-law to move in. They also hired renowned scholars to assist their son-in-law in passing the imperial examinations and securing an official position. Consequently, the current residence of the Ruan family's third branch is now comparable in size to the front courtyard, yet it is solely occupied by the 3 branches. The Ruan family was originally celebrated as a scholarly lineage in Guangping Prefecture, though they have never been as affluent as the Xiao family. The matriarch of the Ruan family retained a degree of fortitude. Seeing the third branch acquire the neighboring property, she refrained from seeking such favor, continuing to reside with the first and second branches in the front courtyard. However, with the third branch's departure, the front courtyard no longer felt so cramped, and new arrivals need not be relegated to the remote small quarters. For instance, the sons of the eldest and second masters, upon marrying, could occupy spacious courtyards of their own. Now, the third branch resides solely in the rear courtyard, affording ample space. The legitimate fourth daughter, Ruan Mingjing, has her own courtyard, Longjing Courtyard, while the concubines also have their quarters. They, along with the illegitimate daughters, reside in Juhua Courtyard, where Ruan Mingman stays with Aunt Dong. Xiao claimed to have personally raised her, yet this was merely during her infancy. Subsequently, when Xiao became pregnant with Mingjing, she entrusted Mingman to Aunt Dong's care. As Mingjing grew older and was able to run and jump, she was allowed to visit Meixiang Courtyard for education during the day, returning to Juhua Courtyard to stay with Aunt Dong at night. Thus, Ruan Mingman shares a particularly close bond with Aunt Dong. Upon entering the room and hearing Aunt Dong advocate for the third miss, I initially paid it no mind until my gaze fell upon the 2 kneeling maids on the ground, at which point my smile faded. I cast an annoyed glance around the room, scrutinizing the concubines before fixing my gaze on Aunt Dong, who sat upright. I inquired, "Might I ask what my 2 maids have done to offend you, Aunt, to warrant such punishment?" Liuli was my second-ranked maid, while Linglong was the third. Both had diligently served me, and I held a favorable impression of them. Aunt Dong, hailing from the Dong family in Zhuozhou, had a father who held a low-ranking official position, merely a 7th-grade magistrate. Recognizing Ruan Kang's potential, he gave his illegitimate daughter to him as a concubine. Not merely a concubine, but the only favored one, properly brought in via a small sedan chair. Later, as her father ascended the ranks, he now holds the same 5th-grade position as Ruan Kong. Furthermore, following the death of Dong's wife, Aunt Dong's biological mother was elevated to the primary position, making her the legitimate daughter of the Dong family. Since then, Aunt Dong has grown increasingly bold in her actions within the household. Xiao, being kind-hearted, turned a blind eye, considering her assistance in raising Ruan Mingman and managing the household. Observing the current situation, I realized that Ruan Mingman must have been unable to bear the humiliation from the Yen family and sought Aunt Dong's backing, venting her frustration on my maids, which took some skill. Indeed, Aunt Dong, with a smile, stated, "These 2 maids are disobedient, so I punished them on your behalf. Earlier, when I came over, I merely asked them to serve tea, yet one refused and pushed it onto the other, while the other blamed the first. If they truly shared sisterly affection, they should help one another. How can there be such evasion?" I couldn't help but chuckle. This tactic of insinuation was indeed well employed. However, such petty tricks are merely effective between concubines and illegitimate daughters. As a legitimate daughter, I possess my own dignity, and there is no need for such convoluted strategies. Thus, I replied, "If that is the case," pausing slightly, I pointed at Liuli and Linglong, "You may both leave and return to Longjing Courtyard to await my instructions." The 2 maids hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Uncertain of how long they had been kneeling, Their knees ached and softened, and as they rose, they leaned on each other for support to stand upright before making their exit. Wait! A sharp rebuke from Aunt Dong caused her to immediately rise, instructing several servants to block Liuli and Linglong's path. Turning around, she wore a smile that was neither here nor there, asking, "What does the fourth miss mean by this? Am I not allowed to punish 2 disobedient maids while I manage the household for the madam?" She curtsied to Xiao, her eyes seemingly brimming with tears. Her voice slightly hoarse. "Madam, I am laboring diligently to maintain order in the rear courtyard, yet the fourth miss seeks to publicly undermine my authority. You must uphold justice for me." Ruan Mingman stood behind Xiao, rubbing her shoulders and softly murmuring, "Aunt Dong did not mean any harm. She has good intentions. Fourth sister, please do not hold it against Aunt Dong." Xiao smiled, gently patting Ruan Mingman's hand on her shoulder, and addressed Mingjing. "They're merely 2 maids. If they need to be punished, let it be so. There is no need to become upset with Aunt Dong over this." Aunt Dong slowly rose, taking the opportunity to wipe away non-existent tears, casting a sidelong glance at Mingjing with a smile. "In my past life, I might have perceived this as a smile of appeasement or reconciliation. Now, however, I realized it was a provocation. I glanced at my mother's pallid hand, weakened by illness, and Ruan Mingman's delicate, fair hand, understanding that during the brief moment I had stepped away, the 2 had reconciled. I was unaware of what Ruan Mingman had said or done to smooth over the previous contention. Having been away for only a moment, I didn't wish to dwell on the matter further. Moreover, Ruan Mingman had been raised by my mother, and her feelings for her were akin to those for her own child. A mother would invariably be more lenient towards her offspring. However, Aunt Dong's actions could not simply be overlooked. In my previous life, I had treated Ruan Mingman kindly, naturally extending that same cordiality to Aunt Dong, who had worked so hard to raise her. Having been granted a second chance at life, I've gained clarity on many matters and resolved to no longer tolerate such antics. Otherwise, the rear courtyard would descend into chaos. Thus, I publicly inquired of Liuli and Linglong, "Have you truly disobeyed Aunt Dong's instructions?" "We did not disobey," Liuli, terrified and on the verge of tears, stammered. "Aunt Dong asked us to brew tea, neither too hot nor too cold. We proposed brewing it warm, yet Aunt Dong insisted that was vague, instructing us to follow her directions precisely." Linglong replied, "Fearing that I might misjudge the temperature my aunt mentioned, I suggested that the sisters accompanying her should prepare the tea, lest I spoil it for her enjoyment." I articulated my thoughts similarly, seeing the fourth Mrs. demeanor calm and no longer blindly defending Aunt Dong as in the past. Liuli felt reassured and spoke more fluently. "My aunt claimed we are shirking responsibilities." Aunt Dong, upon witnessing this, sighed with a handkerchief covering her mouth and said to Madame Xiao, "Please do not take offense at my words. I truly cannot even enjoy a cup of tea. My heart is anxious. Since my aunt is eager for tea, why not prepare a couple of cups herself?" Mingjing unceremoniously interrupted her, stating, "1 cup for you, 1 for me, so that I may witness firsthand what constitutes the suitable temperature my aunt describes." Aunt Dong felt a lump in her throat, uncomfortable and stifled. The fourth miss was clearly not merely desiring tea. She was striking a blow to Aunt Dong's pride, compelling everyone to see that, despite her status, Aunt Dong must heed the fourth miss's command and brew tea for her. Chapter 10. Hearing Aunt Dong, incredulous, felt tears welling in her eyes. "I labor tirelessly to manage the household for the madam, and yet you ask me to brew tea for you?" She glanced at Madame Xiao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, pleading, "Madam, please advocate for me. It is not that I wish to refuse the fourth miss, but such demeaning words undermine my authority in the household. How can I maintain my standing if I am seen as subservient?" Once again, she bowed, nearly in tears. Mingjing observed coldly, thinking that Aunt Dong still lacked determination. A mere bow would suffice. If she truly knelt, perhaps their mother would relent and assist her. However, since she did not kneel, their mother would not overly favor her, especially considering that she was addressing the legitimate daughter born of the madam. As expected, Madame Xiao did not directly advocate for Aunt Dong but turned to Mingjing. "It is merely a cup of tea. Besides, those 2 maids are somewhat ignorant and lack discretion." There was a hint of mediation in her tone. Mingjing replied, "She instructed my maid to brew tea for her, claiming it was only natural and not unreasonable. Yet my maid only knows my preferences and not hers, fearing she might delay my aunt's enjoyment of tea. Thus, she politely declined. Yet, Aunt Dong insisted on making things difficult for me. demanding the service of my maid. Madame Xiao's gaze shifted to the eaves. There stood a large maid and 2 second-tier maids brought by Aunt Dong. Mingjing continued. I, too, find it intolerable, since she knows how to brew tea. She should do it herself. It would also allow the maids to see what she desires, and everyone present can witness what is deemed appropriate. Should she request tea brewing in the future, we can all deliberate together. Even if it does not meet Aunt Dong's immediate expectations, if it matches the level she produces this time, it would suffice to avoid her reproach. Otherwise, my maids would all be punished. And who would be left to attend to me? Would Aunt Dong personally serve me? A soft chuckle escaped nearby. It was Aunt Lu, unable to contain her laughter. Aunt Dong cast a cold glance at her. This fourth miss has gained quite the audacity. After a bout of illness, she has become far more articulate and sharp-witted. Previously, her spoiled disposition had irked many, and she was easily placated. A pitiful plea would suffice to smooth things over, while also allowing her to punish a couple of maids, fostering resentment among the servants. This time, however, her actions backfired, garnering gratitude from the servants instead. Just then, a series of cheerful giggles wafted in from outside. Aunt Dong's furious expression softened as she turned her gaze towards the entrance. The maids lifted the curtain, and several young girls scampered into the room. Leading them was the sprightly and charming fifth miss, Ruan Qi, the daughter of Aunt Dong, followed by Ruan Xian, the sixth miss born of Aunt Lu, and Ruan Chun, the seventh miss born of Aunt Fong. The former was now 10 years old, while the latter was 9. Originally, Aunt Fong had a son, the 8th young master, who tragically passed away from illness, leaving Ruan Kong in deep sorrow for a long time. The legitimate children of the Ruan family carried names of rank, while the illegitimate ones did not, being named arbitrarily. In this regard, Ruan Kong and Madame Xiao treated Ruan Mingman as a legitimate child, even if she claimed to be adopted, leading the illegitimate children to envy her for having a proper name. Though Ruan Qi did not possess a rank like Ruan Mingman, her name was chosen according to the rules of the legitimate line, making her the top among the illegitimate offspring, thereby illustrating Ruan Kang's affection and regard for her mother, Aunt Dong. Consequently, Ruan Qi was doted upon by her father, raised similarly to the legitimate daughters. Upon entering the room, she rushed into Aunt Dong's embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, I just won a cricket fighting contest with my sisters. They all lost to me and gave me a silver coin." Aware of the need to address her as mother, she affectionately called Aunt Dong mother. Due to her gentle temperament and her father's indulgence, this had always been tacitly allowed. As Ruan Qi prepared to proudly present her silver coin to Aunt Dong, she noticed tears in her aunt's eyes and immediately grew discontent. Shaking Aunt Dong's arm and asking, "Mother, why are you crying? Who has upset you?" She then realized that Aunt Dong was standing while Madame Xiao and Ruan Mingjing were seated, causing her expression to darken momentarily before quickly brightening as she asked, "Is sister upset again?" She ran over to Ruan Mingjing, extending her hand, saying, "Good sister, I don't know what my aunt did to make you so angry. I apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her." Her demeanor was entirely innocent and endearing. Madame Xiao, being kind towards the children, noticed Ruan Qi defending Aunt Dong and did not wish to place Mingjing in a difficult position, proactively suggesting, "Even so, let this matter rest. I will supplement an additional month's wages for Liuli and Linglong as compensation for their earlier distress, drawing from my own private funds." The Xiao family was not lacking in silver. It was merely a trivial amount, yet it would bring joy to all. And Madame Xiao was indifferent to performing this act of kindness. The two maids hurried to express their gratitude to the madam. Ruan Qi then dashed to sit beside Madame Xiao, declaring, "Mother, I want a reward too." With a clever glint in her eye, she turned to Mingjing and suggested, "Why don't fourth sister give us something? I heard from my aunt that fourth sister has many delightful things. Perhaps you could share some with us." At this point, Madame Xiao found it challenging to intercede on Mingjing's behalf, hoping that Mingjing would respond herself. Mingjing smiled in silence. She recalled from her previous life how Ruan Mingman excelled at diverting troubles, always posing a question that would ensnare her in a dilemma. Then, she would extend a helping hand, extracting Mingjing from her predicament. Thus, Ruan Mingman would receive accolades while Mingjing would become the subject of ridicule. Mingjing decided to return the favor, asking, "Third sister, please help me think of what I should offer to share with our sisters." Ruan Mingman smiled sweetly, lowering her head, applying pressure with her fingertips to the shoulder of Madame Xiao, and then feigned panic, apologizing, "Mother, forgive me, I was startled by fourth sister's sudden inquiry." Madame Xiao turning back to pat her shoulder, was not angry but rather comforting, assuring her, "It is fine." Ruan Mingman quickly lowered her head, skillfully using the angle to conceal her smile at the corners of her lips. Having been reborn, she was aware of the events that transpired in the world and could foresee outcomes. The notion of reading celestial signs was merely a pretext. Nevertheless, she found it favorable to be recognized as a talented woman. This seemingly dim-witted fourth miss of the third house merely gained favor due to her birth from the madam and her striking beauty. In reality, she was quite the simpleton. It would be easy to deceive her. Did she truly believe that mimicking actions would grant her the same cleverness and reputation? It was utterly laughable. Ruan Mingman seized upon Mingjing's earlier words, stating, "There are many enjoyable activities such as throwing pots, flying kites, or, in a few days, when we visit the front residence, we could host a calligraphy and painting gathering together. All of these would be splendid." In a previous life, Mingjing might have been easily deceived by her words. After all, Ruan Mingman initially mentioned throwing arrows and flying kites, which would instinctively stick in one's mind. Furthermore, the relationship between the rear and front courtyards was quite tenuous. Even if the young ladies of the rear courtyard held a calligraphy and painting exhibition, it was not imperative for them to go to the front courtyard. Now, having been reborn, Mingjing would not be so easily fooled. She boldly proposed the opposite course of action, suggesting, since that is the case, let us host a calligraphy and painting exhibition. I will fund it, and we can enjoy a lively gathering with the sisters from the front courtyard. Upon hearing this, Wan Qi's eyes lit up as she eagerly agreed. Clearly, she was fond of such exhibitions and had long anticipated hosting one. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingman's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 11. Beauty Madame Dong was caught off guard by the fourth young lady's unexpected proposal for a calligraphy and painting exhibition. On the way back to Jufeng Courtyard, she only invited her biological daughter, Ruan Qi, to accompany her. Once they were alone, she instructed the maidservants to stand back and whispered to her daughter, "Is it possible that Mingjing has some ulterior motive for organizing this exhibition? After all, she has no particular skills. Why would she suddenly wish to host such an event? If it were about counting money, the fourth young lady would certainly excel, for the Xiao family has that lineage, and the matron has taught her well. However, when it comes to the arts, the fourth young lady falls short." Ruan Qi was more open-minded than Madame Dong, and with a twinkle in her eye, she remarked, "I believe she is intentionally organizing the exhibition. Haven't you heard, Mother? The engagement between Sister 4 and the Yen family has been called off." At the mention of this matter, Ruan Qi's demeanor brightened, and her steps became lighter. After all, she must find a suitable target next. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Madame Dong had already been informed of this development, and with her daughter's reminder, she suddenly understood, laughing, indeed. She must be hoping to attract attention from the male guests on that day, hence her suggestion. If it were about throwing arrows or flying kites, it would hardly draw the male guests into the women's quarters. They would need a proper reason to mingle. However, the context of calligraphy and painting was different. Such pursuits are often the domain of men, and at exhibitions held by young ladies, it is customary to invite the men and their families to serve as judges, typically fathers, brothers, or uncles. Thus, it would be far easier for men to attend than at playful games. Madame Dong praised her daughter's cleverness. Ruan Qi felt a sense of pride, yet after some contemplation, she expressed her concerns to Madame Dong. What if Sister 4 truly captures the favor of the male guests that day? Wouldn't my skills be overshadowed? Ruan Mingjing had no notable talents, a poor temperament, and little in the way of artistic skill. Her only advantage lay in her beauty. Growing up alongside Yuheng, with both families harboring intentions of a match, she had seldom interacted with other men outside her family. Thus, the outside world remained unaware of the Ruan family's remarkably beautiful legitimate daughter. In past social interactions, it was often Ruan Mingman and Ruan Qi who mingled with the ladies of other families. Whenever she had free time, Mingjing would visit the Yen family, hardly sparing a thought for other young men. If her striking beauty were to appear among a group of men, even without any special talents, her visage alone would surely capture everyone's attention. The more Madame Dong considered this, the more she felt it could pose a problem. Fearing her daughter might worry about this, she downplayed the situation, stating that it was merely a matter of appearance, who would only look at one's face without considering other qualities. Rest assured, practice your calligraphy and painting diligently these days. Do not embarrass yourself. Typically, those who could socialize with the Ruan family were families of comparable status and position. The Dong family held a respectable place among them. As the legitimate daughter of the Dong family, Madame Dong was accustomed to hosting guests and had earned the respect of the other ladies. However, no matter how much respect she garnered, she was still a concubine. Thus, she would not be able to attend the calligraphy and painting exhibition at the front courtyard. She could only calm her daughter's heart and find a way for her daughter to shine while suppressing Ruan Mingjing. Wan Shi was not particularly worried about the event. Mother, you know my abilities well. I am confident that even compared to Sister 4, I am far superior to the others. There is nothing to fear. Madame Dong was delighted and praised her profusely. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingman was contemplating the upcoming calligraphy and painting exhibition. In her previous life, the engagement had gone smoothly without any appearance from Guan Fengru, thus there had been no cancellation of the engagement between Ruan Mingjing and Yuheng. She was perplexed by how suddenly everything had changed. However, she thought to herself, perhaps this is for the best. She was aware that in the future, Yan family's 7th master would enter the cabinet. That man was like a fortress. Many noble ladies could not gain entry into his world. She had tried herself and had only been spared from being dismissed on account of the Ruan family's reputation. Given this, she felt it prudent to shift her focus and pursue Yan Yuheng instead. Little did she know, Guan Fengru harbored similar intentions. After today, she would likely abandon her pursuit of the Yan family, presenting Ruan Mingman with her opportunity. Ruan Mingman began planning how to ensnare Yan Yuheng into marrying her. As for Meng's warning, she paid it no mind. If a mere empty-headed girl could win Meng's favor, surely she, a talented woman, could easily handle a mere matron of the inner quarters. Unfortunately, if she were to marry Yan Yuheng directly, it would complicate her access to the dowry prepared for Ruan Mingjing by the Shao family and the Shao matron. Money was essential. Thus, Ruan Mingman began devising alternative plans. In truth, Mingjing had not given her half-sisters much thought. Her only concern was her mother's health. She was unaware of their jealousy regarding her beauty. In her previous life, she had already been engaged and had commenced the 6 rites. To avoid being unfamiliar with the ladies of the capital after marriage, she began attending various banquets to socialize with them. It was during this time that her reputation as the capital's most beautiful woman unexpectedly spread. Mingjing had never considered leveraging her beauty and thus had not devoted much effort to her appearance. However, the Shao matron, distressed by her daughter's engagement troubles, was eager to compensate her, bringing various jewelry designs for her to choose from, intending to create new adornments. Mingjing found this amusing. It was merely a trivial engagement that had fallen through. Why was her mother so anxious? She nonchalantly remarked, I believe it is better to stay by mother's side, accompanying you daily, rather than serving those insufferable men. The Shao matron lightly tapped her arm, chiding her, What nonsense are you speaking? She gently removed the debris from Mingjing's hair, her tone softening. Our Mingjing deserves the finest marriage, the best suitor. Mother will surely find you a match far superior to Yan Yuheng, one that will honorably marry you. Mingjing smiled but did not fully agree. If she did not wish to marry, no one could force her. At that moment, a maid outside announced, Madam, Miss, the 7th Miss has arrived. Shortly thereafter, the curtain was lifted, revealing the slender figure of Ruan Chun entering the room. Chapter 12. A visit this year. Ruan Chun was 9 years old. Her hair styled in twin buns, dressed in a duck-yellow satin coat adorned with persimmon patterns. Standing at the door, she properly bowed and greeted. Greetings to mother and 4th sister. I hope you both are well. The Shao matron responded with a simple and inquired, Do you have something to discuss, 7th Miss? Ruan Chun twisted her hands together, quickly glancing at Mingjing, and then lowering her head, her lips moving as if to speak but hesitating. Mingjing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her younger sister was indeed intimidated by her. Although she was smiling and her mother's demeanor was more distant, it was clear that her sister was significantly more apprehensive of her. In her previous life, Mingjing had received the teachings befitting a legitimate daughter and, maintaining her status, had a rather indifferent relationship with her half-sisters, treating them coldly, with kindness only extended to Ruan Mingman. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, gazing upon the adorable and obedient little girl before me stirs a deep affection within my heart. I beckon her to approach, inviting her to my side. In her previous life, Aunt Fong and Ruan Chun treated her quite well, never harboring resentment due to her spoiled demeanor, maintaining their pure and unblemished natures. Now, I wish to ensure they do not feel neglected. Ruan Chun, taken aback by my warm invitation, tilts her head in curiosity before hesitantly shuffling forward. Madame Xiao understands this nature of the illegitimate daughter and does not hurry her, allowing her to take her time. As Ruan Chun reaches my side, Mingjing gently takes her small hand and inquires, "Why were you too shy to come over earlier?" This little sister appears so petite and delicate that one might believe her to be only 7 or 8 years old. Unable to suppress a maternal admonition, I say, "You must eat well and not be picky. If a young lady is fussy about her food, not only will she fail to grow taller, but her complexion will also suffer." Ruan Chun's eyes widen in surprise. I have never spoken to her in such a gentle manner before, nor has anyone ever broached the subject of skincare with her, a topic often discussed among young girls, yet she had never been included. Since the untimely passing of her younger brother, Aunt Fong has become increasingly taciturn, while third and fifth sisters often play together, leaving sixth sister to languish in solitude. She finds herself trailing behind her sisters, unnoticed by anyone. "I don't pick at my food," Ruan Chun quietly protests. "I just don't like to eat." This stubborn rebuttal elicits a smile from Mingjing, while Madame Xiao chuckles lightly. I coax her. "How about you try to enjoy your meals more?" Ruan Chun contemplates this carefully before nodding. "All right." Then, with a hint of embarrassment, she lowers her head and adds, "I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the calligraphy and painting event that day." Mingjing, taken aback, asks why. Ruan Chun, her fragile frame shrinking slightly, replies in a hushed tone, "Annie says I am too young and my skills are lacking, so I might bring shame to the family." This reminds Mingjing of Aunt Fong. Ever since the 8th young master's untimely demise, she has grown increasingly withdrawn, her presence in the household diminishing. Today, while the other aunts gather around Mother, Aunt Dong and Aunt Lu garner attention, while Aunt Fong remains unnoticed in the corner of the room. As Mingjing contemplates how to comfort Ruan Chun, Madame Xiao interjects with a smile. "What shame could there be? When your fourth sister was your age, she was the laziest, hardly practiced her calligraphy or painting. I dare say she was worse than you." Mingjing, bemused, playfully nudges Madame Xiao. "Mother, please spare me some dignity." Madame Xiao feigns seriousness. "What? You didn't practice diligently as a child, and now you won't allow others to speak of it?" Mingjing dramatically sighs. The porcelain vase adorned with bamboo leaves exudes a subtle fragrance, while Ruan Chun watches them with a smile, unable to contain her delight. Finding her cute, Mingjing considers and says, "You may go. If you truly do not wish to showcase your skills, you can still visit the front residence as a guest. Simply refrain from participating in the competition. There will be plenty of delicious food prepared, as I have arranged in advance." Seeing fourth sister's sincere invitation, Ruan Chun nods in agreement. Madame Xiao assigns Su Mama to accompany Miss Seven, also mentioning to Aunt Fong that sending her daughter to the front residence is the mistress's wish, hoping to quell any concerns Aunt Fong may have. After Su Mama departs with Ruan Chun, Mingjing prepares to return to Lan Xian courtyard. Madame Xiao inquires about the missing golden-laid red coral hairpin. Mingjing, having anticipated the question, explains, "I rewarded the servants for their diligence while fetching refreshments." She is known for her generosity, often bestowing gifts upon others. However, hairpins are not easily given away. Yet, considering her daughter's recent setbacks in marital prospects, Madame Xiao chooses not to press further, allowing her to return with a smile. The following morning, Madame Xiao sends someone to the front residence to see old Madame Ruan, stating that due to the upcoming chrysanthemum banquet, Mingjing intends to organize a calligraphy and painting gathering for the ladies. She politely requests that the old madam not blame the children for their revelry. Old Madame Ruan merely responds with a nonchalant acknowledgement, as if little stirred her emotions. Once the messenger departs, her expression darkens, fluctuating between anger and frustration. Ruan Kong currently holds the position of a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel. In contrast, the elder and second masters of the front residence have achieved little. One merely passed the scholar's examination and lost interest in further studies, managing household affairs, while the other, having barely earned his jinshi title, only recently ascended to a 7th-rank position after years of having children. When compared, the third master, born of a concubine, has risen to prominence from a scholar to a 5th-rank official, basking in glory. Yet, old Madame Ruan finds this success irksome. How could her legitimate sons be outshone by a concubine's offspring? Thus, she graciously permits the third branch to forego daily visits, only requiring them to come once a month. The third master and his wife are delighted by this arrangement, finding it mutually beneficial. Old Madame Ruan originally had no intention of inviting the third branch to the upcoming chrysanthemum banquet, extending invitations merely as a formality. However, much to her surprise, they insisted on attending. Yet without Ruan Kong South standing in the court, they cannot influence the current stability of their Ruan family. Resigned, old Madame Ruan accepts their presence, instructing arrangements for additional tableware, worried that the daughters from the Xiao family might look down upon the offerings from the front residence. She ensures the finest items are prepared to avoid any embarrassment. Upon hearing the report from her maid, Madame Xiao rewards her with silver and, once the maid departs, allows a smile to creep onto her lips. This matron is not as accommodating as she appears. She merely values her reputation and dislikes being contradicted. Who knows how much resentment she harbors? With this in mind, Madame Xiao resolves to maintain her charade of goodwill, hoping to avoid any unforeseen complications. In preparation for the calligraphy and painting event, she instructs Su Mama to help the girls select their outfits and accessories. However, before the day of their visit to the front residence arrives, an unexpected guest from the Yen family, Madame Meng, pays a visit. Chapter 13. Controversies. As a familiar lady arrives, it is customary for the lady of the house to receive her with proper decorum. Initially, Madame Xiao intends to greet Madame Meng, but Mingjing intervenes. If mother goes, Madame Yen will undoubtedly bring up matters of marriage for you, and you would have to refuse her laboriously. It would be better for me to go in your stead, claiming you have been unwell with a severe cough. She reasons that as a younger generation, Madame Meng would find it inappropriate to discuss marriage with her. In this lifetime, she wishes to shield her mother from further health issues, ensuring she is well cared for. The affairs of the Yen family are certainly not her mother's concern. Mingjing smiles as she continues. Moreover, if you stay indoors and feign illness, should she disregard propriety and initiate discussions about marriage with me, I can easily deflect by saying your cough has worsened due to stress, which would serve to divert the topic. After pondering Mingjing's reasoning, Madame Xiao decides to remain in Mei Xiang courtyard. Once Mingjing departs, she expresses her pride to Su Mama. The child has grown and is becoming more considerate. Reflecting on Mingjing's carefree childhood, a sense of melancholy washes over her. She wishes for her daughter to remain blissful and free from such concerns. Su Mama reassures her, it is a good thing that the young lady is maturing and understanding these matters. Regardless of where she marries, she will inevitably have to interact with relatives and sisters-in-law. She cannot remain oblivious, unless you wish for her to accompany you for life. Ridiculous. Madame Xiao feigns anger. She ought to be disciplined. Yet, upon further reflection, she realizes Su Mama's words hold merit. Children must grow up, and she cannot help but let out a wistful sigh. The flower hall, with its open windows, provides a splendid view of the autumn scenery outside. The incense burning within fills the air with a delicate floral aroma, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and delight. Seated gracefully in the Taisher chair, Meng observed the tea leaves swirling in the cup, her ears attuned to the surroundings. When the maid announced the arrival of the fourth young miss, she promptly set down her teacup, smoothed her garments, and assumed a poised demeanor in anticipation. As Mingjing entered the room, she couldn't help but notice Meng's prepared stance, indicating a premeditated encounter. After performing the customary greetings, she recounted her mother's recent inquiries. Meng then remarked, the previous incident was indeed unexpected. Yuheng informed me that there were no romantic inclinations involved. It was merely a matter of convenience. Initially, I hesitated to speak plainly, due to pride. As for Ruan Mingman's remarks, they are best left unmentioned. What can one expect from a so-called talented woman, lauded by many, who claims to possess prophetic abilities? How accurate can such predictions be? Meng attempted to grasp Mingjing's hand, but the latter discreetly stepped back, evading the gesture. With a strained smile, Meng continued, Yuheng has persistently urged me to clarify those unpleasant matters with you and your mother. Regarding your marital prospects, Mingjing interrupted, asserting that the past should remain unspoken, emphasizing the need to look ahead. This displeased Meng, who recalled how well-behaved and suitable for a daughter-in-law Mingjing once was. It was this very quality that compelled her to approach the situation, hoping to salvage the marriage, as obedient daughters-in-law with substantial dowries are indeed rare. However, in mere days, Mingjing had learned to interrupt her elders, a most impertinent behavior. Suppressing her irritation, Meng forced a smile and declared, our families have shared a long-standing bond. Whether looking forward or backward, we are most compatible. Mingjing returned her smile, eager to depart with a few parting words, but was interrupted by another maid announcing, Madame Yen. The third miss seeks an audience. Meng's brows furrowed in displeasure. What could she want? As the curtain lifted, Ruan Mingman entered, a delicate figure resembling a wilting willow. Greeting Meng with a courteous bow. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng contemplated sending her away, as thoughts of the previous incident with her were quite bothersome. Ignoring Meng's unspoken dismissal, Ruan Mingman expressed her regret for having hidden away during the previous encounter and offered to brew a cup of tea as an apology, requesting Meng's forgiveness. She gestured for her maid to bring in the tea. Mingjing, observing Ruan Mingman's timid demeanor, felt a surge of disdain. The pretense of fragility to elicit sympathy, only to swiftly turn hostile, was utterly repugnant. It was imperative to teach her a lesson and extinguish the Yan family's hopes for an alliance. Mingjing recalled a ring nestled in her pocket, a gem given to her mother by her grandmother. The stone, known for its sharp facets, was reputed to be so hard that it could even slice through glass. Though uncertain of its authenticity, she had carried it for self-defense against Meng, and now found an opportunity to put it to use. At that moment, Ruan Mingman's maid entered, balancing a tray with a teacup. Ruan Mingman personally approached Meng with a cup. Mingjing interjected, "Sister, this is quite the debut for you in serving tea to Madame Yan." At the mention of serving tea, Meng's heart skipped a beat. Ever reflective, she interpreted Mingjing's words as a subtle implication about a daughter-in-law serving her mother-in-law. Glancing at Ruan Mingman, she felt a wave of irritation and stated, "Thank you, third miss, but let Mingjing serve me the tea." The distinction in titles underscored her closer affinity to Mingjing. Ruan Mingman, smiling with lowered eyes, felt a surge of resentment but refrained from verbalizing it, placing the teacup on a nearby table. As Mingjing approached, Ruan attempted to obstruct her path. Mingjing feigned a stumble, stepping back as if Ruan had collided with her, though in reality, Ruan had not touched her at all. Meng's gaze at Ruan Mingman turned increasingly contemptuous. How dare a concubine's daughter vie for favor with a legitimate one? As Mingjing grasped the teacup, she discreetly maneuvered to obscure Meng's and Ruan's line of sight, testing the gem against the rim of the cup. Whether due to the gem's superior craftsmanship or the cup's inferior quality, she successfully etched a small notch into the porcelain. Surprised yet composed, she subtly concealed her hand and the ring with her sleeve, aligning the flaw with the spot where Meng typically drank. Upon receiving the teacup, Meng took a sip and suddenly cried out in pain. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, instinctively raising her hands to shield her mouth, causing the teacup to crash to the floor in shards. Both Mingjing and Ruan Mingman rushed to her side, alarmed. Meng's once perfect lip now bore a cut, from which blood began to ooze. Ruan Mingman's maid hurriedly offered a handkerchief, only to be brusquely shoved aside by Meng, who stumbled and fell to the ground. Refusing to rise, she knelt and repeatedly implored, "Madam, please do not be angry. Do not hold it against the young lady. She merely served the tea. It was not her intent to cause you harm." Ruan Mingman, recovering from her shock, raised her hand to strike the maid, furious at the implication of blame. Yet, before her hand could land, Mingjing seized Ruan's wrist, her voice cold as ice. "Dare to lay a hand on my people and see what happens." Her typically alluring eyes now radiated an icy menace, causing Ruan to instinctively retreat a few steps. Meng, her eyes fixed on Ruan Mingman with palpable rage, declared, "This is all you're doing. You are to blame for this." Chapter 14. Gracefulness. Mingjing released Ruan's wrist and bowed to Meng, expressing gratitude for her support. She signaled to the maid to assist. The maid, still shaken from Meng's earlier shove, was helped to her feet by another attendant. Meng pressed a handkerchief to her mouth, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded Ruan Mingman. Was this third miss Ruan intentionally causing her injury to manifest a disastrous omen for the proposed union? Or could it be that discussions of marriage always lead to calamity, with the heavens using Ruan as a harbinger? Meng's mind raced as she surveyed the ground, where shattered porcelain lay scattered. Whether or not the cup held any malevolent intent was unclear, but Ruan Mingman was undeniably implicated. Either her ominous predictions had come to fruition, or her treacherous hands were at fault. Unwilling to remain any longer, Meng shot Ruan a venomous glance, muttering, "You in this time," before summoning her people to exit swiftly. She could not bear to linger in their Ruan household any longer. Watching Meng's retreating figure, Ruan Mingman's expression darkened. She scrutinized Mingjing, accusingly asking, "Ruan Mingjing, I hold no grievance against you. What trick did you employ to harm me?" Mingjing replied with a serene smile, "Dear sister, your words are unfathomable. You brought the tea. I merely assisted in passing it along. What could I possibly have done? Pausing, her smile brightened further. If there was any trickery, it was you who orchestrated it. Had you not brewed the tea, madam, Yen would not have been injured. It is not I who compelled you to serve. Ruan Mingman was left speechless. Having experienced a rebirth, she was privy to the events of her past life, but remained oblivious to the present's intricacies. As the situation unraveled before her, she felt a sense of powerlessness despite her newfound strength, having lived until the days following Yen Yuheng's blinding in her previous existence. Yen Yuheng lost one eye, and Meng was furious. With Ruan Mingjing already deceased, Yen Yuheng fainted again, and Meng vented her anger directly onto Ruan Mingman, ordering her to be beaten. At that time, Ruan Mingman was already pregnant and suffered a miscarriage. In her weakened state, Meng refused to allow her any recuperation, and after more than a month, she succumbed to her condition. Ruan Mingman harbored a deep resentment towards Meng. She had initially planned to feign friendliness towards Meng, intending to battle the malicious mother-in-law after marrying into the Yen family, but it was utterly impossible for her to harm Meng at this juncture. Yet, what had transpired? She had done nothing. Ever since Guan Fengru entered the Yen residence, everything began to shift into an unrecognizable form. How could she possibly know what had just occurred? Ruan Mingman clenched her teeth in fury, yet felt utterly helpless. She could only gaze intensely at Ruan Mingjing, her eyes resembling a venomous snake ready to strike. The tea had only passed through their hands. If she hadn't prepared it, it must surely have been Ruan Mingjing. At that moment, Bishi suddenly interjected. It's not just the young lady who touched it. Your maid stood under the corridor for quite some time. Instead of doubting the young lady, it would be wiser to keep an eye on your own people. Upon hearing this, Mingjing slightly furrowed her brow. Ruan Mingman was creating trouble for her without any reason or evidence, and the matter would pass unchallenged. If it involved the maid, it would only implicate the innocent. However, Bishi was merely being loyal to her mistress, and Mingjing refrained from saying more, maintaining a tight-lipped smile. Bishi's words seemed to awaken Ruan Mingman. She dashed outside, halting beneath the eaves, her jaw clenched tight as she fixed her gaze on the maid, Qingma, until the latter's head bowed in submission. With a cold smirk, she accused, "You traitorous wretch! Speak! Who instructed you to act thus?" Qingma looked up in panic, shaking her head vehemently, claiming she had received no instruction. She had been standing under the corridor the entire time, unaware of what had transpired inside, only vaguely hearing that the lady of the Yen family had been injured. Realizing the young lady was angry upon her arrival, Qingma inferred that the tea must have been the source of the problem. She hurriedly asserted, "I've been standing here with the tray, haven't done anything, nor spoken a word to anyone. The other ladies can attest to this." Several maids nearby, having overheard the exchange, corroborated, Qingma indeed did not wander or speak. She stood there quietly, focusing solely on her duties for the third young lady. Ruan Mingman's anger intensified. Her maid had grown bold enough to conspire with others to testify. She had planned to punish Meng after marrying into the Yen family. But now, before she could even set her plan into motion, it had been entirely thwarted. Unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her hand and struck Qingma hard across the face in front of everyone. "Get out." She strode away, leaving behind the words, "I no longer require your service." Mingjing shook her head quietly. Stepping outside, she glanced at Qingma's plight, just in time to see Ruan Mingman's retreating figure and the weeping Qingma. The courtyard was filled with the sound of falling leaves. The autumn wind stirred up the golden foliage. The surrounding maids and matrons whispered amongst themselves, expressing their sympathy for Qingma's situation. Isn't the third young lady usually the most gentle? She appears delicate, yet today indeed. The third young lady was always careful and somewhat timid, but lately, her temperament seems to have changed. Yes, I heard she gained some notoriety while visiting outside, earning her reputation as a talented woman. Perhaps it's this newfound fame that has emboldened her. Everyone spoke in hushed tones, their sympathy for Qingma palpable. Mingjing felt guilty that her actions had affected the maid and returned to Lanqing courtyard. She retrieved some medicinal ointment for injuries and handed it to Bishi, instructing, "Take this to Qingma and say that I share in the fault today. I should have been more careful when serving the lady of the Yen family to prevent her injury." Bishi hesitated, reluctant to involve herself in such matters. This concerns the third young lady's household. It's better to avoid it altogether. Mingjing's maid, Ma Nao, who had suffered an injury from her fall, overhearing the exchange, chuckled. "You should heed the young lady's good intentions." It's better to do good than harm. Bishi pondered and agreed. In the past, the young lady had been willful and only cared for the Yen family, neglecting others. She had shown little kindness to them, the servants. But now, the young lady even allowed Ma Now to rest on the couch. It seemed she was growing more compassionate with age. Concern for Qingma's punishment was indeed a natural response. Bishi cheerfully accepted the ointment, assuring, "Rest assured. I will deliver the medicine safely to Qingma without letting the third young lady notice." Mingjing smiled and nodded. Bishi called upon the little maid, Linglong, to accompany her. Mingjing instructed Ma Now to rest until she fully recovered before continuing her service, allowing the second-tier maids, Liuli and Feitsue, to temporarily fill in for her. She also had a small maid without a bun attend to Ma Now. As the matrons of Lanxin courtyard exchanged whispers with those from other courtyards, this incident was also shared among them. Everyone now spoke of how the seemingly kind third young lady exhibited a violent temper, questioning if her inherent disposition was revealing itself. Conversely, the previously spoiled fourth young lady appeared increasingly dignified and graceful. The next day, when Ma Now had sufficiently recovered, it coincided with the day of the visit to the front residence. Chapter 15. Hidden Intentions. The weather was pleasant, with a gentle breeze carrying a slight chill, rippling across the lake's surface. Mingjing rose early to prepare herself. Ma Now busied herself in every way, commenting that the rouge was too heavy, suggesting the young lady, already beautiful, needed only a light touch of makeup. Then she remarked that the dress was too plain, failing to complement the young lady's exquisite beauty. The maids, attentive and eager to serve, listened intently. Before long, Bishi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I wonder who has been so preoccupied with power after a few days of rest, eager to command others to rise." Clearly directed at Ma Now. Everyone was aware that the fourth young lady had become mild-mannered and considerate of her servants, making the atmosphere light and jovial as they teased her. Indeed, Ma Now has long been planning how to dress the young lady. Why not let her do it herself? Ma Nao's eyebrows are beautifully drawn. She should personally adorn the young lady. Ma Now, feigning sternness, replied, "Get to work. Once it's done, we'll all benefit." Suddenly, Linglong's eyes lit up, and she piped up, "Didn't Ma Now receive a box of sweets from the young lady yesterday? I want some. If I do well, will you give me candy?" This sparked a wave of demands for sweets, overwhelming Ma Now. She waved her hands, saying no more. "If you keep asking, I won't have any left for myself." She only had the box given by the young lady, which she hadn't dared to eat, having savored a piece for a long time. What would she eat then? Even the sweetest temperament could not withstand such a request. Mingjing, seeing the maid's joy, felt happy too, and said to Ma Now, "You can give them your box. I'll have the shop send a few more boxes, 2 for you, 1 for Bishi, and the rest for them." The room erupted in applause. Bishi teased, "The young lady is biased. Why should I receive less than Ma Now?" Both were senior maids. Liuli chimed in, if Bishi were to take several days off to recover like Ma Now, she would also receive an extra box. Mingjing nodded in agreement. Bishi mockingly slapped Liuli's arm, retorting, "I don't want more." Laughter filled the air, contrasting sharply with the previous tension in Lanxin courtyard. The atmosphere around Ruan Mingman and her companions grew noticeably somber. Ever since the time when the maid Qingma was punished and sent to work in the courtyard, forbidden from entering the house, those around Ruan Mingman became increasingly cautious, fearful of uttering a single wrong word or taking a misstep. Not to mention Ruan Chun. Even when Ruan Qi stepped out of the house with her maids, upon seeing Ruan Mingman's expression, she too spoke much less, merely offering a simple greeting before departing. Concubine Dong, as a secondary wife, was not permitted to attend the chrysanthemum banquet in the main residence, and could only stand at the entrance. Watching her daughter leave Jihuayuan with a heart full of resentment for not being the primary wife, all the sisters went to Meixiang courtyard, where they met Madame Xiao, who then led them in a green-draped carriage to the main residence. The main and secondary residences were nearly equal in size, but the secondary residence, under the ample financial resources of the third mistress, had become more refined and elegant after several renovations. The main residence, having been occasionally repaired, appeared somewhat antiquated. As the weather grew colder, it remained chilly when the sun was low. Some of the early arriving ladies were conversing in the room of the elder matriarch, Ruan. Shortly thereafter, a maid came to report that the third mistress of the back residence, along with the young ladies, had arrived. Given that the third master, Ruan Kong, now held a respectable fifth-rank official title. The families acquainted with the Ruan family were of similar standing. When the daughters of the third family arrived, it was customary to greet them, and upon hearing their arrival, the ladies turned their gazes toward them. One girl, dressed in a peach-red robe adorned with golden branches, was particularly striking, with exquisite features and a graceful demeanor that surpassed even the most radiant of flowers. A lady wearing a delicate purple jade butterfly ornament could not help but exclaim, "Which beautiful young lady is that? She is truly stunning." She was referring to Mingjing. The elder matriarch, displeased by the praises and admiration directed at Mingjing, slowly picked up her teacup and sipped. Once the children approached to offer their respects, she gradually introduced them to the other ladies, pointing to Mingjing and stating, "This is our 9th young lady." Mingjing's 4th sister was ranked according to the secondary residence, counting only under Ruan Kang's household. If they were to be considered in the main residence, they would need to be counted together with the 3rd family. At this moment, Ruan Mingman became the 8th young lady, while Mingjing was the 9th. The ladies could not help but exchange glances, their expressions shifting slightly. After all, the elder matriarch had previously mentioned that the legitimate daughter of the back residence was spoiled and had a rather poor temperament. It was precisely due to her poor temperament that she had not been allowed to attend the banquet. Moreover, everyone knew that this young lady's maternal family was merely composed of merchants, lacking any significant standing. The demeanor of the ladies towards Mingjing grew somewhat colder, lacking the initial warmth of admiration. Ruan Mingyao, having interacted with these individuals for some time, quickly realized the reason for their distant attitude towards Mingjing. Was it not simply because of her merchant lineage? If they were to learn the truth, they would likely change their tune. Ruan Mingyao's father, Ruan Xiangyou, currently managed the household affairs and was not ashamed of his family's commercial ties. He understood the value of hard work in ensuring the family's well-being. If it were not for her father diligently overseeing the household, could this entire family live so comfortably? They would be no better off than the second uncle, who only indulged in superficial elegance, while the residents of the main estate would have long been left to fend for themselves. Ruan Mingyao was all too familiar with the insincerity of such pretentiousness and immediately approached Mingjing, warmly taking her hand and asking, "Dear 9th sister, have you been in contact with your maternal family lately? I heard that the Xiao family has purchased extensive lands in Xianhua to cultivate fruits and vegetables, which sounds quite impressive." Upon hearing this, the lady's expressions shifted. Xianhua, the Xiao family, was it not the same family that had become quite wealthy? Had not the elder matriarch stated that the 9th young lady's maternal family was merely an ordinary merchant family, seemingly of low status? If it were indeed the Xiao family of Xianhua, however, that would be a different matter altogether. Currently, the flow of goods and transportation in the capital and throughout Jizhou was closely tied to the Xiao family, making them influential even among merchants. In an instant, the demeanor of all present towards Mingjing softened considerably, and they began to regard the elder matriarch with newfound contemplation. Chapter 16. Siblings. Mingjing was unprepared for her 7th sister to extend such friendliness. In her recollection of her previous life, her relationship with this sister had been rather indifferent. They had little connection, and their occasional encounters were limited to polite nods and smiles, devoid of any real intimacy. Of course, this was largely due to her limited visits to the main residence and infrequent social interactions outside, as she had devoted herself entirely to the Yan family. Following the advice of Mengshi, who was ostensibly to be her stepmother, Mingjing took Ruan Mingyao's hand and sat closely beside her, smiling as she replied, "I have not been in touch with my maternal family recently. I would need to consult my mother about that." At that moment, Xiao had also taken her seat beside the elder matriarch, among several other family matrons. Upon hearing her daughter's words, she remarked, "It seems there are indeed plans in motion. Your maternal grandmother has only mentioned a few things to me, not much in detail." The other ladies regarded Xiao and Mingjing with increasingly different gazes. The Xiao family's enterprises were diverse, and given the proximity of Xianhua to the capital, it was inevitable that any family with a shop in the capital would be intertwined with the Xiao family. Even so, it was important not to create too much distance. They ought to treat the Xiao family's granddaughter with greater kindness. Moreover, that young lady was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. One lady remarked, "Not long ago, our esteemed ancestor sent out invitations for a painting and calligraphy gathering, and my unaccomplished child has also made preparations. I just heard it is organized by the 9th young lady. Is that true?" This was the lady adorned with the delicate purple jade butterfly ornament. She was known for her forthright nature, often speaking her mind, though she would sometimes consider the context. Her husband, Lord Gua, held a sixth-rank position in the supervisory court, working under the esteemed Master Yen. Having just crossed 40, he barely achieved his current rank, while Master Yen had accomplished so much before reaching 30. She admired him greatly. Whenever he spoke of this, he would say that the man was steady and capable, destined for the highest echelons of the cabinet. Upon learning that it was the ninth young lady, Lady Gua's first reaction was akin to that of the others. Recalling that the elder matriarch had mentioned the third daughter-in-law's family was composed of merchants, and that the ninth young lady was spoiled and had a poor temperament. However, upon further reflection, she recalled her husband's earlier mention of Master Yan's nephew being in the process of courting, which must refer to the legitimate daughter of the Ruan family's back residence. There was clearly only one legitimate daughter from the back residence. Upon realizing this, Lady Gua's attitude towards the ninth young lady shifted, and she began to engage in conversation about her family's connection with the Yen family, inquiring, "I have heard that the ninth young lady has a good relationship with the Yen family. Is there any truth to that?" Suddenly, someone interrupted her unfinished statement. It was not Mingjing or Xiao who spoke, but rather the second madam of the Ruan family, Guanshi. Guanshi was the niece of General Guan. Previously, the Guan family had been an ordinary military household, but due to the notable achievements of General Guan and his son, they had risen to prominence. Guanshi had married into the Ruan family many years ago, when it was considered a suitable match. She was somewhat aware of her cousin Guan Fengru's actions, and had heard that her cousin had meddled in the marriage between the Yen family and Mingjing, prompting her to send someone to inquire in a state of anxiousness. Guan Fengru did not provide much information, only replying, "The ninth young lady is exceptionally kind. The Yen family is not worth much." That was all. Upon reading the letter, the second madam of the Ruan family immediately burned it, contemplating that although Guan Fengru was impulsive, she would not speak without reason. Thus, she intervened in Lady Gua's conversation today, hoping to prevent certain words from spreading. After all, the Yen family and the Ruan family had a good relationship and a desire for marriage. While this was evident to all, without concrete words being spoken, it remained merely a rumor. By not mentioning it, the matter would gradually fade. The elder matriarch was surprised by her second daughter-in-law's attitude. Upon hearing the discord between the He family and the young ladies of the Yen and Guan families, she was perplexed as to why the second daughter-in-law would choose this moment to assist the He family, now that she had spoken. And with the Guan family as her support, Madame Ruan merely sighed, saying, "If there is nothing to discuss, then let it be. We shall not mention it again." Although the Guan family maintained a cordial relationship with the Ruan family, the second branch of the Guan family, now the residence of General Guan, had severed ties with the Ruan family and offered no assistance. Madame Ruan refrained from provoking the Guan family, but felt frustrated that they did not leverage their uncle's influence to support her in-laws, leaving her in a quandary. Thus, she invited everyone to enjoy tea and pastries, and as guests gathered, they commenced playful activities, such as the girls' painting and calligraphy gathering. After a brief interval, Madame Ruan, having just returned from welcoming guests, entered the room. Observing her daughter and the ninth young lady in a warm exchange, she felt a tinge of confusion. Once she had greeted the other female relatives, she seized an opportune moment to quietly inquire about the situation from her daughter. Ruan Mingjing recounted the circumstances, expressing her disdain for those who looked down upon merchants, oblivious to the fact that without merchants, there would be no exquisite silks and satins for them to enjoy. Madame Ruan felt a pang of sorrow. Had her husband been able to attain a respectable position, even if it were merely the ninth rank, it would have spared her daughter from such disillusionment. Nevertheless, befriending the ninth young lady was advantageous in terms of status, considering that the third master now held a fifth-rank official position and possessed a certain reputation in the court. The Xiao family, likewise, was invaluable. Maintaining good relations would aid her husband in managing household affairs in the future. Gently stroking her daughter's soft hair, she chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, the curtain was lifted. A maid hurried in to report, "Madam, the young master of the Guan family has arrived and is coming here to pay his respects." Madame Ruan was taken aback. "Which branch?" The maid replied, "The young general who just returned." Instinctively, Madame Ruan stood up, promptly instructing someone to welcome him. Whispers filled the room. The Guan family had long guarded the borders, and their children had grown up in the northern regions. The young general was known for his valor and prowess, having vanquished countless foes. With his arrival, curiosity abounded regarding his appearance. especially since he had spent so many years in the north and had seldom made public appearances since returning to the capital. Meanwhile, his sister, the legitimate daughter of the Guan family, had quickly gained notoriety. Many had already encountered her. Recently, she had caused quite the uproar at a tavern, demanding compensation from the establishment for inadequate portion sizes, insisting that half of the patron's meal costs be reimbursed. At another establishment, she claimed the wine was insufficiently strong, suspecting it was diluted, and coerced the tavern owner into providing her with a jar of aged brew. Her formidable demeanor and reputation had left a lasting impression on everyone. Everyone was eager to see whether her brother, the valiant warrior, would be even more imposing in stature. In the midst of their anticipation, a tall, young man strode confidently into the room. He was statuesque, with a demeanor as gentle as jade, and even in his swift movements, exuded grace and elegance. Upon observing his striking features, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. Could it be that the children of the Guan family were truly siblings? Chapter 17. A visit. As Guan Fengxian entered the room, he noticed the gazes fixed upon him and paused momentarily before approaching the eldest matron, Madame Wan, to pay his respects. Having returned to the capital for some time, he had grown accustomed to such reactions from those who met him after greeting his sister. Unbeknownst to outsiders, the Guan family adhered to the principle that daughters resemble their fathers, while sons take after their mothers. His sister bore a striking resemblance to their father, General Guan, while he favored their mother, displaying a refined and handsome countenance. After greeting Madame Ruan, he turned to the side, noticing second Madame Ruan. Lowering his gaze, he clasped his hands in a deep bow, saying, "Sister, my apologies for not visiting sooner due to my busy schedule upon returning to the capital. I hope you can forgive me." Second Madame Ruan quickly helped him up, her eyes misty, assuring him it was of no concern, as long as he was well. Second Madame Wan was the legitimate daughter of the Guan family, the daughter of General Guan's younger brother. Guan Fengxian was her cousin. Although the two branches had long been separated, their relationship remained amicable. When Guan Fengxian was a child and his health was frail, he had resided in the capital for several years to recuperate, as the harsh northern climate was detrimental to his recovery. General Guan entrusted his brother's family with caring for his son. At that time, second Madame Ruan was still a young lady just over 10 years old, and spent her idle time assisting in caring for her younger cousin, with whom she formed a strong bond. After Guan Fengxian's health improved, he returned to the north, where travel was inconvenient, and they exchanged letters occasionally. Due to his frail condition, he had never left the Guan family home, and few in the capital knew his appearance. This time upon returning, he had been quite occupied, either attending to affairs at the palace or dealing with matters outside the capital, so no one had seen him. Recently, a decree had been issued, appointing General Guan as the Marquis of Dingen and granting Guan Fengxian the title of heir apparent to the marquisate along with their residence. The father and son, along with their families, were permitted to remain in the capital, each receiving official positions as second-rank vanguard commanders and fourth-rank imperial guards, positions that would allow them to reside in the capital long-term. In recent days, they had been busy relocating to their new residence, the Marquis of Dingen's estate. Despite his elevated status, Guan Fengxian's affection for second Madame Ruan had not waned. During the autumn chrysanthemum banquet, second Madame Ruan had succumbed to the persistent entreaties of her grandmother, Madame Ruan, and had sent an invitation to her cousin. However, after sending the invitation, she had mentioned to Madame Ruan that they were busy and might not be able to attend. Unexpectedly, Guan Fengxian arrived today. When the maid reported, she either forgot to mention Guan Fengxian's title or was unaware of it, only referring to him as the young master. Second Madame Ruan scrutinized her younger brother, relieved to see him well, though his demeanor appeared somewhat colder than before. She expressed her contentment, saying, "As long as you're well, that's all that matters." At that moment, Madame Ruan inquired about the renovations and relocation status of the Marquisate's new residence. Guan Fengxian replied succinctly. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Is today's painting and calligraphy gathering organized by the 9th young lady of your household?" Madame Ruan, caught off guard that he inquired about a person she held in less esteem, nodded reluctantly and gestured towards Mingjing. Mingjing rose, smiling, and greeted the young marquis. Guan Fengxian had heard from his sister of the 9th young lady's extraordinary beauty. Upon seeing her today, he found her more stunning than any girl he had ever encountered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Realizing his rudeness, he hurriedly lowered his gaze, saying, My sister expressed her gratitude for the care you provided during our last encounter at the Yen residence and asked me to convey her thanks on her behalf. Upon returning home, Guan Fengru faced a reprimand from their mother. Although she initially didn't mind, upon discerning the implications of her mother's words, she worried that the incident might tarnish Mingjing's reputation, especially if her engagement with the Yen family fell through. Thus, upon learning that her brother would visit their cousin, she specifically asked him to convey her gratitude. She believed that once others heard that Mingjing had helped her, it would enhance her reputation. Guan Fengxian was unaware of his sister's intricate thoughts and considered it a good thing that she was willing to express her thanks, naturally agreeing. Having greeted everyone and spoken the necessary words, Guan Fengxian intended to take his leave. However, second Madame Ruan urged him to stay a while longer. At that moment, a figure appeared in the room. Second young master Ruan Mingwei approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying to Guan Fengxian, "Since you are here, why not stay for a drink and a chat? Your sister has missed you and often speaks of you." Guan Fengxian turned to see his sister's eager gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement to stay for lunch before departing. Second Madame Ruan was delighted and, after apologizing to Madame Ruan, personally went to the kitchen to instruct them to prepare more dishes that her brother had enjoyed in the past. In the gathering of young ladies, a moment of silence ensued. After the figure of young Master Guan disappeared, Ruan Qi whispered softly to Ruan Mingman, "I have heard that martial generals are quite intimidating. Yet how come he is so handsome?" Ruan Mingman's delicate face tightened as she lowered her head, fiddling with her handkerchief. "What does being handsome matter? It cannot be eaten," she retorted. Ruan Qi pouted and asked again, "Do you truly intend to ignore him?" Ruan Mingman nonchalantly replied with a soft Observing the flesh on Ruan Mingman's ears and neck, Ruan Qi inwardly scoffed. What a facade. Clearly, she cares a great deal but pretends not to for whom? In truth, Ruan Mingman was indeed quite taken with the dashing young general, not solely for his looks or his higher rank than Ruan Sanlao, but because he represented a potential escape from her current plight and suffering. In her previous life, she had never crossed paths with the Guan family, believing that Yuheng, the eldest son of the Yen family, was the best match. Now, however, she realized otherwise. Young Master Guan was more suitable. He was only a few years older than Yuheng but held a bright future and a noble title. Marrying him would elevate her to the status of a lady of the court and perhaps even the future matriarch, ensuring that no one in the Ruan family would dare to look down upon or bully her. It would also infuriate the short-sighted Madame Meng of the Yen family, a resounding victory on multiple fronts. However, this young general from the Guan family was quite busy, often not attending social gatherings. Today was a rare opportunity. She must find a way to converse with him to secure future encounters or perhaps deeper connections. Ruan Mingman pondered for a long while, recalling events from her previous life that she vaguely knew would unfold. She deliberated, finding no immediate event to convince him of her prophetic talents. Thus, she dispatched her maid Qingrui, whispering, "Seek out young Master Guan discreetly and inquire if he would be willing to serve as one of the judges for the upcoming painting and calligraphy exhibition." She handed her handkerchief to Qingrui, instructing, "Drop it casually. If he asks who your mistress is, simply say you belong to the young lady of the rear courtyard." Qingrui's face paled. Such ambiguous phrasing would mean leveraging the name of the ninth Miss to act. What if young Master Guan truly came? And if he did not? What would the young lady do to her? Remembering the fate of Qingma, Qingrui bit her lip, ultimately yielding to her fears and hurriedly exited the room to carry out her task. Chapter 18. A misdelivery after about 2 incense sticks worth of time. The ladies arriving for the banquet had mostly gathered. Old Madame Ruan organized the proceedings, declaring that the painting and calligraphy exhibition could commence. The materials, including the 4 treasures of the study and the decorative vases, had all been procured at the expense of Mingjing. Given that she was the one who spent the money, everyone expressed their gratitude to the 9th Mississippi. Ruan Qi was quite delighted, eager to showcase her talents before the crowd, and pulled Ruan Mingman along to converse with familiar daughters from other families, chattering excitedly about what to paint and write. Although the first branch of the family was the legitimate line, the head of the family held no official position, subtly allowing the second branch to take precedence. Fortunately, both heads of the family were born of old Madame Ruan, who showed no favoritism, allowing the first wife to manage the household, thus maintaining a fragile balance. However, the legitimate daughters of the second branch appeared to possess more confidence than those of the first. The 10th Miss, Ruan Mingwen, now 14, donned a lake green pleated skirt adorned with golden branches and leaves, her hair styled in 2 buns and embellished with peacock stone and honey-colored beads, vibrant and lively. The elder sisters of the Ruan family had all married off, leaving Ruan Mingwen, apart from the 7th Miss, Ruan Mingyao, as the eldest in the rear courtyard. Ruan Mingyao belonged to the first branch, while Ruan Mingwen belonged to the second. This distinction was significant. At that moment, Ruan Mingwen had evidently become the leader among the legitimate daughters, surrounded by visiting girls who chattered animatedly around her. Ruan Mingyao was nowhere to be seen. She might have gone to the kitchen to assist the eldest aunt. Ruan Mingwen blinked her eyes, her meticulously manicured nails painted a striking crimson, exuding youthful exuberance, and noted, "Our side has the leisure, while the first branch is busy with chores." The girls laughed and praised her. Ruan Mingwen graciously accepted their compliments. As the girls began to arrange the tables and set out the 4 treasures of the study, they prepared for the competition to commence. However, the judges had yet to be chosen, so they could not start immediately. Some girls suggested inviting their mothers and brothers. Ruan Mingwen, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "My brothers alone will suffice." This elicited dissent. Others protested, "If it's just your brothers, won't they all give you the highest scores? Your brothers can judge. But ours should be able to as well." Numerous voices echoed in agreement. Ruan Mingwen found herself unable to refuse their requests. Those brothers who were visiting in the front courtyard were promptly summoned by a servant. Meanwhile, some noticed the few illegitimate daughters from the 3rd branch arriving and whispered to her, "Should we send them away?" Ruan Mingwen casually shook her head, "No need. Let them stay for amusement." The legitimate daughters chuckled. As legitimate daughters, they generally looked down upon the illegitimate ones. Children born of concubines, often seen as less worthy, could hardly be expected to measure up. Yet some voiced support for Ruan Qi and Ruan Mingman, stating, "One is from the Dong family, and the other is a renowned talent. They should be fine to compete with us." Upon hearing this, those unaware of Ruan Qi and Ruan Mingman's backgrounds suddenly understood. Since Mingjing's birth, Madame Xiao had been weakened, and concubine Dong had volunteered to assist her in managing the household. Among the guests, many had seen concubine Dong and recognized that she lived nearly at the same level as the main wife, albeit with a slightly lower status. Moreover, concubine Dong was the legitimate daughter of Lord Dong, born of his first wife. When Ruan Qi approached, some young ladies treated her with a hint more courtesy. Ruan Mingman, raised under the care of the legitimate wife, was known for her talents and reputed to possess the ability to predict celestial phenomena. After this became known, Ruan Mingman was also regarded warmly. Only Ruan Xian and Ruan Chun, the true illegitimate daughters, remained inconspicuous, receiving little attention. Only a few girls from other families, accompanying their legitimate mothers and sisters to the banquet, would engage them in conversation. After a while, the illegitimate daughters from the front courtyard joined the gathering. Many of them had not truly studied painting or calligraphy and thus could not compete. They merely loitered, unsure of what to do, occasionally discussing the latest trends. Mingjing, not far away, beckoned them to come play near the rockery. With Ruan Mingman and Ruan Qi present, there would certainly be some commotion. She was weary of engaging in superficial pleasantries with the legitimate daughters and preferred to enjoy a moment of leisure here. Although the exhibition was her initiative, she had no intention of participating. Ruan Chun and Ruan Xian had pleasant dispositions. At just 9 and 10 years old, they were remarkably well behaved. The other girls were also charming, though somewhat timid. Mingjing asked her 2 younger sisters, "Why haven't you attended the exhibition?" Ruan Chun smiled shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed for promising to participate, but not doing so. Ruan Xian, who had been daydreaming, suddenly seemed to snap back to reality and said, "We don't quite fit in there." The once lively group of girls fell silent. Mingjing understood, and surveying the surroundings, decided to pluck some nearby grass that had not yet wilted to weave grasshoppers for them to play with. Although she had never learned to weave grasshoppers, in that small courtyard with its limited space, she had made do by crafting little things from the grass she pulled. Having honed her skills through practice, she found that the girls were eager to see her creations. The girls eagerly gathered the most beautiful blades of grass. Seeing their enthusiasm, Mingjing said, "I will teach you." Even as illegitimate daughters, they were still the daughters of officials and rarely engaged in such playful activities, but they joyfully set off to gather grass. At times, disputes arise over who first noticed a particularly charming blade of grass, yet such disagreements are often resolved with light-hearted banter rather than anger. Observing the joy of those around her, Mingjing found herself uplifted as well. Initially, she believed such trivial pastimes would no longer serve a purpose. Yet now she sees an opportunity to impart wisdom to these young ladies. As Guan Fengxian approached the area, intending to take a small path to the venue of the art exhibition he had organized, he inadvertently witnessed this scene. He was taken aback to find that the ninth miss was absent from the very event she had orchestrated. His visit was prompted by the search for her maid, who had lost a handkerchief. Seeing that the handkerchief did not appear to belong to a maid, he surmised it might belong to the ninth miss herself and feared that it could tarnish her reputation if it fell into the wrong hands. Hence his intention to return it. He observed her engaged in cheerful conversation with a group of girls, crafting grass into playful shapes, leaving him momentarily uncertain about how to approach her with the handkerchief. Bixia attended to her mistress, while Agate remained at a distance, monitoring the situation. Upon noticing a young man approaching, Agate recognized him as young Master Guan and promptly stepped forward to bow, stating, "My lady is conversing inside and may not be able to attend to you fully. There are several young ladies present, some of whom are not from our household, and it would be inappropriate to relocate them. I kindly ask you to seek another place to rest, as this is not suitable." This was clearly an attempt to dismiss him. Guan Fengxian glanced at her attire, which stood out among the maids for its fineness. He recalled that she had only served the ninth miss when he had paid his respects to old Madame Ruan earlier, leading him to conclude that she was the ninth miss's personal maid. He reassured her, "There is no need for alarm. I am merely observing and do not intend to intrude." He handed the handkerchief to the maid, saying, "This is your mistress's lost item. Please return it to her," and turned to leave. Having grown up in the northern regions where straightforwardness was valued, he preferred swift resolutions. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he was called back. "Young master," Agate asserted firmly, "this item does not belong to Our Lady." Nearby, Qingrui was transfixed with fear at the unfolding scene, her back colliding with a tree as she stumbled back. Her mistress had instructed her to stay with Lu Huan and to intercept young Master Guan, leading him into conversation. In the time it took to execute this task, Lu Huan was to inform her mistress, who would then come to speak with the young master. Yet, despite her anticipation, she had not seen young Master Guan's arrival and now found him conversing with the ninth Mrs. Maid. Unable to fulfill her mistress's command, Qingrui felt her legs tremble and grasped Lu Huan's arm, questioning, "Is that not young Master Guan?" Lu Huan, equally tense, responded, "It seems so." A chill spread through Qingrui. She never anticipated that young Master Guan would take a small path instead of the main road, thwarting her efforts to intercept him. Determined to salvage the situation, she resolved to approach and ascertain what was transpiring, lest she face her mistress's ire. Lu Huan hesitated, contemplating whether to inform her mistress of young Master Guan's presence. "We should say," Qingrui urged, "let's not mention our failure to stop him. We can say the ninth Mrs. People detained him first." Lu Huan gasped in alarm. "But that would mean the ninth Mrs. People would take the blame." Qingrui glared at her, asserting, "It's either they bear the brunt or we do. Which would you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Lu Huan made her choice. It was certainly better for the ninth miss and her entourage to take the fall than to face punishment themselves. She returned to the venue prepared for the art exhibition alongside her mistress and others. After steadying her nerves, Qingrui made her way toward young Master Guan. By the rockery adjacent to the corridor, the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. Guan Fengxian stood, with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes half closed as he surveyed the verdant plants outside the corridor. He inquired once more, "Are you certain this is not the ninth Mrs. belonging?" "Absolutely," came the reply. "Then how many maids accompanied your mistress on this occasion?" Agate hesitated, reluctant to divulge too much about the maid's appearances to a man. Guan Fengxian quickly grasped that this was not the Northern Territory, and the young ladies here were not as unrestrained as those from the plains. According to the customs, young women must conduct themselves with decorum, lest their reputations be affected. Choosing not to press Agate further, he proposed, "Allow me to describe a maid's appearance to you. Perhaps you can help me identify which young lady she serves." He proceeded to give a brief description, remarkably accurate, of the maid he had encountered. Agate realized that young Master Guan must have seen this maid before, and it was likely connected to the handkerchief. Without reservation, she stated, "If I am not mistaken, it should belong to Qingrui, the attendant of the 8th Mississippi." Guan Fengxian smiled. He had chosen this secluded path to avoid drawing attention to the ninth miss and had intended to return the handkerchief without causing her any trouble. Yet, he found himself embroiled in this peculiar circumstance, realizing that the item did not belong to her. Reflecting on the maid's vague responses, He recalled the handkerchief's exquisite fabric and embroidery, which undeniably indicated it was not the property of a maid, but of a young lady. Yet how could a young lady's handkerchief be in the possession of a maid? It was evident that there was a hidden agenda. Initially indifferent toward the ninth miss, since she was of no particular concern to him, the situation transformed into something noteworthy when someone had notably placed the handkerchief in his path under her name. In retrospect, it seemed plausible that the maid had deliberately dropped the handkerchief to lure him here under the guise of the ninth Mississippi. What might transpire upon his arrival? Should the true instigator make an appearance? Lost in contemplation, he noticed someone rushing toward him in a flurry. Agate softly called out, "Young master, Chengli is approaching. Please ascertain if it is indeed her." Guan Fengxian had already taken note of her and cast a fleeting glance in her direction before returning his attention elsewhere. He recalled his sister's numerous admonitions. Previously disregarded, her words now held significance. She had expressed, "Mingjing possesses a kind heart. Yet, the world remains oblivious to her goodness," viewing the daughter of the Ruan family as haughty and spoiled. Even when the Ruan women attend gatherings, she refuses to show herself. Guan Fengru had lamented, why should a good-hearted person be mischaracterized? Surely, someone must be stirring up trouble. She had also mentioned that this gathering was a rare opportunity for Mingjing to present herself before outsiders, urging her brother to stand up for her to prevent others from mistreating her. Though she had intended to attend the gathering to support Mingjing, her brother had confined her due to her audacious behavior. Thus, she had beseeched him to look after Mingjing, emphasizing, "Mingjing is my own sister. You must help your sister care for our sister." With these thoughts in mind, Guan Fengxian regarded the unfolding scene with amusement. Initially inclined to disregard the matter, he now felt compelled to intervene. Without waiting for Chengli to reach him, he strode directly to the ninth miss, tossing the handkerchief to her, stating, "Someone used this item to summon me here. How do you intend to address this?" Mingjing, engrossed in her crafting, was taken by surprise as the handkerchief landed before her. Carrying the cloying scent she despised, the fragrance of the sachets favored by Ruan Mingman. Disgusted, she brushed it aside and looked up to see young Master Guan. Her lips pursed as she retorted, "What do you wish to accomplish?" Guan Fengxian found her demeanor intriguing. Did it seem as though she was at odds with the handkerchief's owner? He gestured toward Chengli, who lingered at a distance and remarked, "Your maid lured me here under your name. Will you not take responsibility?" Mingjing dismissed him, returning her focus to her crafting, asserting, "It was you who was deceived, not I. Why should I be concerned? Resolve your own matters and refrain from bothering me." Her stance was resolutely defiant. Guan Fengxian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Having spent considerable time in the northern region, he was accustomed to a lack of formalities, finding occasional understanding tolerable, but growing impatient with prolonged constraints. In a moment of pleasant mood, he casually lifted the hem of his robe and sat on the ground beside him, gathering a few blades of grass to weave. Mingjing was just about to entwine the grass around the rabbit's body when she realized it was gone, only to find it in the hands of the young man beside her. Anger welled within her. Why should he take her grass? Guan Fengxian chuckled, finding her thoughts rather peculiar. She seemed indifferent to the matter of the handkerchief, yet was bothered by a mere few blades of grass. As the art and calligraphy gathering in the adjacent courtyard was about to commence, he suddenly felt an urge to take a look. "What if I agree to be a judge, and say you invited me?" He proposed to Miss Jiu. Mingjing's response was curt. If he wished to go, he could do so without involving her. "I am your cousin. It's of no consequence to involve me. And besides, it would be far more amusing to say you invited me," Guan Fengxian replied. He had always been adept at strategizing and understanding human emotions, casually murmuring to himself that if she refused him while he accepted, it would surely infuriate her. The thought of witnessing her vexation made his endeavor seem worthwhile. Mingjing held no particular impression of Guan Fengxian. Their past lives had been devoid of interactions. However, she had heard whispers that he often took unconventional paths to achieve victory in battles. Furthermore, he appeared cultured and refined, easily managing his sister Guan Fengru, which indicated a certain ruthlessness. Such a person was someone she preferred not to associate with, ideally avoiding any acquaintance altogether. Observing him unabashedly standing nearby, the surrounding girls began to take notice of him, some even blushing as they stole glances. Unable to endure any longer, Mingjing thought that if she were to be a judge, shouldn't the young master be attending as well? Guan Fengxian handed over the small horse he had just woven. "Here," he said. Mingjing did not accept it, merely glaring at him. Guan Fengxian glanced at the girls, recalling that one of them had previously been with Miss Ruan, and tossed the grass horse towards her. If your sister doesn't want it, I'll give it to you. Despite the breeze and the lightness of the object, it landed precisely in Ruan Chun's arms. Seeing her sister had not accepted it, she hesitated, unsure whether to return it to him, glancing toward Mingjing. However, Guan Fengxian had already stood up, urging Miss Jiu to accompany him. Aren't you curious about the art and calligraphy gathering I organized? Noticing the maid who had previously tossed the handkerchief was still present, he added, tell your young lady that I'll be judging. Pausing, he cast a glance at Mingjing and stated, Miss Jiu should come as well. Mingjing scoffed and ignored him, continuing to pluck grass for weaving. Chengli had been intimidated by the young master's imposing presence and dared not approach. Despite his handsome appearance and refined demeanor, when he ceased smiling and assumed a serious expression, he exuded a frightening intensity. After hesitating for some time, unsure of what to do, she heard him mention the judging role. Chengli felt as though she had received a reprieve and hurriedly ran back to inform her lady of the good news. Watching her sister rush off, Mingjing recalled the handkerchief still lay nearby. She pinched it between her fingers and tossed it back at Guan Fengxian. The handkerchief skimmed past his azure-embroidered robe and landed on the ground. Guan Fengxian did not look at the handkerchief, but instead focused on the hand that had just grasped it. Her fingertips were delicate and well-groomed, her skin fair and translucent, resembling tender green shoots. To touch that handkerchief again would only tarnish such exquisite fingers. He called over another girl from their Ruan family. Please return it to its owner. Ruan Mingman glanced around, pointing to herself. Me? Guan Fengxian did not respond but addressed Miss Jiu. You will accompany me to the art and calligraphy gathering. Without waiting for her refusal, he added, if you do not come, I shall immediately release Guan Fengru and have her come to play with you. Mingjing's weaving came to an abrupt halt. If Guan Fengru were to arrive, it would certainly spell trouble for their Ruan family. Even if the fierce girl did not wish to create a scene, her presence could stir chaos. This gathering was organized by her, and her mother placed great importance on it. Having suffered a cough and finally feeling somewhat better, her mother could not be easily agitated. After contemplating, Mingjing realized that if the young master truly set Guan Fengru free, she would indeed find herself at a loss for how to respond. Weighing her options, she reluctantly stood up, brushed the grass remnants from her hands, and tidied her clothing. Let us go. Ruan Chun, concerned for her sister, abandoned the small gift given by Guan Fengxian and rushed over, grabbing Mingjing's sleeve. Fourth sister, your calligraphy and paintings. Mingjing's work was hardly presentable. Even if given an example, it could only be described as a mere imitation lacking in aesthetic and technical merit. Because of this, although she had organized the gathering, no one expected her to participate personally. Ruan Chun's eyes glistened with worry. Ruan Qi and Ruan Mingman were both present at the gathering, and both were quite accomplished in the arts. If the legitimate daughter could not surpass the concubine and the adopted, would she not be ridiculed? She clutched Mingjing's hand tightly, her voice tinged with urgency. What if we say I suddenly fell ill, and you must take me home? It was rare for her to articulate so many words and come up with such a suggestion. Mingjing smiled, taking her sister's hand and adjusting her slightly disheveled hair. It's fine, no need to be anxious. I have my ways. She raised her voice, asking the nearby girls, shall we go watch? Some expressed interest, while others declined. After exchanging glances, Ruan Mingman and Ruan Chun decided to support their fourth sister. Ruan Mingman tightly clutched the handkerchief, feeling uneasy and placing it back into her pocket. Even though Guan Fengxian had instructed her to return it to Ruan Mingman, she found it suspicious for the item to be in his possession. Perhaps it would prove useful later. As Guan Fengxian walked alongside the fourth sister, the two sisters carefully followed behind. The autumn breeze swept through the corridor, carrying a faint chill. Guan Fengxian occasionally glanced at the girl beside him, whose height barely reached his shoulder, and as he admired her raven tresses, he spoke before she could utter a word. I knew you could do it. That's why I intentionally asked you to go. Mingjing, dismissive of his words, chose not to engage. Guan Fengxian continued, you didn't seem to be hiding over there. Rather, you appeared quite indifferent, enjoying a leisurely dispute with others. Noticing her continued silence, he could not help but pause, asserting, I have a keen eye for people. Mingjing shot him a fleeting glance but remained unresponsive, continuing forward. With no other option, Guan Fengxian had to follow suit. As they approached the neighboring courtyard, Qingrui had already returned and was conversing with Ruan Mingman in a secluded spot by the wall, relaying the news of Guan Fengxian's willingness to act as a judge. Ruan Mingman, having given up on her previous plans when she could not stop him, was unexpectedly intrigued by this turn of events. However, the suddenness of this change left her suspicious as she scrutinized Qingrui. Just a moment ago, the young master had been unwilling, so why the sudden shift? Remembering that she had been interrupted by Ruan Mingjing, her gaze sharpened. Did Ruan Mingjing persuade him? Fearing punishment, Qingrui, knowing her lady's preferences, quickly replied, "Of course not." How could Miss Ju possibly persuade the young master? Ruan Mingman's expression softened slightly. Qingrui continued, "I overheard their conversation, and it was after speaking with Miss Ju that the young master changed his mind. As for why, I'm not certain. However, their demeanor seemed quite incompatible." Ruan Mingman pieced together the events, concluding she had grasped the situation. Her expression darkened, and she smirked. So, it's Ruan Mingjing at play. Surely, because Guan Fengru disrupted her engagement, she doesn't want the young master to serve as a judge. She failed to recognize that as the daughter of a fifth-rank official, it was hardly within her means to sway the decision of a prestigious marquis' heir. Ruan Mingman thought of Guan Fengxian's commanding presence and his strikingly handsome features, causing her cheeks to flush. She then inquired about the whereabouts of the handkerchief. Qingrui shook her head. Finally speaking the truth, the young master did not return it to me. I'm not sure where it is now. Ruan Mingman contemplated the situation once more, imagining the circumstances under which he would remain captivated by her, her face flushing deeper. As she turned her gaze, she spotted a group approaching, led by the esteemed young Master Guan and Ruan Mingjing. The atmosphere between the two was peculiar, as if an invisible wall stood between them, characterized by a sense of detachment paired with subtle indifference. Ruan Mingman felt a surge of joy, convinced her earlier deductions were undoubtedly correct. With another thought of the predicament Ruan Mingjing was about to face, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of schadenfreude. Ruan Mingjing had been quietly observing Ruan Mingman, just in time to witness the fleeting look of smugness that crossed her face. She smiled faintly. In truth, had Ruan Mingman chosen anyone else as a stepping stone, she might have succeeded. Unfortunately, her misguided intentions were aimed at Ruan Mingjing. During her previous life, she had spent over a year in the small courtyard, with little to occupy her time, dedicating herself to calligraphy and painting. Only when her hand grew weary from writing would she occasionally craft small trinkets as a diversion. Chapter 21. Like young Master 7, the expansive courtyard was filled with writing desks, with 30 or more tables available for the young ladies to write. The tables were equipped with all the necessary stationery, while maidservants stood by, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Some of the participating girls had seen the 9th miss of the Ruan family before. A few had arrived too early and had already paid their respects to the matriarch, missing her presence. Now, upon seeing her for the first time, they were taken aback by her grace and beauty, eagerly inquiring about the poised girl with striking features. Moreover, who was the young man by her side? He exuded an air of distinction, unmistakably someone of notable pedigree. Upon realizing that the young man was young Master Guan, the girls bashfully averted their gazes, stealing glances at him from time to time. However, learning that the exceptionally beautiful girl was Ruan Mingjing led to a collective expression of disappointment. This legitimate daughter of the inner court was merely eye-catching without any real talent. They had already gathered enough information from Ruan Mingwen and Ruan Mingman, with Ruan Qi's confirmation ensuring their beliefs were not mistaken. Consequently, no one paid attention to Ruan Mingjing. Seeing this, Ruan Xin felt indignant. Truly, they were lacking in discernment, using my sister's belongings, yet treating her with such coldness. Ruan Chun nodded vigorously. Guan Fengxian remarked to Mingjing, although your younger sisters may appear dim-witted, they can see through things more clearly than the others. Mingjing was too disinterested to respond. Guan Fengxian, accustomed to this, simply smiled casually. As the participants began to gather, Ruan Mingman suddenly stepped forward towards Mingjing. Guan Fengxian exclaimed softly. This person's gaze was fierce, and her demeanor was quite frosty, albeit strikingly beautiful. It was then that Mingjing glanced at him briefly. This individual, who claimed to be astute, surprisingly had some merit. Noticing her gaze, Guan Fengxian scratched his nose and muttered, "You actually don't believe me." Their whispered exchange, which might have seemed straightforward to others present, was viewed differently through Ruan Mingman's eyes. She had invited young Master Guan to serve as a judge, hoping he would recognize her exceptional calligraphy and painting, thus validating her reputation as a talented woman. To her dismay, he remained by Ruan Mingjing's side, which left her feeling quite aggrieved. Why should the judge she had invited stand alongside that simpleton? Determined, Ruan Mingman gracefully approached Mingjing, taking her hand with a concerned expression. Sister, we all know your calligraphy and painting skills are not your strong suit. Ruan Mingwen soon followed, nodding in agreement. Ruan Mingman continued. Since you are not adept in this area, there is truly no need to force yourself to compete. What if? She bit her crimson lip, casting shy, quick glances at young Master Guan. Their eyes met, confirming he indeed caught her peeking at him. Lowering her long eyelashes, she murmured, "What if you embarrass yourself? I fear grandmother might blame you for tarnishing the Ruan family's scholarly reputation, and that would be quite a loss." Mingjing gazed down, smiling softly. Ruan Mingman's words were intriguing. They appeared to be advice, yet were laced with derision, suggesting she was intentionally bringing shame to the Ruan family. Just as she was about to retort, a cheerful voice rang out from a distance. Are you implying that if ninth sister insists on participating, she is deliberately seeking to disgrace the Ruan family? The speaker, beaming with warmth, was none other than Ruan Mingwei, the second young master, legitimate son of the second branch of the Ruan family and the proper husband of Guan's family. Ruan Mingwei positioned himself beside Mingjing, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Ruan Mingman for a moment before turning to Mingjing. Fear not, sister. With Cheng brother absent, I shall stand by you. Since you have put in so much effort to organize this art event, it would be unjust for you to suffer any losses. Mingjing, who had little interaction with her paternal relatives in her previous life, was pleasantly surprised by her cousin's integrity, and she smiled as she bowed slightly, thanking him. Ruan Mingwen called out to him, running over with a bright smile. Since you are here, you must support me. She shot a subtle glare at Mingjing, implying that she shouldn't think of riding on her brother's coattails. The bond between the two sisters sharing the same mother was naturally quite close. Ruan Mingwei affectionately ruffled his younger sister's hair. Ruan Mingwen turned her head away, pouting, I am already an adult. Stop treating me like a child, quickly smoothing her hair. The participating girls and the maidservants from the previous household observed the 10th Mrs. innocent demeanor, all breaking into warm smiles. Amidst their chatter, the host and judges arrived in succession. This time, the host of the art event was Lady Yang, the wife of Lord Yang, a fifth-rank official. In her 30s, she was serious and unsmiling, dressed in a dark blue floral embroidered gown with a cross-collar design, adorned with a white jade cloud-patterned sapphire hairpin. Lady Yang had a good relationship with the Shao family. Previously, when her dowry shop encountered difficulties, she sought help from the Shao family, thus forging a connection. With her daughter organizing the art event, the Shao family wanted to ensure she would not be criticized for poor performance, so they advised her that simply attending was sufficient. Participating was optional, and they invited Lady Yang to help lead the event. A few refined ladies from reputable families were also present as judges, alongside cultured young men assisting the female participants. As the girls gathered, they composed themselves, waiting at their desks for the event to commence. Since Mingjing had arrived, she invited Ruan Chun and Ruan Xian to participate as well. After all, if she did not join, and someone inquired why her two sisters were absent, she could claim they were merely following her lead. Now that she had entered the fray, her sisters could not afford to sit idly by, lest they be the subject of gossip without her as a shield. The two sisters, eager to support their elder sister, rolled up their sleeves and joined the competition. Upon seeing the other less favored girls eager to participate, they extended invitations to them as well. After much persuasion, the girls shed their nerves and apprehensions, signing up to join. With the supplies Mingjing had procured, numbering over 50 sets, they were more than sufficient. Additional tables and chairs were brought into the courtyard, and those that could not fit were set up in an adjacent area for another contest. As everyone prepared, the competition began. All participants could either write or paint, submitting their works within the allotted time. Ruan Mingman was brimming with confidence. In her previous life, her skills in calligraphy and painting had been exceptional, and with her rebirth, her abilities had surpassed those of her peers. She was well aware of the girls' varying levels of skill and felt assured she would emerge victorious among these inexperienced young ladies. As the sound of the gong signaled the end of the event, everyone set down their brushes and pens. Some were filled with confident anticipation for the results, while others, despite knowing they had not performed well, felt satisfied simply to have participated. Smiles adorned every face. The artworks were temporarily affixed with small paper notes, ensuring anonymity during the judging process, thus promoting fairness in the results. Ruan Mingman observed as her painting of the tranquil mountains and hidden orchids garnered praise from the judges. And she couldn't help but feel elated. The first place was surely hers. Just then, a youth of about 17 or 18 suddenly exclaimed, drawing the crowd's attention, "Look at this handwriting! Look at this handwriting!" His voice was urgent, his eyes sparkling with an enthusiasm akin to that of a gold seeker who has just unearthed a precious mine. "Come quickly and see." Mrs. Yang and the judges gathered, casting a glance that left them all astonished. After exchanging bewildered looks, they scrutinized the writing with even greater uncertainty. The calligraphy was neither the delicate style favored by young maidens nor the commonly used official script of the court. Instead, it exuded a rare elegance and character, reminiscent of ethereal phoenixes soaring through the skies. Even among men, few could produce such exquisite characters. To award the first prize in the Academy's calligraphy competition to a mere girl from the boudoir would be a disservice to such remarkable artistry. Everyone eagerly unfolded the note, desperate to discover the identity of the author. Upon a mere glance, they were struck dumb. The signature read Ruan Mingjing, the so-called foolish ninth young lady, whom others held in contempt. At that moment, Guan Fengxian's expression was particularly inscrutable, his gaze towards Mingjing laden with complexity. While others might not recognize the script, he had the privilege of encountering it once before. The characters bore a striking resemblance to those of a prominent court figure, Lord Yanxia, a close confidant of the emperor. Chapter 22. Who did you learn from? When Mrs. Yang declared that Wan Jiu, the ninth young lady, was undeniably the first, and that all judges had deemed her writing the best, an extraordinary silence enveloped the venue. The young women glanced from Wan Jiu to Ruan Ba, the eighth young lady, Ruan Mingman. Were it not for Ruan Mingman's earlier remarks about the ninth young lady being a fool who knew nothing of calligraphy, they would not have looked down upon her so. Alas! They had unwittingly provoked the ire of the true Ruan family heiress over a purportedly adopted daughter of the Ruan family. It was a case of regrettable miscalculation. The girls wanted to apologize, to congratulate, yet none could bring themselves to do so. For a moment, the air was filled with Mrs. Yang's judgments and subsequent praises for other commendable works. In their state of confusion, someone stepped forward to approach Mingjing. "I was wrong before. I listened to others' disparaging words about you." The newcomer was a girl of 14 or 15, clad in a sky-blue brocade robe adorned with willow patterns. Her smile bright and gracious. "I am the daughter of the Feng family from the Dali Temple. I will send you an invitation for our next banquet." The Feng family was well regarded, with Feng Shaoqing holding a fourth-rank official position, making them one of the most illustrious families present, second only to the Guan family. Among the many attendees, it was Miss Feng who first extended a friendly gesture, and Mingjing, charmed by her disposition, readily replied, "I would be honored. I look forward to receiving your invitation." Upon hearing the ninth young lady's response, Feng Wanning felt an affinity for her character, her smile becoming even more amiable as she engaged Mingjing in conversation about calligraphy. Gradually, other girls joined the dialogue. Ruan Mingman watched as her peers distanced themselves, gravitating towards Ruan Mingjing, her face darkening with anger as she leaned against the table to sit down slowly. Ruan Mingwen pushed her, exclaiming, "Didn't you say she was incompetent? How is it that she is suddenly capable?" Ruan Mingman shot her a fierce look, which startled Ruan Mingwen momentarily. Yet, when she glanced back, Mingman's demeanor had returned to its previous softness. Was it merely her imagination? Wan Shi interjected, "Actually, eighth sister didn't mean any harm. Ninth sister practiced secretly. How could we have known?" As the youngest among the legitimate children of the former state, Ruan Mingwen was accustomed to being favored. She prided herself on her straightforwardness and could not abide those who pretended to be modest while secretly honing their skills. Hearing Wan Qi's remarks only intensified her disdain for Ruan Mingjing. "Is that not the case, Mingman?" she inquired. "I am not so sure," Ruan Mingman replied softly. "After all, ninth sister rarely allows us into her courtyard." Ruan Mingyao, who had been listening nearby, cast a sidelong glance at Ruan Mingwen and asked Ruan Mingman. Eighth sister often claimed she was talented in calligraphy and painting, attributing it to diligent practice. Why is it acceptable for her to practice in secret, while it is not for ninth sister? With tears in her eyes, Ruan Mingman turned to Ruan Mingwen, who quickly retorted, "Eighth sister is a talented woman. Having predicted many significant events in the capital, how could she possibly be compared to someone like Ruan Mingjing? Has she ever assisted us in any way to warrant your defense? Ruan Mingwen found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ruan Mingman maintained her composure, smiling gently. Ruan Qi glanced at her, then loudly declared, "Ninth sister has faced hardships too. She recently contended with a Yen family and lost her engagement." The nearby girls, unaware of Ruan Mingjing's circumstances, were intrigued by this gossip. What happened? She once had a betrothal that she lost? Was it due to her ill temper that she was rejected? Ruan Mingwen immediately embellished the account of Mingjing's temperament and the reasons behind her broken engagement, which only served to infuriate Ruan Mingyao further. Desiring Ruan Mingman as assistance in deflecting the situation, she turned to look for her, only to find that Ruan Mingman had vanished without a trace. Mingjing conversed casually with those girls who had approached her, offering them snacks and enlisting Ruan Xian and Ruan Chun to assist in serving. Just as Ruan Mingyao arrived, still fuming, Mingjing instructed her sisters to offer her some refreshments as well. "I want to eat." Ruan Mingyao snapped, her irritation directed not at Mingjing but rather at the situation. "I'm not hungry." Mingjing smiled and said, "If sister is not fatigued and has no appetite, why not assist in hosting our guests? I could use a moment's respite." The truth was, she did not wish to be idle nor was she overwhelmed. Rather, this was the former estate, the domain of the main and secondary branches. Since Ruan Mingyao was present, it would be only proper for her, as a legitimate daughter of the rear estate, to allow Ruan Mingyao to receive the guests. Mingjing turned to Ruan Xian and Ruan Chun, instructing, "Please assist seventh sister." Ruan Mingyao initially intended to refuse but, seeing her two younger sisters eager to help, muttered, "Fine. You win," and accompanied Ruan Xian and Ruan Chun into the throng of girls. Ruan Xian and Ruan Chun found seventh sister agreeable, and they all relaxed, smiling as they joined the others. Mingjing had them assist because there were also other illegitimate daughters present. Previously, as they all played together, the others had become acquainted with her sisters, making it easier for them to mingle. With that taken care of, Mingjing decided to retreat to the corridor for a moment's rest, only to discover Guanfengxian standing alone, gazing into the distance. As she attempted to tiptoe away quietly, he called out, "Where are you running off to?" Mingjing turned around, noticing he still gazed at the horizon, clearly knowing she had arrived without turning. He did not inquire further but instead asked, "Are you satisfied, my lord?" Guanfengxian, momentarily baffled, turned towards her. "Didn't you say that seeing eighth sister unhappy brought you joy?" As Mingjing walked away, she remarked, "Now that I have triumphed, she is naturally displeased. Your goal has been accomplished. You must be satisfied." Only then did Guanfengxian recall the pretext for summoning her. He had completely forgotten about that irrelevant eighth miss and was now preoccupied with the striking resemblance of the calligraphy to that of Lord Yanxia. Noticing Mingjing preparing to leave, he quickly took long strides to catch up with her, but as she continued toward the bustling area, he reached out to stop her. Mingjing turned sharply, glaring fiercely at him. Guanfengxian promptly let go, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I merely feared that if you left, we would have no chance to converse. Please stay so we can have a proper discussion, all right?" Recognizing his rare concession, Mingjing pondered for a moment before taking a few steps back into the courtyard, saying, "Speak." Guanfengxian, having observed her temperament, knew that she might walk away at any moment if displeased, so he quickly asked, "How did you learn to write like that? Who was your teacher?" Mingjing had already prepared her response. "While playing at the Yen residence, I chanced upon a calligraphy manual, found it beautiful, and decided to learn from it." In truth, there was no such manual, though one could say there was. In a previous life, someone had slipped something through the gap beneath the gate of a small courtyard. Chapter 23. Calling out to Mingjing, during this time in her past life, her calligraphy was indeed lacking. After marriage, she was confined in the small courtyard, shrouded in darkness, with no chance to go outside. One day, during the interval between meals when no one was present, someone unexpectedly sent in writing supplies and calligraphy works through the crack beneath the courtyard door. With nothing to occupy her time, Mingjing began to practice writing and painting. The servant who delivered the meals only left the food at the gate, opened the door to place the box down, and took away the previous meals box before locking the door behind her. Thus, she was unaware of Mingjing's artistic endeavors. The ink, paper, and brushes had been continuously supplied, all pushed through the gap beneath the door. Mingjing had no idea who was sending them but suspected it was Yuheng, for she could hardly think of anyone else who would send her gifts. However, the calligraphy was evidently superior to Yuheng's, and she surmised it was created by someone he had commissioned. This thought arose from noticing that the ink on one page had not dried completely, leaving a faint mark on the previous page, indicating it was freshly written. Mingjing had long since given up on Yuheng and had no desire to engage with him. Yet, because he periodically remembered to send her writing supplies and these sheets of calligraphy for her to practice with to pass the time, she felt compelled to eventually confront him about his treatment of her. The outcome was that she discovered he was to marry Ruan Mingman. Reflecting on the past, Mingjing endeavored to calm her emotions, suppressing her myriad thoughts, and smiled brightly, expressing her surprise at having excelled merely by practicing from the calligraphy sheets. It was uncommon for anyone to attain such mastery in calligraphy and painting within a year and more. Yet, with nothing else to do, she devoted 12 full hours each day to practicing writing and painting, apart from eating and sleeping. Perhaps her dedication and natural talent had unwittingly led her to achieve this. She was inherently striking, though usually tranquil and composed, exuding warmth. At that moment, when her true smile illuminated her features, her charm became undeniable. Guan Fengxian observed her in silence. After a while, he recalled that she had played at the Yen residence since childhood, practicing with the calligraphy of the 7th Master Yen, which seemed quite natural. Instinctively, he wanted to offer a cautionary word. Given the current discord between the Yen and Ruan families, it was certain that the 7th Master Yen would have no further ties with her. However, he left his thoughts unspoken and instead remarked, "Your calligraphy is quite impressive." Generally, the 7th Master Yen used a formal and conventional style in public, but his true handwriting resembled hers. Few were aware of this, and Guan Fengxian thought it best not to inform Miss Jiu, lest it burden her mind. A girl as disciplined as she would certainly prefer to avoid any association with men outside her family. Having said what he needed, Guan Fengxian felt it inappropriate to linger and intended to bid farewell to Mingjing. Unexpectedly, Ruan Mingman appeared, seemingly hesitant, her delicate features soft as she called out, "Cousin Guan." Guan Fengxian couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Among the many young ladies and gentlemen of the previous estate, few dared to seek his acquaintance. Yet here was a mere adopted daughter from the back residence boldly addressing him as cousin. "Did I agree to that? Who are you?" "I don't recall having a cousin like you," he said, adjusting his sleeves leisurely. Ruan Mingman replied, "My handkerchief is probably still with you, cousin." Guan Fengxian feigned realization. "Since your belongings are with your cousin, and I am not your cousin, they must not be with me." As Ruan Mingman attempted to persist, his demeanor suddenly shifted, and he coldly stated, "If you don't believe me, have your servants search me. If they find anything, I shall bow and apologize. But if they do not..." He smiled provocatively. "Then you must kneel and give me 10 loud bows. What do you say? Do you dare?" Ruan Mingman felt a chill of intimidation. This man was not to be trifled with. He was capable of publicly severing an enemy's head in battle. She instinctively took a few steps back. Guan Fengxian scoffed lightly. Nodding towards Mingjing, "Sister Jing, I must take my leave." He turned and departed. Mingjing was utterly speechless. This man was truly something. He left, still intent on provoking her. Unsurprisingly, Ruan Mingman stood rigid, her gaze piercing like a poisoned blade. The scion of the Guan family forbade her from calling him cousin, yet felt comfortable addressing Mingjing as sister. Ruan Mingman thought it must be Mingjing's machinations at play, speaking ill of her to Guan Fengxian. Knowing Ruan Mingman's nature, Mingjing realized that explaining the truth would be futile. She would remain suspicious. Thus, she chose to say nothing, treating Ruan Mingman as if she were invisible, and continued on her way. As the luncheon commenced, the echoes of the calligraphy and painting competition gradually faded. Today, old Madame Ruan appeared quite pleased. The girls of the Ruan family had shone brightly, with Mingjing taking first place, while Ruan Mingman's painting and Ruan Qi's calligraphy received commendations. However, these were merely the accomplishments of the back residence girls. The only unmarried granddaughters of the front residence were the 7th Miss Ruan Mingyao and the 10th Miss Ruan Mingwen, both of whom did not particularly stand out in this event. Therefore, it was unclear how much of old Madame Ruan's joy was genuine. Nonetheless, even if Ruan Mingwen did not receive accolades, old Madame Ruan still allowed her to nestle in her embrace, playfully introducing this beloved granddaughter to the other womenfolk. "This child has been spoiled by me since childhood, utterly unruly. I hope everyone can bear with her." As if casually mentioning, she added, "Now that she is betrothed, she still doesn't let me rest easy." Lady Guo inquired. May I ask which young gentleman she is engaged to? The legitimate son of Lord Deng, the minister of the imperial household, old Madame Ruan replied with pride. In reality, the families had arranged a childhood engagement. When the late Lord Deng passed away, his son had been unable to return to court due to mourning, and the marriage was arranged at a time when the families were well matched. After a few years, Lord Deng was reinstated, and having risen in rank, he now held the position of a third-grade minister. This was considered a step up for the front residents. Fortunately, the children had grown up together, and the Deng family maintained their integrity, not dismissing the Ruan family simply because of their elevated status. Ruan Mingman's engagement was thus quite favorable. However, the Deng family was ultimately of a higher standing, and the two families did not have frequent interactions, except that the young master of the Deng family would occasionally visit. The womenfolk naturally offered their congratulations. Ruan Mingwen, blushing, nestled into her grandmother's embrace, eliciting warm smiles from the onlookers. Ruan Qi looked at her with envy and softly remarked to Ruan Mingman, if only we could have such a good match too. Ruan Mingman remained silent, her gaze fixated on a corner of her garment adorned with entwined branches, deep in thought. I wouldn't mind. My talents are merely mediocre, Ruan Qi continued, but you, Sister Ba, are renowned for your abilities. How can you allow someone like the 10th sister to surpass you? Only then did Ruan Mingman softly respond. Please do not speak carelessly. After the banquet concluded, on the way back, Ruan Xian, noticing no one was paying attention, stealthily approached Mingjing and produced the handkerchief, 4th sister. I've kept this with me all along, never daring to part with it. Chapter 24. The lost item. Mingjing truly wished to avoid handling anything belonging to Ruan Mingman. Even the slightest contact felt distasteful. Therefore, she had refused to take the item at that moment. In truth, the loss of the item did not concern her. If it were truly taken by someone else, it would be Ruan Mingman's embarrassment, not hers. However, she vaguely recalled Guan Fengxian instructing Ruan Xian to return the item to Ruan Mingman, so why was it still here? Ruan Xian explained in a hushed voice. I felt that third sister's actions were inappropriate and considered whether to speak to mother about it. So, I took the liberty of keeping it. Her voice grew softer, clearly embarrassed by her own impulsiveness. Mingjing couldn't help but scrutinize Ruan Xian closely. She possesses a delicate and pleasing appearance, often smiling and jesting amidst a throng of people, yet more frequently found lost in her own thoughts. Previously, she had paid little attention to her half-sisters. However, as they gradually interacted in this life, she came to realize that Ruan Xian was cautious and prudent, while Ruan Chan exhibited sincerity and kindness, each possessing their own remarkable virtues. Well done, Mingjing praised. When we return, you must accompany me to see mother and recount the events of today. The handkerchief left behind bore its advantages. For instance, it served as evidence to raise concerns about Ruan Mingman's ulterior motives before the Shao family. Naturally, only the matters concerning Guan Fengxian's encounter with her and the handkerchief would be mentioned, for with so many other young ladies present, it was impossible to conceal everything completely. It was better to be forthright with their mother. This would also allow her to comprehend Ruan Mingman's alertness. Other details could remain unspoken, lest their mother overthink and fret unnecessarily during her illness. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xian felt a twinge of trepidation, tightly gripping the corners of the handkerchief. Will mother blame me for being meddlesome? After all, their mother had always been very fond of the third sister. Of course not, Mingjing chuckled. With me here, how could mother possibly reproach you? Just say I instructed you to keep it safe. You were merely following my guidance. Comforted by her sister's protective words, Ruan Xian contemplated for a moment before joyfully nodding in agreement. On their return journey, Mingjing, mindful of Xiao's frail condition, arranged for their mother to travel alone in a separate carriage to ensure she could rest undisturbed by the chatter of her daughters. After disembarking, Xiao appeared somewhat revitalized. Mama Su discreetly informed the fourth young lady, fortunately, Miss has been considerate. The lady slept throughout, which allowed her to recuperate. The young ladies approached Xiao to pay their respects, but she dismissed them all to return to their quarters. Mingjing specifically engaged Ruan Xian in conversation about the latest trends in flowers, seemingly oblivious to their mother's request for them to return to the courtyard. Drawing her alongside Xiao and indulging in endless chatter, Ruan Mingman remarked to Ruan Qi, Sister is rather inconsiderate of mother. Can't she see how weary mother is after a long day? Ruan Qi replied, Indeed. Aunt Dong, who had been waiting nearby, approached and overheard their conversation, exclaiming, "The third young lady is truly commendable. She understands the importance of consideration. Ruan Qi, when will you learn to be as thoughtful as her?" Ruan Qi smiled brightly, linking her arm with Aunt Dong's. Ruan Mingman glanced back at Xiao and Mingjing, then raised her gaze to Aunt Dong and Ruan Qi. Deep down, she recognized the chasm between herself and them. She had to seize everything by force to elevate her status. While those favored daughters were born with privileges she could only dream of. Reflecting on Guan Fengxian's aloofness and haughty demeanor earlier, Ruan Mingman lowered her gaze to the cobblestones beneath her feet for a moment. One cannot hang oneself on a single tree, especially someone as solitary as her. With her mind made up, she called for Qing. "Is the box of pastries given by the matriarch still around?" "Yes, it's well preserved. Deliver it secretly to the Yan residence, avoiding detection, and tell young Master Yan that I selected these pastries for him during my visit to the previous residence." Qing, overwhelmed with joy, nodded eagerly. Previously, such tasks were entrusted to Qing, but now that Qing had fallen out of favor with the young lady, this opportunity was hers. She hurriedly agreed. Ruan Mingman seemingly casually inquired, "Was it truly young Master Guan who left the handkerchief?" Upon hearing her calm tone, Qing's heart skipped a beat, and she pondered quickly before answering slowly. "Originally, he did say he left it. However, Miss Jiao was speaking with him at the time and urged me to leave. What they discussed afterward, or whether he changed his mind, I do not know." Ruan Mingman recalled Guan Fengxian's mention of Sister Jean and felt a surge of resentment, nodding, "I understand. Hurry and go. Remember to speak well of me to young Master Yan." Qing sighed in relief, responding repeatedly as she hurried away. In the Mei Xiang courtyard, Ruan Xin presented the handkerchief to Xiao, nervously stammering as she recounted the events to her mother. Xiao smiled and praised Ruan Xin, even sending a box of candies her way, which delighted Ruan Xin immensely. Mingjing was aware that Ruan Mingman held significant importance in their mother's heart. Having been cherished for over a decade, it was unlikely that suspicions would arise overnight. Therefore, she had no intention of exploiting this handkerchief to cast doubt on Ruan Mingman's character. However, since Ruan Xin had preserved the handkerchief, it would be beneficial to bring it to their mother's attention. She sought not immediate conclusions, but rather aimed to leave a lasting impression on their mother. Over time, she hoped that their mother would come to understand the true nature of Ruan Mingman. Moreover, their mother had Mama Su by her side for support. Mingjing conversed with Xiao for a while longer, occasionally glancing at the handkerchief on the table before eventually taking her leave. As she departed, she turned back to look at the handkerchief once more before withdrawing her gaze from the room. Once the young lady had left, Mama Su peered through the window at her retreating figure and reminded the lady, "Shouldn't you inquire a bit more about the handkerchief from the third young lady?" Xiao, flipping through a nearby ledger, remarked absent-mindedly, "It's natural to misplace something in the garden. It merely fell near young Master Guan. It's nothing of great concern." Mama Su interjected, "But I've heard that young Master Guan never associates with ladies. He spoke with the fourth young lady only because the handkerchief was in his possession, which he returned. Why would he assume it belonged to the fourth young lady?" Xiao slowly closed the ledger and placed it back on the table. "What are you insinuating?" she inquired. "I merely find it peculiar," Mama Su replied, lowering her head, unable to articulate exactly what seemed strange. Xiao contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us keep this handkerchief for now. If I have the opportunity to meet young Master Guan, I will inquire about it."
Mama Su cautioned.
"Wouldn't that make it seem like the fourth young lady is stirring up trouble?" After all, the handkerchief ultimately ended up with the fourth young lady, who returned it alongside the sixth young lady. Given that young Master Guan had seen the item, he would undoubtedly know it was associated with the fourth young lady and her mother. Xiao, growing impatient, tapped the ledger, exclaiming, "What then should we do?" She could not help but cough a few times into her hand. She had never been fond of the intricacies of the inner household. It was precisely for this reason that their mother had insisted on having Mama Su accompany her as a form of assistance. Mama Su pondered, "How about this? I shall destroy the handkerchief. As for you, keep this matter in mind. Should anything arise concerning the third young lady in the future, reflect on today." Mama Su considered that perhaps the fourth young lady had the same intention. Xiao nodded in agreement and resumed her perusal of the ledger. Mama Su called for a brazier to be brought forth and, in Xiao's presence, burned the handkerchief. The following morning, someone from the previous residence came to see Xiao. reporting that the first-place calligraphy piece of Miss Jiao had gone missing and could not be found despite thorough searches throughout the residence. Chapter 25. A new plan. The matriarch sent someone to relay her message regarding the lost item, suggesting it was likely taken inadvertently by a girl who admired the calligraphy. Since she has received accolades, Miss Jiao likely does not mind, the messenger added. After the messenger departed, Xiao was so incensed that she nearly smashed her teacup. That cunning old woman. All of my children's belongings are meticulously hidden, yet my daughter's hard-earned prize has vanished? Xiao fumed. I wonder if it was intentionally discarded. Mama Su interjected. The previous residents wouldn't deliberately cause trouble for the young lady. It is possible that it truly was lost. Xiao reclined against the pillow, coughing repeatedly, and pointed towards the previous residents with a sneer. With their miserly nature, they wouldn't lose something significant.
Mama Su, get softly.
Let us not inform the young lady just yet. Xiao gradually calmed down, wishing to spare her daughter from distress. A girl who is often looked down upon and deemed incapable suddenly gains honor and then loses it. It would naturally be disheartening. She did not want her daughter to suffer. Mama Su soothed Xiao's back and nodded in agreement. Since this was being concealed, Mingjing was naturally unaware of the incident that had transpired. She had been preoccupied with other matters and had not directed her thoughts towards the previous residents. Days passed. The attendant at the back gate of the manor seized an opportunity to report to her, stating that, following the fourth Mrs. instructions, they had been diligently monitoring the situation. After the calligraphy and painting gathering, the third Mrs. associate had sent items out several times. The one leaving was Chengli, who claimed to be going out to purchase personal items for the young lady, advising them not to inquire further. However, the head maid beside the young lady truly needed to go out for shopping. There was no need for her to sneak out through the back door. The guards at the back gate recorded this as per the fourth Mrs. directive and promptly informed her. Mingjing understood that Ruan Mingman had likely not given up on Yuheng. If she was not mistaken in her previous life, it was Chengli who assisted Ruan Mingman in these endeavors. Chengli was an extremely reliable and cautious maid, known for her meticulousness. Ruan Mingman maintained the trust of Mingjing and Madame Xiao in her previous life largely due to Chengli's adept handling of matters. Unfortunately, after the incident where Madame Guan was injured by a teacup, Ruan Mingman lost faith in Chengli and sent her to clean the courtyard, instead placing her trust in Chengli. Mingjing felt that Chengli was far more reliable and prudent than Chengli. Had Chengli been entrusted with delivering items to Yuheng, she would have devised a more foolproof method, ensuring that no mistakes could be pointed out. The change in personnel had led to oversights. After rewarding the informant with some silver coins, Mingjing pondered for a moment before changing her attire to pay her respects to her mother. Upon entering the Meixiang courtyard, she faintly heard coughing. Upon reaching the room, a strong medicinal scent wafted through the air. Mingjing hurried to the Luohan bed and noticed her mother leaning against the pillow, her complexion pale, and quickly sat beside her. What has worsened again? You seemed fine when I visited the front manor last time, she exclaimed anxiously. Perhaps due to her mother's success at the front manor. She had returned feeling much lighter, and her cough had seemed somewhat improved that evening. Why had it suddenly worsened? Mingjing was deeply worried, fearing that her mother's condition might deteriorate further. Mama Su hesitated to mention that the lady had been upset over the loss of the young lady's writings. Noting that while the symptoms had eased after hearing of her daughter's first-place achievement, she had been distressed again the following day upon learning of the lost writings. She remarked, as the weather grows colder, such fluctuations are normal. With proper care, she should recover. Then mother should rest more, Mingjing suggested, noticing the numerous account books on the table, all marked with annotations. She addressed Madame Xiao. Why must you trouble yourself with these while unwell? Are you not worried about exhausting your health? Madame Xiao took her daughter's hand, caressing the back of it. What does it matter if I do not personally oversee these matters? Aunt Dong can assist with the household affairs, but my own assets cannot be entrusted to outsiders. Mingjing recalled the solitary courtyard of her previous life and proposed, Mother, why not teach me? Once I learn to manage accounts, I can help with the shop's affairs, allowing you to rest well. Madame Xiao was taken aback by her daughter's sudden suggestion. She had mentioned it before, but her daughter had seemed uninterested and had refused to learn. Why the change today? Mama Su's face lit up with joy, and she turned to Madame Xiao, saying, the young lady has truly grown up. Her tone was filled with delight. Having served the Xiao family for many years and accompanying the lady to their Ruan family, the bond between them was akin to family. Madame Xiao felt that her daughter had reached the age for marriage, and with the recent uncertainties surrounding potential suitors, she was quite anxious. regardless of the past. Learning household management and shopkeeping could distract her daughter from dwelling on the unfulfilled engagement, which would be difficult to bear. If that is the case, come to me when you have free time, and I shall teach you a thing or two. Mingjing had not anticipated such a pleasant turn of events during her visit and gladly accepted. In her previous life, her mother had offered to teach her, but she had been too lazy to agree. Her mother had believed that a young lady from a scholarly family should not be burdened with such toils, and thus had refrained from insisting on her education in these matters, providing her with a few capable hands for managing accounts when she married. In the early days of the small courtyard, Mingjing often thought how wonderful it would be to possess such skills. Even engaging with an abacus to pass the time would have been delightful. At that time, there had been no characters to practice. She could read and write, but had only managed to have the serving maid convey messages for books. However, Yuheng had not approved. Later, perhaps softening, he had sent her some books along with the 4 treasures of the study, which were rather dull, discussing rivers, lakes, mountains, or calming scriptures. She had hidden them under her bed, finding them tedious. Practicing calligraphy and painting was far more enjoyable. Since these had been secretly given, she had made sure to keep them hidden and had not mentioned them to the serving maid. This life, being able to learn accounting from her mother, was indeed a blessing. Mingjing began to contemplate purchasing a beautiful abacus for her future practice. However, these could all be discussed later. The primary reason for her visit today was to discuss more pressing matters with her mother. Mingjing took Madame Xiao's arm, initially chatting about trivial matters before skillfully steering the conversation towards Ruan Mingman's engagement. Mother, have you truly made no plans regarding third sister's marriage? How could I have never considered it? Madame Xiao replied, I have selected a suitable family for her. Mingjing had been eagerly awaiting this statement and quickly urged, please tell me more in detail. Chapter 26. Discussion. Mingjing was well aware that her mother had chosen a commendable match for Ruan Mingman, which was precisely why she had drawn her mother into the conversation, hoping to discuss her own plans. If all went as expected, shortly after her engagement with the Yan family, her mother would bring up this match with Ruan Mingman. If she were to marry, Ruan Mingman could at least live a peaceful and worry-free life. However, Ruan Mingman had rejected the proposal. Madame Xiao did not press her further. She summoned a copper basin for Mingjing to wash her hands, personally taking a silk handkerchief to carefully dry her daughter's hands. I have my eye on the legitimate son of Lord Yu from the cavalry camp. I fear you may not know who Lord Yu is, she explained. His family is modest. Although he is a military man, his son, young Master Yu, enjoys studying and has achieved a 9th grade official position. Mingjing recalled that in her previous life, her mother had spoken of this very marriage to Ruan Mingman. Lord Yu held a 5th grade official rank, equal in status to her father, Ruan Kong. This match was certainly well suited. She had encountered young Master Yu during her visits to various families. His demeanor and appearance were both commendable. He was a fine young man, quite ambitious, now approximately 22 or 23 years old. Having passed the imperial examination, he did not wish to remain a burden on his family and had secured a 9th grade position. Should he aspire for further advancement, he could participate in the spring examinations to strive for a higher rank. Had it not been for young Master Yu's delay in marriage due to his scholarly pursuits, a family of such standing would be unattainable for Ruan Mingman, a mere adopted daughter. They had agreed to the union primarily because Ruan Mingman had been raised by Madame Xiao. Even if young Master Yu could not attain a rank higher than 4th grade, with his father's support and connections, he could easily reach the 5th or 6th grade if he were fortunate. This remained case even if he chose to forego the spring examinations. Should he continue in the civil service and succeed in passing the imperial examinations, his future would be limitless. Regrettably, Ruan Mingman had persistently opposed the match. Mingjing had once thought that Ruan Mingman simply did not wish to marry into a military family, as she had often claimed to despise martial men, finding them quite fierce. Yet now it appeared more complex. First, Ruan Mingman had pursued Yuheng, her intentions clear. Secondly, the Guan family, also military, did not seem to deter her from courting Guanxizhi. It was likely that Ruan Mingman sought a higher status, considering that Guan's patriarch held only a 5th grade official position, akin to her father. She appeared unwilling to settle for less, aspiring instead for an even more distinguished family. The Yan family, with the talented Yan Qi, had prospects for entering the cabinet, ensuring that the Yan family would flourish under his protection for at least 2 generations. The Guan family now stands among the noble ranks, possessing hereditary titles that set them apart from ordinary military generals. In the realm of martial families, the absence of such titles often leads to a decline, as descendants struggle to establish their place on the battlefield. In truth, Master Yu's pursuit of the imperial examination serves as a viable pathway for future generations. His efforts to achieve success in the scholarly realm amidst a lineage of warriors are indeed commendable. Upon hearing her mother speak, Mingjing, savoring a few fruits, turned and inquired, "What if third sister is discontent with this marriage proposal? What shall you do then, mother? Young Master Yu is indeed a fine gentleman, diligent in his pursuits, and the elders in the family are amiable." Xiao pondered. Surely Mingman does not harbor aversion towards this union. Mingjing could not help but internally scoff. It was not so much disdain as it was a lack of regard. Finishing the last of her fruit, Mingjing wiped her hands and settled beside her mother, adopting a serious demeanor. "I wish to request something of you." Xiao, amused by her daughter's earnest expression, encouraged her to speak. "If third sister is truly resolute in rejecting this match, I hope you might consider facilitating a connection between the Yu family and seventh sister." Xiao was taken aback by such a suggestion, pausing as she held a handkerchief, contemplating the implications. Within the confines of their home, with only the three of them and Su Mama present, there was no need for pretense. Mingyao, the eldest daughter of the Ruan family, was a name she did not recall fondly, as she was not well acquainted with her. "What prompted you to think of her?" Xiao queried, recalling that the matter of Mingman's marriage had already led her to dismiss the maids. "Wanda, the father of Mingyao, currently oversees family affairs without holding any official position. Nevertheless, it is customary for a woman to marry into a family of higher status. Additionally, Ruana's second and third sons serve in the court, and as the legitimate daughter of the Ruan family's main branch, this union is indeed feasible." However, Xiao found herself perplexed by Mingjing's sudden mention of this prospect. In truth, Mingjing had merely recalled that seven sisters' marriage had yet to be settled. Observing her mother's expression, Mingjing feigned nonchalance. To be candid, old Madame Wan possessed considerable foresight. She recognized her son's struggles in the civil service examinations and arranged commendable matches for her grandchildren. By some stroke of luck, they encountered families such as the Guan and Deng households, who later rose in prominence. Mingyao had initially been betrothed to a family whose son met with an untimely demise, leading to delays in her marriage discussions. Mingjing remembered that in her previous life, unforeseen circumstances had compelled the old madam to hasten Mingwen's marriage, setting the date just a month after Mingjing's originally planned nuptials. Among the sisters, Mingman was known to be adopted, which rendered her situation distinct and beyond reproach. However, the fact that Mingyao remained unmarried impeded the prospects of the younger sisters. The old madam had initially intended to leverage Mingjing's status, prolonging seventh sister's marriage with various rationalizations, thus preventing Mingjing from marrying early. Unbeknownst to the old madam, Mingjing was willing to wait. Meanwhile, Yuheng had a concubine attending to him, and Meng was not particularly eager for her son to wed. Xiao, firm in her stance, refused to yield to the old matriarch's whims, aware that if they sought to appease her, she might demand exorbitant sums from the Xiao family. With the desire for her daughter to marry later, Xiao decided to negotiate with the Yan family to postpone the wedding date. The old madam was oblivious to the fact that the Yan family had already consented to delay the union, a detail Xiao had kept from the previous household. Occasionally, when the old madam inquired about Mingjing's marriage, Xiao would deflect with vague responses. Yet, after all that Mingjing had endured, she began to express concern for seventh sister's marriage. Xiao hesitated, more intrigued by how Mingjing had come to believe that Mingman was uninterested in this proposal. Had Mingman confided in her? Or had Mingjing simply perceived something? Xiao had intended to discuss the Yu family's proposal with Mingman in due course, considering that the Yu family had recently shown interest in a match. Though the arrangement was not officially confirmed, it appeared likely to succeed. Inquiring prematurely could provide an opportunity to reassess should Mingman truly be reluctant, thus preventing any further delay for young Master Yu. While Xiao contemplated these matters, Mingjing was devising ways to persuade her mother to relent. She held faith in her mother's judgment, believing that the family Xiao had chosen for Mingman would surely be suitable. If a union could be established, two noble souls could live harmoniously together. Seizing a moment of silence, Mingjing mused, "Do you recall third sister's handkerchief?" Xiao nodded. "It has already been burned. There is no need to worry about it falling into the wrong hands." Did Kunyang ever ponder why the handkerchief of the third miss fell before the crown prince? Why did the crown prince believe the handkerchief belonged to me? Xiao's expression stiffened, and she instinctively straightened her back, sitting upright. Mingjing continued, stating that when the crown prince sought to return the handkerchief, he took a secluded path to avoid tarnishing my reputation. Had he chosen the main road, no doubt he would have been intercepted by the third Mrs. Entourage, allowing for a private conversation between them. Xiao lowered her gaze, smoothing the subtle creases of her garment. Remaining silent, Mama Su hesitantly interjected, suggesting that the third miss must have borrowed my name, sending a maid to meet the crown prince, and inadvertently leaving the handkerchief in his presence. Mingjing felt a surge of delight, turning her gaze toward Mama Su, encouraging her to elaborate. Mama Su continued, noting that if the third miss managed to converse privately with the crown prince without witnesses, it would at least leave an impression on him. However, if they were seen together, rumors would inevitably arise, potentially burdening the crown prince with a sense of obligation. As they were cousins, Xiao interrupted Mama Su, casting a stern gaze, revealing her impatience. She felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. Mingjing quickly remarked, "But she used my name to approach the crown prince. Mother, consider this. If she did not intend for him to misunderstand, how could the astute crown prince mistakenly think the item was mine?" Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Mingjing added, "I speak only the truth. If you doubt me, I can summon the crown prince to clarify. He would surely not take sides between me and the third miss, but would speak the truth." Xiao remained in stunned silence, her eyes fixed on the potted green plants on the display shelf. Mama Su wished to further persuade, but Mingjing gently shook her head to halt her. Mingjing understood that her mother was beginning to grasp the situation, yet the notion that her own daughter could scheme against her biological child was something Xiao found hard to accept. It was essential to give her mother ample time to contemplate. Mingjing slipped away quietly. By the time Xiao realized her daughter was absent, Mingjing had long departed. "Is Mingman truly such a person?" Xiao murmured softly. Now, only she and Mama Su remained in the room. Noticing the glimmer of tears at the corner of her lady's eyes, Mama Su offered to wipe her sweat, gently brushing away the tears as well, and said, "You have always been wise. You surely understand the situation now, so there is no need for me to elaborate further." Xiao, utterly exhausted, let out a long sigh. Emerging from Meixiang Courtyard, Mingjing had initially planned to take a leisurely stroll before returning to Lanqing Courtyard. However, just a few steps outside Meixiang, she spotted Mama Lu waiting by the roadside. Mama Lu was her steward and held a close relationship with her. Upon seeing Mingjing approach, Mama Lu hurried forward, speaking softly, stating that the doorman had just informed her that the eldest son of the Yan family sought an audience with the fourth miss. Mama Lu described Yan Yuheng's current state, reportedly quite haggard, with sunken eyes, and his clothing appeared significantly looser, indicating he had lost considerable weight. It was evident that the past period had been quite arduous for him. Mingjing found this curious. After enduring so much, it seemed unreasonable for Yan Yuheng and Meng Shi to continue their pursuit of her. On the contrary, given the private connection between Ruan Mingman and Yan Yuheng, he should have shifted his affections toward her. Why was he not cultivating a passionate relationship with Ruan Mingman, yet still sought her out? Could it be that he harbored lingering feelings and wished to rekindle their engagement? She dismissed the thought. Mingjing felt repulsed at the notion of even glancing at that insincere man, simply stating her busy schedule and her lack of time to entertain him. Mama Lu acquiesced and cheerfully departed. Mingjing's previously good mood was now soured. Feeling vexed, she decided to head straight back to Lanqing Courtyard, as if doing so would distance her from the foul stench of the Yan family. To her surprise, as she approached the entrance of Lanqing Courtyard, she saw Bishi peering curiously around the gate. Upon spotting Mingjing, Bishi rushed over and whispered, "Miss, while I was selecting rouge with Ma Nao, someone from the Yan family delivered a letter for you, instructing not to let anyone know. Ma Nao is currently holding the letter inside, waiting for you." Mingjing instinctively assumed it was a letter from Yan Yuheng and intended to refuse it. However, she reconsidered. If it were truly his letter, why would he send someone to deliver it? So she inquired about the messenger's appearance. Bishi recalled. It was somewhat like the sedan chair-bearer who stopped the carriage that day. He was robust and rather fierce-looking, very strong. Mingjing's pace slowed. How could it be Yan Xia? Why would he send her a letter? Chapter 28. Not just a letter. Upon returning to her room, Mingjing found Ma Nao anxiously awaiting her arrival. Seeing her, Ma Nao appeared relieved, and after ensuring no one was around, she finally presented the letter. As Mingjing accepted the letter, she contemplated the circumstances surrounding it. Items such as rouge and powder, which are personal effects, were typically procured by her two main maids and not entrusted to others. Occasionally, when they were truly preoccupied and in urgent need, Mama Lu would fetch them. Although it was possible to intercept someone at the right moment, why would Yan Xie go to such lengths? Moreover, how did he know that Ma Nao and Bishi were acquiring rouge for her and which shop they would visit? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind as Mingjing took the letter. It was thick, containing not only paper but something else as well, sealed with wax. The envelope bore no inscription. She opened it cautiously, passing the rest to Ma Nao to hold. As she extracted the letter and unfolded it, she was struck with disbelief, her fingers tightening around the paper. The handwriting was unmistakably akin to her own. No, to be precise, it resembled her handwriting, yet the script was more fluid and expressive, imbued with a certain elegance. Even if she practiced for many years, she could only imitate its form, never achieving such grace. Mingjing hurriedly scanned the content. I typically use an official script, seldom revealing the style to others, only writing casually at home. It is commendable that you have sought to emulate my family's script. Though Mingjing had sensed the truth upon first glance, hearing it confirmed by him elicited a complex array of emotions. In her past life, she had indeed imitated Yan Xie's calligraphy. But did this mean that Yan Yuheng had sought out Yan Xie to have him write something for her? Or had he stolen it? After all, Yan Yuheng was not inclined to her well-being. Perhaps by having her mimic Yan Xie's script, he intended to ensnare her, setting up a trap for her downfall in the future. Had she not gone that day, perhaps she would have faced Yan Xie's severe and terrifying retribution later on. Mingjing's thoughts became chaotic. How did Yan Xie come to know her handwriting? Reflecting on Guan Fengxian's hesitant demeanor that day, Mingjing realized he must have seen Yan Xie's script. Was it he who informed Yan Xie? No, given Guan Fengxian's temperament, if he truly wished to do so, he would not have held back that day but would have confronted her directly. There must be some oversight in the matter. Furthermore, given Yan Xie's youth and accomplishments, he was undoubtedly perceptive and would not easily trust others' words. He needed to see for himself to be convinced. Seeing is believing? Mingjing called for Bishi, instructing her to make a trip to Xiao's quarters. Help me inquire with my mother about the calligraphy piece I submitted for the competition at the previous residence. If my mother claims to be unaware, find a way to ask at the previous residence. Bishi, noting the urgency in her Mrs. tone, quickly complied and departed. Once she left, Ma Nao reminded Mingjing, Miss, there is still something here. She returned the envelope to Mingjing. Mingjing glanced inside and discovered a box of rouge. It was a palm-sized cloisonné box adorned with begonia patterns, and upon opening it, a faint fragrance wafted out. The color was a rosy hue with a hint of orange, perfectly complementing a young girl's radiant beauty. Mingjing hurriedly resumed reading the letter. In the place where the sender's name should be, there was no sign of the writer's identity. A small line read, Jiangnan is abundant in this item, rumored to surpass the capital's finest, perhaps worth a try. Mingjing slowly folded the letter, contemplating, and asked Ma Nao, is my complexion unwell? Ma Nao glanced at her pallid face and cautiously nodded. It is somewhat so. Mingjing acknowledged this with a nod. Yan Xie, with his keen insight, anticipated her change of expression upon reading the letter and had thoughtfully provided her with rouge as a reminder to remain calm. Yet, how could she maintain her composure? Summoning Ma Nao to bring a brazier, Mingjing burned the letter, stirring it several times to ensure it was entirely reduced to ashes before feeling at ease. As for the rouge, she found it bothersome to behold and instructed Ma Nao to leave it aside, stating it was a gift from them. Ma Nao, whose body had been tense, finally relaxed and softly inquired, Miss, does young master Yan still harbor thoughts of this marriage? Mingjing, having sat on a small stool fixated on the flames, felt her legs grow numb and slowly rose, leaning on the nearby table. Pausing at Ma Nao's words, she merely hummed in response, saying little more. After all, the last incident with the sedan chair had led the maidens to believe it was Yan Yuheng's doing. Let him bear that blame, she thought. She couldn't be bothered to explain, nor was there a need to, as Ma Nao saw her indifference and readiness to engage in other matters. She hastily called out, that person mentioned he will wait at the same time and place tomorrow. Mingjing, while trimming the flowers in the vase on the windowsill with scissors, continued her task and queried, waiting for what? A reply? Ma Nao replied, do you not intend to respond to young Master Yan's letter? Mingjing thought to herself that she had received his warning, and there was no need for a reply. She wished to sever all ties with the Yan family, preferably never to encounter any of them again. Yet he was Yan Qi, the esteemed figure who upheld the Yan family's stature, favored by the emperor. A man of considerable influence whose authority commanded respect even from court officials. Should he be provoked, there would be dire consequences. Reluctantly, Mingjing retrieved a small piece of paper and wrote a single word. Good. She did not shy away from Ma Now. After all, it was just one word. And it mattered little whether she saw it or not. Ma Now was taken aback. Is this all? It is the first time I've seen such a brief letter. Mingjing replied, yes. As long as the sentiment is conveyed, it suffices. It serves to express her understanding of the need for restraint henceforth, avoiding the proclamation of this singular understanding. Given this, simplicity was preferable. Engaging in conversation with the Yan family was tiresome. Each additional word was a waste. After about an hour, Bai Shi finally returned. Upon entering, she immediately declared her thirst and insisted Ma Now pour her a cup of tea before she would speak. Mingjing and Ma Now both laughed and chided her. I am a great contributor. Can a mere contributor be the same? After the playful banter subsided, Bai Shi mysteriously asked, Miss, can you guess what I learned? Mingjing replied, It can't be that my calligraphy has gone missing, can it? Bai Shi was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, How did you guess so quickly? I consulted the lady, who said nothing, and it took much coaxing with Su Mama before I learned anything. Mingjing thought to herself, as expected. She had always believed that Yan Qi would not be so easily swayed by hearsay, even if someone claimed her calligraphy resembled his. For him to so straightforwardly affirm it must mean he had indeed seen it. During her time of rebirth, the only piece of her writing that had left the estate was that used in the competition. That piece of writing was indeed missing. Mingjing found it peculiar. How had the item departed from the front estate? And who had delivered it into Yan Qi's hands? She sat at the table, reflecting for a long while until a vague impression flickered through her mind. Unsure yet compelled to verify, she summoned a young maid from the corridor. Go and check if my father is at home. Upon receiving confirmation that Ruan Kong was indeed at home, Mingjing instructed Bai Shi and Ma Now, change my attire. I am going to see my father. Chapter 29. Legitimate daughter Ruan Kong was currently in the courtyard of his concubine, Ju Feng. Today, being a day of rest at home, he first visited Xiao Shi's room. Seeing that Xiao Shi was preoccupied with examining accounts, he made his way to Ju Feng's courtyard. Aunt Dong, upon seeing him, was naturally delighted, welcoming him joyfully into the room and calling for her two daughters to meet him. Ruan Kong, in his 30s, sported a well-groomed beard and possessed a rather handsome appearance. It was no wonder that he had attracted Aunt Dong's attention. The children from the rear courtyard were not lacking in looks, but only Ruan Mingman, being adopted, did not quite match the beauty of the others. Ruan Kong observed that both his illegitimate daughters were obedient and sensible, nodding in approval as he exchanged a few words with them before turning his attention back to Aunt Dong. Today, Aunt Dong wore a deep purple silk jacket, elegantly fitted to her waist, and as she moved, her slender form swayed gracefully. Ruan Kong swallowed hard, mindful of the daughters present, and cleared his throat. Truth be told, his wife Xiao Shi was indeed beautiful. Otherwise, based solely on his genetics, Mingjing would not possess such breathtaking beauty. Yet, Xiao Shi hailed from a merchant family and held little regard for poetry and the arts. Though she excelled in calculating accounts, what good did that do? Ruan Kong found it impossible to engage her in discussions about various accounting methods. Aunt Dong, however, was different. As a daughter of an official family, she was well-versed in poetry and song, capable of engaging Ruan Kong in long discussions. He could not help but feel a fondness for Aunt Dong. However, he always remembered the assistance he had received from the Xiao family and was mindful that Xiao Shi was his legitimate wife, deserving of his time each month. Yet perhaps today, he could remain in the courtyard of Ju Feng. As Ruan Kong contemplated this, he noticed Aunt Dong pouring him a cup of tea. As he took the cup, he seized the opportunity to touch the back of Aunt Dong's hand when the daughters were not looking. Aunt Dong shot him a reproachful glance and swatted his hand away. Ruan Kong, feeling a stir of desire, was interrupted by Ruan Qi's voice. Father, you must take charge of the matter concerning my third sister. Ruan Qi spoke up for Ruan Mingman, although mother claims it is for my sister's benefit. That family is known for their martial background. How will my sister endure there? Ruan Kong with great difficulty shifted his thoughts from Aunt Dong back to his daughters and asked, What is wrong with your mother? Mother has arranged a fine marriage for me, Ruan Mingman replied softly, her eyes lowered. It is to the family of a vice officer in the cavalry. A vice officer, that is a military position. Ruan Kong nodded. I shall inquire about it later. He was not overly involved in matters of the inner courtyard. Moreover, since Ruan Mingman was adopted, he felt it sufficient for Shatter to handle all affairs. His affection lay primarily with Ruan Qi. Has your mother mentioned anything about the fifth daughter's marriage? He asked, gazing at Aunt Dong. Aunt Dong replied, Mother has said nothing. I wish for Ruan Qi to marry her cousin from our family. Before Ruan Kong could respond, Ruan Qi protested. Mother? My cousin lacks the appearance of a valiant warrior and possesses no remarkable talents. I do not wish to marry him. What nonsense is this? Aunt Dong scolded, poking her daughter on the forehead. You'll be the primary wife there. The Dong family will cherish you and treat you well. That is what matters most. Ruan Qi turned her face away with a huff. Ruan Mingman, noticing that everyone's attention had shifted to Ruan Qi, feared that without her own efforts, she would be left with no favorable prospects and quickly interjected, Mother treats me exceptionally well. Although it is a martial family, I have heard that the young master has considerable prospects, currently holding a 9th grade official position. Ruan Qi, eager to divert the topic away from herself, chimed in, What is so good about that? A mere martial man knows nothing of tenderness. How can that be good? He is a vice officer, a 5th grade official. Ruan Kong pondered. A 9th grade position is not necessarily a bad thing, if he is diligent, with his father and colleagues to support him. He may indeed have a bright future. This marriage is quite suitable, even for a legitimate daughter. Furthermore, Ruan Mingman is adopted. Shatter clearly cares for her. Ruan Kong held considerable confidence in Shatter's judgment, provided they did not mention the Yen family's affairs. Ruan Mingman's voice was tinged with sorrow. Yet she continued to speak of the marriage proposal. Ruan Qi, observing her slow delivery, interrupted with a sigh. Addressing their father, why didn't mother consult third sister and the concubine before finalizing this matter? Surely, if she had asked them, they would have objected. Ruan Mingman attempted to pull her back. Sister, mother has already mentioned it to me. Ruan Qi retorted. Is it even a proposal if it is only mentioned after everything is practically settled? Just then, a young maid announced from the corridor, Sir, 4th Miss has arrived. Ruan Qi exchanged a knowing glance with Dong Yinyang, and they both fell silent. Ruan Mingman softly added, Mother must be accustomed to managing matters in the household. It is only natural for her to inform me once it is settled. As she sighed, tears began to fall. Father need not be troubled. If the marriage is decided, then so be it. I am fine with it. Ruan Kong, feeling a pang of sympathy for her tears, remarked, It seems that Mother has acted somewhat unilaterally. I will speak with her later. For now, you need not concern yourselves. As the curtain lifted, Mingjing entered just in time to overhear her father's remark. Fury ignited within her. What do you mean by acting unilaterally? Was her father speaking of her mother in such a manner in front of Dong Yinyang? Normally, she would never venture into the concubine's quarters, but today was different, and she had overheard such words. Mingjing intended to defend her mother, but upon noticing Ruan Mingman quickly wiping her eyes beside Dong Yinyang, she regained her composure. In her past life, Ruan Mingman had betrayed her too many times to count, and she had to be cautious. Countless arguments with her father had often involved Ruan Mingman's interference. With her presence, Mingjing could not hastily judge her father's intentions. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she gestured to Yuheng to bring forth the food box. Once Yuheng presented the delicacies to Ruan Kong, Mingjing smiled and said, I have prepared some snacks for you to taste. She deliberately omitted any mention of the earlier conversation, as if she had not overheard it. Ruan Mingman had not anticipated that Mingjing would not fall for her ploy. She had strategically spoken to elicit her father's subsequent remarks, hoping Mingjing would react as she had in the past, resulting in a quarrel and subsequent estrangement, which would allow her to comfort their father as a dutiful daughter. However, that plan had failed this time. Ruan Mingman felt a surge of annoyance and hastily warned Mingjing, Sister, we didn't discuss anything just now. Please don't overthink it. To her surprise, Mingjing disregarded her earlier words, smiling directly at Ruan Kong. Father, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. She then surveyed the room, emphasizing, just the two of us. Dong Yinyang, Ruan Qi, and Ruan Mingman were taken aback. Mingjing's implication was clear. She wanted them to leave. But this was their domain. Why should they retreat? If anyone should leave, it should be Mingjing. Unexpectedly, after tasting the snacks, Ruan Kong nodded, acknowledging, Mingjing is thoughtful. I do enjoy this. He then addressed the other three. Since Mingjing wishes to speak privately, you may all leave. His tone was firm and brooked no argument. Ruan Qi, who was accustomed to her father's affection, could hardly bear this indignity and pouted, refusing to budge from her seat. What could you and sister possibly discuss that I cannot hear? Why must I leave? She looked at her father with the pleading eyes of a child yearning for love. Ruan Kong's heart softened, glancing at Mingjing, contemplating whether to allow Ruan Qi to stay. She was still young. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt for her to listen. However, when he saw Mingjing gazing out the window with a serene expression, her once spoiled demeanor replaced with calmness, he felt a pang in his heart. Recalling the delightful pastries he had just tasted, which were from the Xiao family's shop, and remembering their unwavering support, he steeled himself. Adopting a stern tone with Ruan Qi, "You all must leave." His voice left no room for dissent. Dong Inyang gently interjected. "Fifth Miss only wishes to spend a little more time with the master." Ruan Kong turned to Mingjing, who remained fixated on the view outside. He gritted his teeth. She too must go. Ruan Qi stomped her foot and stormed out, followed closely by Dong Inyang and then Ruan Mingman, who bowed to Ruan Kong before hastily exiting. Ruan Kong, gazing after them, turned to Mingjing with evident impatience. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" As he observed the murmuring figures of Dong Inyang and Ruan Qi, Mingjing slowly shifted her gaze from the window back to her father. He still appeared robust and imposing, adorned in splendid attire and a jade crown, all nurtured by her mother and the Xiao family. Now, however, her mother lay bedridden, while he spent mere moments in her chamber before rushing to the concubine's quarters. Clearly, he favored Dong Inyang and her children. Mingjing felt a wave of discontent and lowered her gaze, a smile playing on her lips. "The calligraphy piece I submitted at the art exhibition has gone missing." Ruan Kong responded with surprise, turning to her. "Is that so?" Realizing the redundancy of his question, he quickly masked it with a cough. "Do you wish me to help you find it? Such items belonging to a young lady should not be in the hands of outsiders, for fear they might be exploited, which would tarnish the Ruan family's reputation." A myriad of plans and concerns flooded Ruan Kong's mind. "It is not necessary to retrieve it," he sighed in relief. However, Mingjing's next words kindled a flicker of anger within him. "I would appreciate Father's assistance in recalling which male guests attended that day at the front residence. I intend to ascertain who is present among the guests, as it may lead to identifying the source of any future complications." Ruan Kong frowned. "How could I possibly remember such details? Do you think I went to the front residence merely to greet guests?" Mingjing smiled sweetly. "As your position rises, so does your temper. There is no need to recall every individual. Simply consider whom you interacted with." Before Ruan Kong could retort, she added, "I can inquire with seventh sister and second brother regarding the other guests. However, those surrounding you are high-ranking officials, and they wouldn't have encountered them." Her final remark brought Ruan Kong a sense of satisfaction. He pondered and began listing the names, assuring her that they were all esteemed officials who would not target a young girl's belongings. "I am aware of that, but it is better to be cautious," Mingjing replied casually. After Ruan Kong finished his list, she did not hear the long-awaited title of daughter from him, prompting her to remind him. "I noticed a man conversing with you that day. He wore a scholar's robe and a cap, resembling a literati." Ruan Kong momentarily struggled to recall. Mingjing continued. "He did not appear to hold any official position. Perhaps he was an outsider mingling among the guests?" Her words sparked Ruan Kong's memory. He instinctively asked, "How did you happen to notice him?" "I fear the item may have been taken by an outsider who infiltrated the guests," she replied, having already prepared her response. Without addressing Ruan Kang's previous question, she countered, "If he truly infiltrated, he is the most suspect." Her deft change of topic successfully diverted Ruan Kong's thoughts. Ruan Kong neglected to inquire how she became aware of this matter, laughing heartily as he patted the armrest. "It is conceivable for others, but certainly not for him." Observing his daughter's face adorned with astonishment and suspicion, Ruan Kong, in a rare moment, took the time to clarify further to prevent her from harboring fears of malevolence. "This individual is a confidant of Master Yan Chia, named Shenzai." Knowing that his daughter likely had no understanding of what a confidant entailed, nor had she encountered anyone from Master Yan's circle, he reassured her, "Rest assured, he is not a villain." Mingjing smiled in response, yet her heart felt a sudden weight. Indeed, it was Shenzai. Ruan Kong continued, "Mr. Shen typically does not engage with people like us. However, some time ago, our families had a slight disagreement, and he came as a mediator, urging me not to harbor any ill thoughts towards the Yan family, advocating for normal interactions between our families henceforth." He could not help but express his admiration, truly. As expected of someone close to Master Yen. He exudes grace and composure, and his aides are equally cultured. Mingjing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a facade of tranquility. She had encountered Shunzai in her previous life during a visit to the Yen residence, where she had chanced upon Master Yen, with Shunzai by his side. Although their exchange had been merely polite pleasantries, she distinctly remembered Shunzai's presence. Presumably, Shunzai had recognized her handwriting similar to that of Master Yen, and had hastily conveyed her words to him in Jiangnan. Master Yen had then written a letter, dispatched with urgency, to caution her. Given the considerable distance between the capital and Jiangnan, it was astonishing how swiftly these matters were handled. One could not deny Master Yan's capabilities, nor the efficiency of those around him. Mingjing found the answers to her inquiries and, fearing Wan Kong might overthink, she briefly inquired about the other individuals she had seen that day. After Wan Kong assured her that none of those individuals were involved in the theft of her writings, Mingjing displayed a look of palpable relief. Gratefully, she expressed, "Thank you, Father, for alleviating my concerns. You have been of tremendous help." Wan Kong chuckled. "These are merely acquaintances of mine. You may rest easy. They will not cause any trouble. The loss of the writings is inconsequential. Perhaps a servant misplaced them accidentally. It is unlikely they were taken." After thanking him, Mingjing hastily exited the courtyard. Passing by Aunt Dong, she heard her call out to the fourth young lady. Mingjing nodded slightly in acknowledgement, not greeting Ruan Mingman or Ruan Qi, and departed on her own. Ruan Qi could not help but grumble. Is it just because she is a legitimate daughter that she feels so superior? She was pulled along by Ruan Mingman, reluctantly following her inside. As Mingjing emerged from Juhua Courtyard, she intended to return to Lanqing Courtyard when Mama Lu hurried towards her, even breaking into a light jog. Spotting the fourth young lady, she exclaimed joyfully, "At last, I have found you." Mingjing noticed the beads of sweat on her brow and urged her to catch her breath before speaking. Mama Lu waved her hand dismissively, breathing heavily, her tone urgent. "Young Master Yen refuses to leave. He has presented an invitation to the lady and is currently in Meixiang Courtyard." Chapter 31. In person, the weather had grown quite chilly, with winter approaching in just a few days. As they walked along the path, their breath formed visible clouds in the air. Mingjing donned the hood of her cloak, contemplating the upcoming confrontation, and soon arrived at Meixiang Courtyard. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows. Generally, when visiting others, one should suggest leaving at this hour. However, after several attempts by Madame Xiao to serve tea and usher guests out, Yuheng insisted on staying. Determined to converse with Madame Xiao, with no other recourse, she chose to ignore him. Upon entering the room, Mingjing saw her mother instructing the maids regarding dinner arrangements and Yuheng, sitting motionless in a chair. The once handsome and refined youth now appeared pale, his lips white and complexion ashen. His demeanor retained its gentle warmth, but there was an added layer of desolation. When the maidservants announced the arrival of the fourth young lady, Yuheng momentarily failed to react. After a brief pause, he slowly lifted his gaze, just in time to see Mingjing remove her cloak and hand it to a maid for safekeeping. The room was warmed by a brazier, creating a cozy atmosphere. Mingjing settled beside Madame Xiao on a daybed and politely suggested, "Young Master Yen, why not join us for dinner?" The distant formality of her address startled Yuheng, sending a chill through him. He abruptly stood, having come without lunch, feeling faint and nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Fei Sui was quick to catch him, half amused as she remarked, "Please take care, young Master Yen. The ground is slippery in this cold." Yet, it was not snowing, and even if it were, the interior presented no hazards. Fei Sui's words were clearly laced with mockery, but Yuheng had no desire to engage in disputes with anyone from Mingjing's side. His sole wish was to reclaim his engagement. With a serious expression, he stood, adjusting his attire, and deeply bowed toward Madame Xiao and Mingjing, exhibiting utmost respect and humility. "It was my misstep. I should not have fabricated a story regarding the pendant, claiming I had found it intentionally, nor should I have so hastily severed our engagement." Madame Xiao glanced at him, a flicker of surprise crossing her face at his acknowledgement that Mingjing surpassed Mingman. Perhaps he had gained a measure of wisdom. Yet, the crux remained. Such a person, even if suddenly enlightened, would not suffice for her daughter. "See him out," Madame Xiao declared coldly. "Young Master Yen has said all that needs to be said. You may leave now." Yuheng looked at Mingjing with hope. They had grown up together. Their bond could not be entirely extinguished. Despite considering Ruan Mingman a suitable match, he ultimately believed Mingjing to be the best choice. In his eager anticipation, she interjected,
Not so fast.
Yan Yuheng's expression brightened, sensing a glimmer of hope. Mingjing continued with a smile, Young Master Yan, I wonder how the pastries my third sister sent you were? Caught off guard, Yan Yuheng gasped, momentarily unsure how to react, swaying unsteadily. Hearing the conversation take a turn, Madame Xiao quickly inquired, What is going on? Mingjing casually picked up a handful of sunflower seeds, speaking as if engaged in light conversation. My third sister has been secretly sending treats to the Yan residence. Oh no, I should specify, only to young Master Yan. Madame Xiao's breathing grew rapid, her chest rising and falling irregularly, clearly incensed. Mingjing, wishing to ease her mother's tension, was gently halted by Madame Xiao's raised hand. You tell me, is this true? Madame Xiao demanded of Yan Yuheng, her tone sharp.
Speak.
Yan Yuheng hesitated, unable to respond. He had never anticipated Mingjing would be aware of this matter, nor that she would reveal it so suddenly, catching him completely off guard. The multitude of apologies and justifications he wished to express lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Mingjing, in a swift motion, tossed the sunflower seeds at Yan Yuheng before quickly cleaning her hands and tending to her mother's composure. Old Zhang, who guards the back door, informed me, word for word, that Qingrui assisted my third sister in delivering the items, Mingjing stated. I cannot count how many times this has happened since the calligraphy and painting event. Old Zhang, being a trusted servant of Madame Xiao, was not affiliated with Mingjing, yet remained loyal to her as the daughter of Madame Xiao. Mingjing understood that having old Zhang corroborate her claims would lend credence to her words, which is why she had sought him for this purpose. At that moment, a maid called from the entrance, Madam, old Zhang has arrived at the back door. Do you wish to see him? Mingjing had summoned him when she learned from Mama Lu that Yan Yuheng was lingering outside. His timing was impeccable. Madame Xiao, sensing her daughter's intentions, refrained from further inquiry and maintained a stern expression as she permitted him to enter. Upon entering, old Zhang kept his head bowed, offering a respectful greeting. Madame Xiao instructed him to clearly recount the events regarding Ruan Mingman's arrangement for Yan Yuheng to receive the items. Due to concerns over the family's privacy, old Zhang knelt on the ground and bowed several times before saying, After the third miss left, I had Xiaogre follow her. Sometimes, the items delivered to the Yan residence are received by the doorman, but on 2 occasions, it was unmistakably the personal servant of young Master Yan who accepted them. That is beyond doubt. Madame Su inquired, How do you know it was young Master Yan's servant? Old Zhang explained, the 2 families have interacted before. He accompanied young Master Yan through the back door to deliver items to the young lady, and I have seen him many times. His voice grew fainter, of course. I did not mean to imply anything about the young lady. Old Zhang broke into a cold sweat, fearing that mentioning the young lady might displease the mistress. Mrs. Xiao was no longer interested in pursuing that matter. Both families were already aware of the engagement between Mingjing and the Yan family. The 2 children had been meeting secretly, a fact she had tacitly approved, thus it was not a matter for the servants to concern themselves with. Old Zhang was discreet, which was why he was assigned to keep watch at the back door. Mrs. Xiao dismissed old Zhang, and once he had left, her expression hardened as she commanded, What is going on? Yan Yuheng, you tell me everything. Yan Yuheng was utterly alarmed. He had not anticipated that his affair with Ruan Mingman would be revealed. Previously, he thought he could justify himself by claiming the pendant was merely a trinket. But if their secret meetings were exposed, there would be no room for excuses. Yan Yuheng hastily stated, The third miss did indeed give me a considerable amount of food. Afraid that Mingjing might misunderstand, he quickly defended himself. I did not ask for it. She insisted on giving it. Last time Mrs. Xiao was at the Yan residence, she was only angry about Yan Yuheng's feelings for Mingman, believing Ruan Mingman's evasive answers. Now, reflecting on Ruan Mingman's clandestine actions, she felt surprisingly calm, even numb, devoid of any sense of despair. She could not fathom what kind of girl she had raised. After all, this was a child she had watched grow up. Go call the third miss here. She instructed the maid Hongyan softly. I have questions for her. Chapter 32. Following the flow at this moment, the Juhua courtyard had already set the table. Ruan Kong decided to stay the night at Aunt Dong's residence and specifically informed Mrs. Xiao to add dishes to the Juhua courtyard. Aunt Dong had prepared some wine, intending to share a few drinks with the master. Just as the dishes were not yet fully served and the wine was still being poured, Qingrui rushed in, flustered, to announce that the mistress wanted the third miss to come over. Aunt Dong glanced out of the window and exclaimed, "Why are there so many people coming?" Besides the chief maid Hong Yun, 2 third-rank maids and 4 matrons followed behind, surrounding Ruan Mingman's room, clearly intent on not leaving without taking her away. Wan Kong leaned towards the window to take a look and saw their aggressive demeanor, which displeased him greatly, causing his expression to sour. Earlier, when Mrs. Xiao set the table, she should have known he would be dining at the Juhua courtyard. Why the sudden commotion to summon the child over, disrupting his mood? Just then, Ruanqi arrived and exchanged glances with Aunt Dong. Ruanqi said, "I heard fourth sister is also here, and the mistress has guests. I wonder why she called for third sister. Who are the guests?" Wan Kang's voice was laced with barely concealed anger. Ruanqi replied, "It is said to be young Master Yan from the Yan family." This unexpected revelation astonished Aunt Dong, and she blurted out, "What could he possibly want at this late hour? Who knows? Perhaps he wishes to salvage his engagement with fourth sister," she speculated. Seeing Ruan Mingman leave with Hong Yun, Wan Kong lost all interest and said to Aunt Dong, "Let us go see." Aunt Dong was naturally reluctant. What if Mrs. Xiao used some trick to keep the master at Meixiang courtyard? She had finally seized the opportunity to have the master stay in Juhua courtyard. But Wan Kong was already heading out, leaving Aunt Dong no choice but to follow reluctantly. Ruanqi walked beside Aunt Dong, whispering comfortingly, "I will definitely help you bring father back." Aunt Dong could only agree, as she often found herself powerless against Mrs. Xiao's authority, wielded due to her status as the legitimate wife. Since they set out late and moved slowly, by the time Wan Kong and Aunt Dong arrived at the main house of Meixiang courtyard, there were already 2 people kneeling inside. Ruan Mingman would have undoubtedly noticed them at first glance. The other individual, dressed in a loose, dark green brocade robe, appeared quite frail upon closer inspection. It was indeed Yan Yuheng, the eldest son of the Yan family. Wan Kong was taken aback. The nephew of the 7th master, Yan, was kneeling in his residence. What a calamity that would bring upon him. He hurriedly said, "Nephew, please rise. It is merely a failed engagement. There is no need for such grand gestures." Suddenly, a sharp command rang out. "Get out." Wan Kong was momentarily startled, halting his steps as he looked up to see Mrs. Xiao, his anger flaring. "Are you ordering me?" Mrs. Xiao's forehead pulsed with veins as she glared at Wan Kong and Aunt Dong beside him. "I am inquiring about their improper conduct, worried that it might tarnish the master's ears, hence I advised them to leave. If the master feels such matters are inconsequential, he may stay and listen." Ruanqi gasped in shock. "Young Master Yan and third sister? How is that possible?" Aunt Dong quickly turned to cover her mouth. But it was too late. The matrons and maids in the corridor peered in, curious about this sensational news. Madame Su hurried to close the door. Wan Kang's mind buzzed, and after a moment, he regained his composure. What is going on? He had someone bring in chairs for seating. Mrs. Xiao instructed Yan Yuheng to speak for himself. Yan Yuheng had intended to keep this matter confined to the inner quarters, not wanting to alarm the 3rd master of their Ruan family, who served alongside his uncle. If his uncle learned of his moral failings, he would surely face severe punishment. Yan Yuheng was already frightened before he could speak, swallowing hard. I. Mingjing could not bear to see his stammering state and interjected. The earlier uproar about breaking off the engagement was due to our discovery of the orchid-patterned jade pendant hanging from Yan Yuheng's neck. Wan Kong appeared somewhat dazed and nodded. He recognized the pendant. It was something his 3rd daughter had worn since childhood, usually hanging at her waist. Recently, he had noticed that she seemed not to be using it. Mingjing continued. At that time, Yan Yuheng took full responsibility, claiming it was because he secretly loved Ruan Mingman. However, recently, those guarding the back door discovered that Ruan Mingman was secretly delivering items to Yan Yuheng. She smirked slightly, glancing at the 2 kneeling before her. Just now, when I called for Ruan Mingman, she admitted it herself. The pendant was also a gift from her. They have long had an affair. Ruan Mingman's knees ached, but she endured it, secretly delighted. Ever since her rebirth, she had not envisioned a scenario where she would first marry Mingjing and then find a way to marry into the Yan family. She knew that their Ruan family would soon face great calamity. Marrying into the Yan family sooner would ensure her safety. With the formidable support of the 7th master, Yan, she would have nothing to fear. Ruan Mingman was uncertain how this life would unfold. The planned marriage had encountered obstacles, yet, Despite these difficulties and the ensuing turmoil, she had unexpectedly arrived at such a fortuitous opportunity. When she gave the pendant, she intended to create a stir, regardless of whether the Yen or Ruan families discovered it. She would readily admit to the affair, and subsequently, to preserve the dignity of both families, they would naturally allow her to replace Mingjing as Yuheng's bride. Before coming today, she had worried about the sudden summons to Meixiang courtyard, but did not anticipate it would present such an opportunity. As she observed Ruan Kang's astonished and incredulous expression, she bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Young Master Yen and I have long been infatuated with each other. Unfortunately, his engagement with fourth sister has already been established. I know it is impossible for us to be together, which is why I gave him the pendant as a memento. Ruan Mingman had believed the situation would unfold smoothly. However, just as she publicly acknowledged that she had willingly given the pendant, Yuheng suddenly lifted his head and retorted, "No, it was not mutual affection. She insisted on giving it to me, and I only accepted it." Yuheng crawled a few steps forward, striving to come closer to the Luohan bed, attempting to reach Mingjing and Mrs. Xiao, but halted midway due to the pain in his knees. I accepted her out of concern for the dignity of a single daughter. Feeling compelled to do so, he gazed at Mingjing, captivated by her beauty, reminiscent of the delicate begonia, and recalled past memories. Choking on his words, "My heart has always belonged solely to Sister Jean." The room fell into silence. Xiao did not anticipate that Yuheng would so swiftly turn his back. Initially, the Yen family vehemently denied any private interactions with Ruan Mingman, only to later acknowledge them. Now, he suddenly shifted blame, claiming that the alleged private exchanges were entirely Ruan Mingman's initiative, casting all fault upon her. Xiao, in her business dealings, had never encountered such a duplicitous nature. Although she prided herself on discerning the deceitful, she found herself unable to see through these children she had watched grow up. Mingjing noticed her mother's labored breathing and saw her clutching her chest, coughing repeatedly, fearing her condition would worsen. Xiao gently pushed away her daughter's supportive hand, signaling that she was fine. Sometimes, life is so tranquil that flaws remain concealed. Recent upheavals had slowly unveiled the true natures of these individuals. She turned to Ruan Mingman. "What do you have to say in light of Yuheng's claims?" Ruan Mingman understood that Xiao could discern the truth of the matter. There was indeed a clandestine connection between the two, leaving no room for argument. Given the undeniable facts, Yuheng's sudden accusation painted her in a more favorable light. Casting a glance at Yuheng, she noticed him lost in thought, fixated on Mingjing, which only fueled her resentment. With great effort, Ruan Mingman stifled her tears and knelt gracefully, resembling a fragile reed swaying in the wind. "Father, mother, please consider this. Without his consent, how could I have forced him to wear the pendant around his neck? It was once filled with affection. Now, he denies it altogether." With tears streaming, she continued, "Though our feelings were uncontrollable, it was never our intention to act with malice. Now both our families have lost face. Since the affair with young Master Yen has been exposed, I can no longer marry anyone else. I implore you, father and mother, to take charge of our engagement." "What did you say?" It was Ruan Kong who exclaimed in shock, genuinely startled by Ruan Mingman's words. He had intended to speak on her behalf, fearing she would be mistreated by the Yen family, never considering the prospect of marrying her off to Yuheng. The audacity of a foster daughter, lacking legitimacy, to aspire to wed the legitimate nephew of the seventh master Yen was beyond him. Where did she find such courage? Ruan Kong had always thought that despite Ruan Mingman's average disposition, she was agreeable and sensible, requiring little concern from him and his wife. Yet now, confronted with her resolute words, a wave of conflicting emotions surged within him, as if ice water had been poured over his head, followed by a searing fire igniting his heart. The intensity of these feelings left him in agony, and he opened his mouth to shout but could not articulate a single word, his thoughts trapped in his throat. Aunt Dong, noticing his distress, hurried over to massage his temples in an attempt to soothe him. Meanwhile, Xiao felt a sharp pain in her chest. She finally comprehended why Mingjing had always insisted that Mingman would disdain the family's affairs. It was clear Mingjing had recognized that it takes two to tango, and upon seeing the pendant, she suspected a secret affair between the two. Regrettably, as a mother, she had failed to perceive her daughter's suffering. It was no wonder Mingjing had been unusually quiet and demure lately, not her usual lively self. She must have known about her fiancé's affair with her sister and was burdened by it. taking deep breaths to quell her pain and despair. Xiao resolved to visit the previous estate the following day, intending to facilitate a connection between Ruan Mingjing and the Yu family. Mingjing understood her mother's intentions and grasped her hands, feeling their chill. She quickly enveloped her mother's hands in her own to warm them. Others, however, remained oblivious to this exchange, believing Xiao was merely going to address the matter of Ruan Mingman and Yuheng. Wan Kong suddenly had a moment of clarity. His throat unblocked, and he assumed Xiao was sympathetic towards Ruan Mingman, wishing to match her with Yuheng. He hastily advised his wife against it, exclaiming, "You cannot allow our third daughter to marry him. If the seventh master Yan learns of this and finds a pretext to ruin my career, my future will be doomed." Xiao felt it futile to explain to him, simply stating, "It's not because of them." Wan Kong sighed in relief and gestured for Aunt Dong to continue her massage. Yuheng, having been preoccupied with Mingjing, slowly turned to face Ruan Mingman, asking in a soft yet clipped tone, "What did you say? You expect me to marry you based on this pendant?" Ruan Mingman had previously told him that marrying Mingjing first was acceptable, as long as she could secure her dowry and then find a way to dissolve the marriage. After all, Xiao possessed an abundance of valuable items and wealth that Ruan Mingman could not access. However, since Ruan Mingman had gained recognition as a talented woman, circumstances had changed. She had proactively given him the pendant, urging him to dismiss his engagement with Mingjing and marry her directly, claiming it would expedite matters. Expedite what? Yuheng pondered, yet began to waver on the notion of marrying Ruan Mingman. After all, throughout his life, he had never contemplated marrying anyone but Mingjing. Such a striking young woman, if not wed to him, would inevitably belong to another. The thought was unbearable.
Now,
Ruan Mingman had the audacity to leverage their private interactions as a means to pressure the Ruan couple into supporting their union? Yuheng found the situation laughable and could not help but burst into laughter, the sound sharp and wild, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Ruan Mingman, taken aback, looked at him and saw tears mingled with laughter, his expression bordering on grotesque. "What is wrong with you?" she asked, unable to contain her shock. In their combined lifetimes, she had never witnessed such a countenance on Yuheng. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, then abruptly stood, stumbling slightly from the pain in his knees. When someone moved to assist him, he forcefully pushed them away. Once steady, he raised a finger, pointing at Ruan Mingman, gazing down at her, as though she were an insect. "I understand now," he declared. "You incited Sister Jean not to marry me. It was you who secretly informed her about the pendant around my neck, all so you could secure a swift marriage into the Yan family." Ruan Mingman gazed at him in disbelief. Did he truly comprehend the absurdity of his words? The logic was nonsensical. Mingjing fell silent, never having considered that such a conclusion could be drawn. She found herself compelled to acknowledge Yuheng's unique perspective. Realizing she ought to refrain from adding fuel to the fire, she softly called out, "Brother Hong," her voice trembling. "It seems we are fated to be apart in this life." She hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to dab at her dry eyes. Yuheng's madness only intensified. "What a cunning and calculating individual you are," he exclaimed, a wide grin forming on his lips. With a pointed finger directed at Ruan Mingman, he continued, "Let me make it clear. You have ruined my engagement with Mingjing, and I shall never forgive you, nor will I marry you, not in this life, nor in the next, nor ever." He vowed to ensure that her path to marriage would be fraught with obstacles, leaving her without a promising union in this lifetime. With that, he staggered toward the door. Wan Kong, wary of provoking a madman, hurriedly instructed everyone to clear the way. Ruan Mingman remained in a daze, collapsing to the ground, her expression vacant. As one favored by destiny, she had expected her rebirth to bring her fortune, allowing her to trample over those noble ladies with disdain. How did everything suddenly change? Chapter 34, guessed it. Ruan Mingman trembled violently, resembling willow leaves scattered in the cold wind. Aunt Dong, noticing that no one was attending to the increasingly distant young Master Yan, hurriedly instructed several people beneath the corridor, ensure he is returned to the Yan residence. If anything were to happen to young Master Yan on the way, the Ruan family would surely be blamed. Ruan Kong nodded approvingly at Aunt Dong, holding her handkerchief to her lips. Aunt Dong smiled shyly, still embodying the youthful charm that Ruan Kong had once known. A stirring in Ruan Kang's heart made him want to return to the Juhua courtyard for a meal. Having already risen, he suddenly remembered Ruan Mingman's presence and, with distaste, averted his gaze, asking Xiao, What should we do? What should we do? Xiao hesitated as well. At that moment, Ruan Mingman, kneeling on the ground, began to sob softly. I know I am born lowly and do not belong to this family. It is entirely natural for the master and mistress to despise me. However, I and young Master Yan. Ruan Mingman deliberately left her words unfinished, allowing her tears to flow freely. Each word pierced Xiao's heart. Xiao had been kind to Ruan Mingman, recalling how, after her own daughter's early demise, Ruan Mingman had provided companionship. Moreover, although Ruan Mingman had been purchased with money, the reality of separation from one's own flesh and blood was undeniable. Otherwise, why would Xiao have been so intent on meticulously selecting a suitable match from the Yu family? The Yu family's young master was not young anymore. All they hoped for was a sensible and courteous future daughter-in-law, with other requirements being rather modest. Of course, it would be best if she were of legitimate birth. If not, a girl like Ruan Mingman, raised before the legitimate wife, would suffice. Xiao's thoughts drifted far away, as if she were transported back to those days of muddled longing for her deceased daughter. Observing Xiao's vacant expression, Ruan Mingman smirked inwardly, knowing her plan was succeeding. Did they think they could compel her to admit fault so easily? She was reborn. Anyone blessed by heaven to live again would surely find a way to survive, even in dire straits. Leveraging Xiao's memories of the past, Ruan Mingman wept pitifully, evoking a softening in Ruan Kong's heart. After all, he was the one who had orchestrated her separation from her family. It was he who had arranged for someone to bring back this girl. Ruan Mingman said, I do not wish to conceal from you, my lord and lady. With my gift of foresight, I could have forged a path for myself even in a peasant household. It is not necessary to rise only within the confines of an official family. Had you not brought me back, I might not have fared worse than I do now. Others may not understand, but Mingjing straightened involuntarily upon hearing this. Indeed, how had she overlooked this? This was the second time she had heard of Ruan Mingman's ability to foresee events in the capital, and it was Ruan Mingman herself who spoke of it. Hearing it from others might not have seemed peculiar. It would merely raise questions as to why Ruan Mingman lacked such a talent in her previous life, but possessed it now. However, hearing it directly from Ruan Mingman altered the nature of the revelation. Mingjing understood that Ruan Mingman acted with purpose. What if this gift of foresight was merely a ploy? In that moment, Mingjing suddenly realized with clarity that Ruan Mingman's backing was not as she had previously guessed. It was not the previous household, nor Aunt Dong, but rather her rebirth. Indeed, Mingjing believed that Ruan Mingman had also been reborn. Although this notion sounded absurd, how could two people be reborn simultaneously? It had undeniably occurred. Mingjing pondered slowly. Ruan Mingman had returned before her. Thus, by the time she arrived, Ruan Mingman had already earned the title of a talented woman through her foresight. As Mingjing contemplated this, she suddenly chuckled softly, realizing the solution. As long as significant events diverged from their previous trajectories, Ruan Mingman's reputation as a talented woman would naturally crumble. The key point was that she had deduced Ruan Mingman's rebirth, while Ruan Mingman remained unaware of her own circumstances. The enemy was in the light while she was in the dark. Clearly, her side held a considerable advantage. With her mind made up, Mingjing suddenly lifted her gaze to Ruan Mingman and smiled, asking, since third sister resents our parents for bringing you back, and since you believe you could thrive in your original home, why not return there? Ruan Mingman was momentarily stunned, her face still marked with tears. Xiao and Ruan Kong seemed struck by their daughter's words, abruptly awakening from their guilt over their adopted daughter. Mingjing repeated, saying, Father, mother, since third sister wishes to return to her original family, let us fulfill her filial piety and allow her to go back. A fleeting glint of malice crossed Ruan Mingman's eyes. Did they think it would be so simple to rid themselves of her? It would not be that easy. She blinked forcefully, large tears rolling down her cheeks. Fourth sister, do you resent me for taking a morsel of food from you at home? Not at all. Mingjing understood she was attempting to evoke sympathy and directly struck at the heart of the matter. I am vexed by how you have disrupted my marriage. Ruan Mingman protested. I have not. If you haven tea, then you should confront Yan Yuheng about it. Mingjing replied. Only you and he are aware of those clandestine actions. Do not feign innocence before me. I do not believe you, nor do I care to listen. No matter how guilty Xiao felt about taking someone else's child, it could not surpass her maternal affection for her own daughter. Furthermore, Mingjing had done nothing wrong in this matter. Xiao, growing impatient with Ruan Mingman's weeping, waved her hand, take third miss back to her room. As a concubine, Ruan Mingman resided with the other concubines in the Juhua courtyard. Once Ruan Kong regained his composure, he no longer wished to see Ruan Mingman, suddenly losing interest in the Juhua courtyard. He turned to Aunt Dong and said, "You and Ruan Qi take the third miss away." Aunt Dong blinked at him coyly and replied, "My lord, I shall dine in the Meixiang courtyard. At least it is far from Ruan Mingman." Ruan Kong replied, "Recently, my lady has not been well. I will keep her company." Xiao, however, was indifferent to whether he stayed or not. But since he had said so, she conceded gracefully, instructing the maid, "Hurry and set the table. And remember to add a few dishes that my lord enjoys." Aunt Dong then took the disgruntled Ruan Qi and the disappointed, delicate Ruan Mingman away. Mingjing, delighted that her parents could enjoy rare moments of solitude, discreetly left without causing any disturbance. As the sky darkened outside, the path back to the Lanxin courtyard was lined with lit lanterns. Upon seeing the hurriedly approaching Ma Nao, Mingjing suddenly recalled the letter from young Master Yan. Originally, she had come out to inquire about Xinzai, but unexpectedly encountering Yan Yuheng had resolved the aftermath of her engagement. Moreover, it ensured that Ruan Mingman could not marry into the Yan family. It was indeed a double blessing. In high spirits, Mingjing recounted the events of young Master Yan's letter in chronological order. Xinzai would attend the painting and calligraphy gathering, undoubtedly sent by young Master Yan. After all, how could a staff member of the esteemed 7th Master attend a gathering hosted by a mere girl from the Ruan family? The question remained, why send him? The 7th Master could not possibly foresee that her calligraphy would match his. If he had known in advance, why go through the trouble of having her work delivered for him to see in person? Mingjing could not fathom the 7th Master's intentions. However, if someone's intentions could be readily discerned, that person would not be the 7th Master. Once back in her room, Mingjing instructed Ma Nao and Bai Shi to secure the door tightly, retrieving the letter she had previously written, which contained only a single character. She felt it necessary to add a few more words. Chapter 35, Gratitude. Mingjing suspected that the Enterprise had dispatched Xinzai to monitor her. After all, what was young Master Yan's status? How could a mere painting and calligraphy gathering hosted by a girl from the Ruan family warrant the attention of a staff? Apart from surveillance, she could think of no other reason. Yet, she wondered what lay behind this unusual attention.
Had she,
after over a decade of relations with the Yan family, suddenly and resolutely severed ties, arousing young Master Yan's suspicions? Regardless of the circumstances, these two relatives are indeed a source of endless worry. Mingjing is utterly exasperated. Beneath the previous words of goodwill, she added a few more. No need for surveillance. She mused that Yan Yuheng had completely rejected her. By the time the 7th Master received her reply, he should also be aware that she had severed all ties with Yan Yuheng, and he would certainly no longer monitor her. That would effectively cut off any connection between their families. When it was time for bed, Mingjing had already lain down. As Bishi came to extinguish the light, she leaned in with an air of mystery and said, "I've heard that the 3rd Miss has been confined and cannot leave Juhuang courtyard lately." This was indeed good news. Mingjing slept soundly through the night until dawn, when she went to Meixiang courtyard to pay her respects to her mother. Shaoshi handed her an invitation. It was from the young Master Feng of the Dali Temple. "Miss Feng invited you to visit her home." Mingjing recalled the bright and gracious smile of Feng Wanning during the painting and calligraphy gathering. At that time, Feng Wanning had mentioned that she would send an invitation when her family hosted a banquet. She had thought it merely a polite remark, but to her surprise, it had truly arrived. Mingjing remembered that in her past life, Ruan Mingman had married Yan Yuheng by leveraging the status of the Dali Temple's chief minister's daughter. She was uncertain what position the current chief minister held. Regardless, having the opportunity to engage with officials from the Dali Temple at this juncture was advantageous. Moreover, with Ruan Mingman currently confined, she could not accomplish anything during this time. This meant she was a step ahead of Ruan Mingman in this life. Mingjing promptly requested Hongyan to prepare paper and ink, and in front of Shaoshi, she wrote a reply to Feng Wanning, expressing her gratitude for the invitation and assuring her she would attend punctually. Agate ground the ink beside her. Mingjing's characters were meticulously inscribed onto the paper. Shaoshi observed in surprise, "Why are you using regular script? Your handwriting was exquisite at the last gathering, not this conventional style. Why the change today?" Mingjing could not reveal that her handwriting was akin to that of the 7th Master Yan. Otherwise, it would spell trouble for both of them. Instead, she offered an excuse. During competitions, one naturally strives to excel and showcase their utmost skill. When thanking others, it is best not to draw too much attention to oneself. So a more casual style suffices. After all, with her foundation in calligraphy, even her regular script was beautiful. Shaoshi felt a mix of pride and sorrow for her daughter's thoughtfulness. Had it not been for the trials they faced, how could she have become so considerate? Once the reply was written, Mama Lu was tasked with delivering it to the Feng family, demonstrating Mingjing's appreciation for the invitation. After the mother and daughter shared some idle chatter, they enjoyed lunch together. After a brief respite, noting the time was appropriate and the day was comparatively warm, Shaoshi arranged for a carriage to the front estate. She had mentioned the day before that she intended to introduce Ruan Mingman to the Yu family, and she was resolute in her decision, believing the sooner, the better, to avoid delaying the Yu family's child. Shaoshi first sent a servant to the front estate to announce their arrival. When Madame Ruan received the news, she was quite astonished, not understanding why her sister-in-law sought her out alone. It was known that the relationship between the front and back estates of the Ruan family was rather indifferent, with little interaction. Occasional visits were merely for the purpose of paying respects to the elder matriarch. Although they were sisters-in-law, Emoshur and Shaoshi were not particularly familiar with each other. Nonetheless, Emoshur quickly prepared tea and snacks, warmly anticipating the arrival of the mother and daughter from the third household. Before long, the small oil carriage arrived outside the courtyard. A maid hurried in with the news, and Emoshur personally went to the gate to greet them, smiling as she said, "What brings you here today? The weather is quite chilly. If you have matters to discuss, just send someone to let me know, and I can come to the back estate to find you. There's no need for you to come all this way." Immediately after, a warm hand warmer was pressed into Shaoshi's hands, which Emoshur had just had prepared. The mere fact that she understood Shaoshi's frail health made Shaoshi feel that this visit was worthwhile. Previously, she had worried that Mingjing's concern for Ruan Mingman was one-sided enthusiasm. However, seeing Emoshur's amiable nature, she believed her daughter would be well raised. Reflecting on this, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Shaoshi's face. If that were truly the case, why then had Emoshur raised a daughter like Ruan Mingman? Stepping into the room, they found a brazier alight, warming the space and dispelling the chill. Shaoshi quickly cast aside her myriad thoughts and sincerely remarked to Emoshur, "I've come here, and I appreciate your hospitality." "Not at all," Emoshur replied warmly as she took Shaoshi's hand and invited her to sit together on the Luohan bed. "I'm delighted that you came. Usually, there's no opportunity to converse. It's a rare occasion, and I'm thrilled beyond measure." She then suggested summoning Ruan Mingman to keep Mingjing company. However, Shaoshi stopped her. Shaoshi sent away all the attendants, instructing them to wait in the corridor, and exchanged a knowing glance with Emoshur, who also had her servants exit the room. Once they were alone, Shaoshi finally stated her purpose. "Actually, I came to propose a match for Mingman." Emoshur suddenly realized something, leaning slightly toward her. "Are you saying I should first apologize to my sister-in-law?" This excellent match was originally intended for Mingman. Unfortunately, she has not lived up to expectations, and this engagement has fallen through. Shaoshi continued, her heart aching with the painful memories. "This morning, I sent Mama Su to the prospective groom's family, mentioning that it was unlikely to work out on our end. I inquired if it would be acceptable to introduce the eldest daughter from the front estate instead. They responded, and during lunch, Mama Su conveyed their agreement, prompting me to rush here to discuss it with you." Mingjing then understood why Mama Su had returned in such a hurry while she was having lunch with her mother. She had gone to the Yu family to negotiate. At the time, Mama Su had whispered, and Mingjing had not caught a single word. Shaoshi acknowledged, "I realized that my initiative without consulting you first was inappropriate. However, previously when discussing matters with them, I had mentioned the children from the back estate. If we were to consider a different individual, I thought it prudent to inquire." Before she could finish, Emoshur grasped Shaoshi's hand. Tears glimmered in her eyes, and she blinked several times to hold them back, lest she appear undignified in front of her sister-in-law. "It is commendable of you to care so much for Mingman," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "The path to my daughter's marriage has been fraught with difficulties. Among everyone in the household, you alone still think of her." Gratitude overflowed in her words. Chapter 36. Arrangements. Rondalao Yi is no longer an official and is responsible for household affairs, primarily interacting with merchants. Securing a good match for his daughter is exceedingly challenging. To make matters worse, Madame Wan insists that Mingyao must remain single for a few more years due to the unfavorable reputation of her deceased fiancé, thereby stalling her marriage prospects. Although that fiancé has been dead for over a year, Madame Ruan shows no urgency regarding Mingyao's marriage. Furthermore, the second branch, being favored by the matriarch, would not go against her wishes, which renders Mingyao's marriage prospects increasingly unattainable. Mo Shi is deeply anxious about this, often lying awake for nights on end. Who says that a match rejected by others is inherently inferior. Mo Shi knows that Xiao Shi has always cherished Ruan Mingman, treating her as her own since the passing of her first daughter. Naturally, the marriage she would arrange for Ruan Mingman would be of the finest quality, meticulously chosen. Now that Xiao Shi is willing to facilitate this match for Mingyao, regardless of its outcome, Mo Shi is profoundly appreciative of her intentions. Xiao Shi gently nudged Mingjing forward, saying, "I cannot take sole credit for this." With affection in her eyes, she adjusted the hairpin that had become askew from Mingjing's cloak, adding, "It was Mingjing who expressed her admiration for Mingyao, which prompted me to consider this match." Though she did not say it outright, her implication was clear. The idea to arrange this match originated with Mingjing. However, being an unmarried young lady, it was inappropriate for her to discuss such matters openly. Hence the careful veiling of her involvement.
Montag was utterly astonished hit.
In her memory, this niece had always been haughty, spoiled, and rarely considered the thoughts of others. She vividly recalled an evening banquet hosted by the former residents a few years ago, where the latter residence was also present. The ninth Miss, Mingjing, paid no heed to anyone, engrossed in selecting her preferred items, uttering not a word to her sisters. Although Mingyao later mentioned to Mo that upon seeing Mingjing distribute the chosen delicacies to her mother, Xiao, it seemed she was concerned for her mother's health and thus was selective in her choices. Yet, Mo still felt some discontent at the child's disregard for those around her. Little did she know, unbeknownst to her, the child had been praising her daughter and thinking of her. Mo grasped Mingjing's hand, which was small and icy. Suddenly, she recalled that the child had recently been rejected by a suitor, a family known to Xiao. The specifics were unknown to Mo, yet she understood why the child showed concern for Mingyao's matchmaking. Having been through the rain herself, one often wishes to hold an umbrella for others. This was indeed a splendid child. Mo invited Mingjing to sit beside her, contemplating how to express her myriad thoughts, but ultimately settled on saying, "Your kindness, dear niece, is duly noted by your aunt. Regardless of the outcome for Mingyao, our family will always cherish you and your mother." Mingjing smiled. "Aunt, you are too kind.
We are all family."
Mo sighed and nodded in agreement. Xiao called out to Mo. The two mothers began discussing the possibility of visiting the Yu family to arrange for mutual introductions. Yet they feared that such a deliberate approach might draw the attention of the matriarch, old Lady Ruan, who is known to obstruct the match for Ruan Mingyao. As they meticulously strategized, Mingjing suddenly interjected, "I wonder why the daughter of the Feng family, the minor official of the Dali Temple, has come to attend this painting and calligraphy gathering? This is certainly not within the social circles of the latter residence, but rather the former." Mingjing's inquiry sparked an idea, prompting her to probe further. Mo responded with a smile, "Lord Feng studied alongside my husband in years past. Although my husband did not succeed in the examinations and their friendship is not profound, I thought, since we are hosting this gathering, it would be prudent to invite several young ladies. I sent an invitation to the Feng family, and to my surprise, Miss Feng truly attended." Mingjing then inquired, "Has Miss Feng recently sent an invitation to Sister Seven?" Xiao, sensing her daughter's intentions, cast a few more glances at her. "Yes," Mo replied after a moment's thought. "I believe we received an invitation today, specifically for Mingyao, which I had someone deliver." "I too received the invitation," Mingjing suggested. "How about this? That day, I shall attend the banquet with Sister Seven, and upon our return, I shall invite her to my family's shop for a brief visit."
Xiao,
having guessed her daughter's thoughts earlier, chimed in, "I will arrange for someone to be there to oversee it. We shall wait there together." The latter part of her statement was directed at Mo. Mingjing continued, "We should inform the Yu family in advance, so when Sister Seven and I arrive, they can proceed to select items." Xiao added, "I can arrange for the shopkeeper to present items favored by the youth, allowing them to choose what they like while we observe from a distance. Thus, both families can view one another without any awareness of this encounter, effectively keeping it from old lady Ruan's scrutiny." Mo, realizing the brilliance of this plan, clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. I truly appreciate you both for being so considerate of Ming Yao's welfare. I confess, I have not been as kind to you over the years." Xiao tightened her grip on Mo's hand, replying, "You have helped me immensely as well. At the very least, when old lady Ruan caused difficulties, you would speak up on my behalf. You have never added to my troubles." Mo felt a deep sense of guilt toward the latter residents. As the elder sister-in-law, she ought to prioritize the harmony of the family, yet she often found herself unwittingly adhering to old lady Ruan's commands, neglecting the latter residents. After discussing the details of their meeting, Xiao prepared to leave with Mingjing. The maidservants entered to assist their mistress in donning cloaks to shield them from the biting cold. Mo earnestly said, "In the future, if you have no engagements, please feel free to visit me." Xiao hesitated, reluctant to frequent the former residence due to her profound conflict with old lady Ruan. If she were to interact with her sisters-in-law, she would inevitably encounter old lady Ruan. This was something she despised. Mingjing believed that her mother staying cooped up at home was not conducive to her health. One's spirit flourished with social interaction, and remaining confined would only deteriorate her well-being. Moreover, with the Yen family, their once close ties had severed, making her mother even less inclined to venture out. Thus, Mingjing cheerfully responded on Xiao's behalf, "Thank you for the invitation, dear aunt. I, too, shall accompany my mother for visits in the future."
Montag ärgerlich replied.
"I would welcome that wholeheartedly." Mingjing summoned the maid, Agate, who brought forth a box containing newly crafted palace flowers from the shop, presenting them to Mo. "I hope you do not mind accepting these." She winked playfully at Mo. Mo realized this was Mingjing's subtle way of offering an excuse for their visit. Once she distributed the box of palace flowers to the young ladies of the former residence, no one would question the reason for the visit of the mother and daughter from the latter residence. As they watched the small carriage from the latter residence depart, Mo's gaze casually scanned the surroundings, only to spot a maid dressed in a blue tunic, stealthily observing them from behind the trees. Surely, she was sent by old lady Ruan. In the past, seeing someone dispatched by the matriarch would have filled Mo with discomfort, as it reminded her of the matriarch's interference in Ming Yao's marriage, often leaving her sleepless. But today was different. Mo summoned her steward and declared loudly, "Take the palace flowers that Miss Nine sent for her sisters, and let us pay our respects to the matriarch. It will show those who look down upon the latter residents that we, in fact, are far better people, who remember to share the good things with you." The small carriage rolled onward. Before reaching the Meixiang courtyard, a servant hurriedly approached, saying, "Madam, Mississippi. A woman is here to see the young lady." We stopped her, saying the young lady is not at home, but she insists on forcing her way in. Before she could finish, a booming laughter echoed. "Mingjing, you've returned." Mingjing looked up to see a figure as imposing as a small mountain blocking the relatively wide stone path. It was none other than the legitimate daughter of the Dingen Marquis, Guanfengru. Chapter 37. Brief, quite brief. Mingjing jumped from the carriage, joyfully exclaiming, "What brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up." Guanfengru chuckled heartily and strode over. "I was just released by my brother a little while ago. If I had sent someone to inform you, I would have to wait for your reply before returning to the Marquis residence, which would mean I wouldn't see you until midnight. It's better for me to come directly, since you rarely go out." Ironically, she did not even leave the Ruan family's premises, but ended up at the former residence, which also required waiting. Guanfengru was unconcerned. "No worries. I'm the one intruding upon you." Her voice was loud enough that even through the carriage wall, her words were crystal clear. Xiao lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside. Guanfengru curiously sized up the noblewoman seated within the carriage, finding her strikingly beautiful, dignified, and elegant, her features painterly, exuding a timeless grace. She felt a sense of familiarity. Mingjing introduced, "Mother, this is the young lady from the Ding and Marquis residence." "Fengru, this is my mother." Guanfengru exclaimed, "Oh, I've seen you at the Yen family before." She belatedly realized it was inappropriate to mention the Yen family in front of Mingjing, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she awkwardly smiled. The last time they met, they had not formally introduced one another, so she had not known the lady's identity. Now that she recognized her as the mother of her good friend, Guanfengru composed herself, bowed respectfully, and greeted, "I pay my respects to you, madam." Her demeanor was reminiscent of a martial general. Xiao had been intimidated by this robust young woman during their previous encounter at the Yen family and worried for Mingjing's safety.
Today,
Guanfengru displayed a warm demeanor towards Mingjing, which offered her a sense of reassurance. observing the respect afforded to her. It was evident that such regard was rooted in respect for her mother, allowing her to relax completely. It is indeed unjust to judge a person solely by their appearance. For instance, although Yuheng possesses pleasing features, what significance does that hold? The Xiao family invited Guanfengru to join them for dinner, instructing Su Mama to request additional dishes from the kitchen. Guanfengru unabashedly declared her desire for roasted meat. Mingjing, however, candidly stated that their cook was unfamiliar with northern cuisine. Disappointed, Guanfengru sighed but quickly brightened, suggesting, "Why don't you accompany me home? I can have my cook prepare some for you. I assure you, my cook's roasted meat is exquisite, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and bursting with flavor. Each bite reveals the succulent fats mingled with fine roasting spices. The taste is simply divine." Outside, the chill of the evening air intensified, and as dusk approached, the wind whipped up dust, stinging their skin and garments. Mingjing, already feeling the cold, urged Guanfengru to return indoors. She gestured towards Meixiang courtyard, saying, "We are heading to my mother's place. You should join us." The small carriage could scarcely accommodate another passenger. Guanfengru, undeterred, dashed ahead, arriving even before Mingjing's carriage. Xiao admired this girl's robust health and stamina. In Meixiang courtyard, Mingjing had some garments set aside. After changing into her everyday attire, Xiao arranged for the evening meal while keeping Guanfengru company. Although Guanfengru had a spirited nature, she was not one to roam aimlessly without reason. Since she had rushed to find Mingjing, there must be a matter of importance at hand. "I've heard that your family and the Yan family are at odds," Guanfengru remarked. "My mother mentioned a few things. There are rumors that your household has beaten Yuheng, leaving him quite bruised and battered." "What a pitiful fellow," Mingjing responded. "If your tone were not so gleeful, I might have believed you. However, what exactly happened to cause such injuries?" Yuheng merely knelt for a brief moment. How could he end up beaten? "I cannot say for certain," Guanfengru admitted. "I found it strange, which is why I hurried to inquire." "Such unsavory gossip is circulating," Guanfengru continued, contemplating whether to speak further. Mingjing, sensing the hesitation, encouraged her, "Do not hold back. I am listening." Guanfengru relayed that Madame Guan had mentioned the public's perception of Mingjing as spoiled, domineering, and ill-tempered, claiming these were the reasons for the Yan family's withdrawal from the engagement. Furthermore, it was said that Yan Xiaoya had been unjustly struck and expelled from the Ruan household. Essentially, all blame for the broken engagement was heaped upon Mingjing, while Yuheng remained blameless. Mingjing responded indifferently, seemingly unfazed by the allegations. Guanfengru, incredulous, asked, "Aren't you angry?" "Anger is futile," Mingjing replied. "I cannot control how others think or speak. Having been reborn, I realize that apart from life and death, everything else is trivial. As long as I am healthy, I find joy in that. Rather than fretting over others' opinions, I prefer to invest my time in my own comfort." Since arriving in the capital, Guanfengru had often heard others comment on Mingjing's character. Witnessing Mingjing's nonchalance now, she scratched her head and chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. To be honest, Mingjing's reputation was equally tarnished. They were indeed two peas in a pod. As the evening deepened, with the sun setting and darkness approaching, Mingjing conferred with Xiao about having Guanfengru stay overnight. Xiao naturally agreed, recognizing the value of having more friends for her daughter. Despite Guanfengru's fiery temperament, her heart was genuinely kind, making her a commendable companion. Mingjing sent someone to inform the Guan household. Guanfengru felt anxious, fearing her brother might react poorly. During dinner, she scanned her surroundings, unable to savor the meal. When the messenger returned from the Duke of N's residence with no objections, she finally relaxed and joyfully followed Mingjing to view the guest room she had prepared. Upon entering, Guanfengru was taken aback by the exquisite items meant for young women. She curiously explored, realizing for the first time how refined a girl's belongings could be. The wash basin was dainty, separate from the hand-washing basin. The cloths for face and hands were distinct. Hairpins were neatly stored in a box, which in turn was placed inside a jewelry case. Everything was remarkably delicate. "This is quite amusing," Guanfengru laughed. "I'm afraid to touch anything in here, lest I break it with too much force." Though she spoke lightly, Mingjing felt a pang of sadness. The daughter of a distinguished duke lived in such rough conditions. Surely, children in military families were raised with greater care? Yet, that could not be true. Guan Fuxian was quite refined. The thought that the man was more concerned with his own comfort than adequately caring for his sister filled Mingjing with indignation. She promptly declared, "Tonight, you shall stay and sleep here. Tomorrow, I must visit the shop to select some garments and jewelry for an upcoming banquet. I'll take you along. And you can choose a few outfits and sets of jewelry." Guan Fengru was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh no, that's unnecessary." She sheepishly added, "I haven't brought much silver with me." Mingjing intended to reassure her that it was all right, as she was merely inviting her to their own shop, where expenses were irrelevant. However, in the next moment, Guan Fengru pulled out a stack of banknotes from behind her waist. Her head lowered in embarrassment. "I only brought this much," she said, "perhaps 200 or 300 taels." Mingjing was astonished. "Is this little?" "This amount is enough to purchase an ordinary small shop." Guan Fengru continued to reminisce. "Not long after I returned to the capital, I encountered Yan Qiyi at the largest incense shop. He was engaged in conversation with his aides and, finding the shop appealing, casually withdrew 6,000 taels in banknotes, declaring he would buy the shop. I was astounded at the sight of such a sum, and he not only purchased the shop but all the raw materials, contracts, and agreements as well." Yan Qiyi, with his noble demeanor and striking appearance, was indeed captivating. The mere act of tossing out banknotes was mesmerizing. Unfortunately, the man was intimidating. Even a fleeting glance from him could instill a sense of overwhelming pressure that deterred opposition. Guan Fengru sighed. Compared to Yan Qiyi, Yan Yuheng was but an inconspicuous speck of dust, hardly worth consideration. Mingjing suddenly understood why Guan Fengru regarded carrying 200 or 300 taels as insignificant. She had been awed by Yan Qiyi's extravagant display. Calculating the timeline, this incident had occurred months prior, when Mingjing had just turned 15, before her rebirth. She vaguely recalled her newfound fascination with incense around that time, even contemplating purchasing an incense shop, though she ultimately abandoned the idea. For someone who had lived several years in her previous life, this felt like a distant memory, hazy and indistinct. It was surprising to learn that Yan Qiyi had an interest in acquiring an incense shop. Did a man of his stature truly appreciate such things? After discussing their plans for the following day, Mingjing and Guan Fengru exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective rooms for a restful sleep. The following morning, Mingjing awoke groggily to find Guan Fengru had already completed a set of martial exercises. Noticing Mingjing's late rising, she exclaimed in surprise, "You managed to sleep until dawn." Mingjing blinked, startled by the figure resembling a small mountain beside her bed. Upon regaining her composure, she recognized Guan Fengru, who had dragged a chair beside her. After both had washed and dressed, they proceeded to Meixiang Courtyard to pay their respects to Xiao. Due to Xiao's customary leniency towards Mingjing regarding early rising, by the time she arrived, a group of concubines and illegitimate daughters had already gathered, engaging in conversation with Xiao. They had heard rumors the previous night about the legendary Miss Guan temporarily residing in the rear courtyard and were filled with curiosity. Yet, none dared to intrude or take a glimpse. To their surprise, they found themselves in her presence now. Guan Fengru's presence was so striking that everyone endeavored to feign ignorance, while secretly observing her. After Mingjing introduced the attendees to Guan Fengru, she perceived that the concubines and illegitimate daughters were not to be trusted, as they were all vying for the resources of the legitimate wife and legitimate daughter. With widened eyes, she glared at each one. As their faces turned pale with fear, Guan Fengru thumped her chest, declaring, "Mingjing is my sister. I will protect her. Who dares to harm a single hair on her head? I will not let this go." The room fell silent, gripped by her intimidation. After all, she was the young lady of the Dingen Marquette, which had no concubines. And the Marquis and his wife had only one son and one daughter, both cherished like precious jewels. Who would dare provoke them? Madame Dong was the first to regain her composure, stepping forward and bowing gently, acknowledging her lower status and assuring Guan that she had always respected the fourth miss. Guan Fengru coldly laughed. "I see you as the first I cannot abide. You must be the worst among them." Madame Dong was rendered speechless, unable to find her usual sharp tongue against such a robust and unreasonable adversary. Noticing Ruan evident fright, Mingjing, feeling sympathy for her sister, urged Guan Fengru, "Let us take our leave." Having established her authority, Guan Fengru readily agreed. Xiao had already arranged for carriages and accompanying matrons, and upon witnessing their departure, offered a few words of advice before allowing them to exit. Although Jiangnan was not as bitterly cold as the capital, it was nonetheless a damp chill. Despite being wrapped in numerous layers of thick clothing, the cold seemed to seep through every fabric and cotton layer, rendering one helpless and icy all over. Within an official residence in Jiangnan, the morning was bustling with the transfer of governmental affairs, with officials of all ranks entering and exiting. Yet, the innermost courtyard was eerily quiet, with everyone making an effort to avoid approaching it. Only when absolutely necessary did they tread carefully, completing their tasks swiftly before retreating to avoid disturbing the occupant within. Shunzhe, displaying his waist token to the staff in the residence, hurried towards the innermost courtyard. Seated within was a young man in his 20s, possessing strikingly deep features and an exceptionally handsome appearance, exuding a warm and reserved demeanor. This was the seventh master, Chengli. In such bone-chilling Jiangnan, he wore only a couple of garments, clearly unperturbed by the cold. Shunzhe dared not be careless, treading as if on thin ice. His gaze cast downwards. Only those in close attendance with the Yen family knew better than to provoke the seventh master's ire, a dormant tiger, once roused, could strike with lethal precision, leaving all who approached with grievous wounds. A gentle knock on the door elicited a voice inviting him in. Shunzhe bowed as he entered, his eyes quickly scanning the room to see the seventh master engrossed in reviewing documents, and he waited in silence, refraining from interrupting. When asked why he had come in person, Shunzhe presented a letter, laying it before the seventh master. There are some matters that cannot be adequately conveyed in writing, and I felt it necessary to discuss them with you face to face. Chengli remained noncommittal, taking the letter and unsealing it. He stared at the word good for a long while, then shifted his gaze to the phrase no need for surveillance. The latter was merely 5 words long. The word good was written with heavier ink, indicating a different emotional state from the subsequent words. The initial word seemed to carry a hint of petulance, written with a quick yet steady hand, while the latter words were clearly composed in a fit of anger, hurried and frantic. Chengli chuckled softly to himself. This girl certainly had a bold spirit, daring to express her displeasure towards him. Yet she had always been so. Clutching the paper tightly, Chengli then raised his eyes to inquire of Shunzhe, "What made you think to attend the calligraphy and painting exhibition?" Previously, when Shunzhe had sent an urgent message, he had only mentioned attending the exhibition and the accompanying gift of her brushwork, but had not elaborated on the decision to go. This meeting provided an opportunity to clarify matters. Shunzhe, weary from days and nights of travel, with unshaven stubble and slightly pale lips, respectfully replied, "Since you instructed me to keep an eye on her, I thought it prudent to attend the exhibition. Just as I was contemplating whether to go." A servant reported that the eldest young master intended to attend. Chengli lightly tapped the table twice, smiling faintly as he mentioned Yuheng. Shunzhe paused for a moment, noting the seventh master's silence, and continued, "It is said that during a quarrel with the madam, the eldest young master declared that, even without an invitation, their familial ties permitted him to attend. The madam was so enraged that she confined him in a room, yet he even pried open a window to escape. He could not fathom why the seventh master was particularly concerned about that young lady. It seemed unlikely that it was merely to prevent complications in their family's engagement." Observing the seventh master's expression, Shunzhe cautiously added, "I told the gatekeeper I needed to consult with Lord Ruan, and they prepared a carriage for me. Upon hearing I was going to the Ruan family," the eldest young master ceased his insistence. The Yen family were well aware of the seventh master's gentle temperament. He rarely displayed anger. However, when he did, even his mother, Lady Yen, could not dissuade him. Fearing Shunzhe might report seeing him at the Ruan family, Yuheng had naturally abandoned his pursuit, particularly after the seventh master had warned him before leaving the capital that, since the engagement was off, he should refrain from bothering the fourth Miss Ruan. Chengli acknowledged with a sound, his gaze lingering on the simple 5 characters for a moment, before telling Shunzhe to rest for now. "I will write a response shortly. When you return to the capital tomorrow, take it with you. There is no need to rush. Take care not to overexert yourself." Shunzhe, being a scholar, would surely find such relentless travel exhausting. Shunzhe acquiesced, yet was preoccupied with a matter he felt compelled to address in person, asking, "Is it true that the Guan family's young master is quite acquainted with that young lady?" He was uncertain whether this information warranted mentioning to the seventh master, but felt it prudent to bring it up given the seventh master's particular interest in her. The contents of the letter could not reveal the seventh master's intentions, so a personal visit seemed more appropriate. Fengxian and Mingjing? Chengli leisurely folded the letter, storing it away. They do not know each other. However, at the exhibition, they appeared to be quite familiar, Shenzhe recalled, though he had been too far away to see clearly and might have misinterpreted the situation. Shenzhe, always composed, would not easily assert anything he was uncertain about. Chengli lowered his gaze, concluding that Guan Fengxian and she had only just become acquainted at the exhibition. Yet, she was never one to easily form close relations. Otherwise, she would not have delayed her interactions with other families due to her long-standing connection with the Yan family. His slender fingers lingered for a moment on the folded letter. After a brief contemplation, Chengli instructed Shenzhe to rest and summoned Yuheng. Yuheng, a ninth-rank officer from the surveillance department, skilled in both martial arts and legal matters, usually assisted Yan in his duties. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully and, after receiving a nod from the seventh master, approached to receive a freshly penned confidential letter. After a brief exchange, the seventh master instructed him to personally deliver it to a certain official in the Ministry of Justice. Yuheng appeared astonished. Wasn't this matter previously suppressed by your direct intervention? Why is it being brought up now? I am currently on a mission as an imperial envoy to investigate the taxation issues in Jiangnan and cannot return immediately, Chengli replied. In the interim, it is best to keep him occupied. Otherwise, too much leisure may attract undesired attention. Yuheng was filled with uncertainty, pondering how the newly ennobled Guan family had incurred the seventh master's displeasure. Yet, it was known that the seventh master had previously discreetly assisted them, alleviating many of their troubles. Today, she merely traversed the exhausting processes that were required of her. Yuheng received his orders and promptly saddled his horse to set off for the capital. The sun shone pleasantly in the capital today. The winter sun was gentle and not harsh, casting a warm glow on every leisurely pedestrian who ventured outside. Being a young lady from a noble family, it was not appropriate for her to roam freely in public, especially with the fiery and impulsive Guan Fengru by her side. After Mingjing left her home, she did not head towards the bustling luxury shops but instead chose to browse through her family stores alongside Guan Fengru. With fewer people around, they could select items meticulously without the pressure of time, enjoying a leisurely experience. However, it was not long before a mishap occurred, triggered by a delicate gold hairpin adorned with pearls and designed as a lotus flower displayed in a jewelry shop. A young lady in a green dress, who was also selecting accessories, noticed the beautiful hairpin and called for the shopkeeper to inquire about it. Unbeknownst to her, Guan Fengru had also taken a liking to the same hairpin and, without hesitation, picked it up to try on in front of the mirror. Just as Guan Fengru was admiring how well it complemented her beauty, the young lady returned from her inquiry, only to find the hairpin perched atop another's head. Enraged, she insisted that it was rightfully hers, as she had been the first to notice it. Having finally felt a sense of beauty herself, Guan Fengru was unwilling to yield, asserting that the principle of first come, first served applied, and she would not give it up. A quarrel ensued. The young lady was accompanied by 2 maids and 4 matrons, who waited outside the shop while the maids assisted inside. One particularly fiery maid, unable to contain her anger, shouted, "Do you know who my master is? How dare you make a scene here? My lady has never failed to acquire what she desires." Guan Fengru, however, was not one to back down easily. The daughter of a prominent marquis, she had nothing to fear. Even when her status was not particularly high, she had never been intimidated, and now, with her family's power on the rise, she felt even bolder. Thus, she retaliated, her voice booming far louder than her opponent's. If she truly wanted it, she should have taken it at the start. Instead, she hesitated to spend her silver, dilly-dallying while asking questions. And now she wants to snatch it from me? What kind of skill is that? The maid was infuriated. Although they could not outshout Guan Fengru, they decided to resort to physical force. Calling upon another maid, they attempted to push Guan Fengru. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The robust young lady remained unyielding. Once their attempts had exhausted themselves, Guan Fengru, with a sly smile, rolled up her sleeves and pushed forward. The maids felt excruciating pain in their shoulders before they stumbled backward, landing on the ground with cries of discomfort. Mingjing, who was quietly discussing recent profits with the shopkeeper, was suddenly overwhelmed by the commotion. Running a business required stability and harmony, and a disturbance in her own shop was undesirable. She gestured for the shopkeeper and staff to intervene. A female staff member rushed to assist the fallen maids, profusely apologizing and offering several pieces of jewelry to the young lady in green, hoping to placate her. Yet the green-dressed lady was obstinate, insisting that she wanted the hairpin on Guan Fengru's head. Before long, the ruckus resumed. The matrons who had been waiting outside entered to lend their support. The shop staff, feeling helpless, were akin to ants on a hot pan, fretting over the escalating situation. Just then, a voice, not particularly loud but tinged with a languid tone, called out, "Guan Fengru, you've really made a name for yourself." Guan Fengru froze in place. The individuals accompanying the green-dressed lady took a moment to catch their breath. Mingjing glanced outside and beheld a young man, elegantly mounted on a steed, holding the reins in one hand while wielding a red-tasseled silver spear in the other. Clad in the attire of a fourth-rank imperial guard, he exuded an air of dashing grace and unparalleled charm. The young lady in green was captivated, her cheeks flushing as she stole glances at the young man before quickly averting her gaze. Guan Fengxian, Guan Fengru's older brother, paid no mind to the strangers. He dismounted with agility, his sharp gaze sweeping over his sister, which caused Guan Fengru to lower her head in trepidation. Only then did he turn his attention to Mingjing, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "You are quite bold to have brought her out shopping." Guan Fengru's eyes widened in surprise, gazing at Mingjing with admiration. She had not anticipated that Mingjing knew her brother, nor that he would speak to her so gently. It was a stark contrast to the treatment she had received from him throughout her life. Guan Fengru genuinely feared her brother. His martial prowess surpassed hers. His strength was greater, and the number of foes he had vanquished was beyond her reach. Most importantly, he was far more astute, and no matter how hard she tried, she could never outsmart him. Accepting this reality, she ceased to resist. Whatever her brother commanded, she obediently complied, lest she suffer the consequences of their sibling clashes.
Now.
Confronted with Guan Fengxian's inquiry, Guan Fengru stammered, unable to articulate a response. Recognizing her distress, Guan Fengxian was on the verge of reprimanding her when Mingjing interjected. Surprised by the unexpected turn of events, she did not want Guan Fengxian to misunderstand the situation and said, "This cannot all be attributed to Sister Guan. It is the shopkeeper's failure to handle things properly. In business, harmony is paramount." She refrained from revealing that this shop belonged to her, instead summarizing the situation and placing the blame on her staff. Hearing Mingjing defend her, Guan Fengru chuckled sheepishly, but upon meeting her brother's stern expression, her demeanor crumpled, and her head drooped. The green-dressed lady's maids attempted to prolong the conflict, insisting it was the fault of the burly woman. Unexpectedly, their mistress interjected, "I no longer want that hairpin." Guan Fengru felt a surge of triumph and, with a toss of her head, retorted, "What's this? Have you finally realized your mistake? I'm only refraining from arguing out of respect for this young gentleman." The green-dressed lady approached Guan Fengxian and bowed, asking, "May I have the honor of knowing your name? I wish to express my gratitude for your intervention today." Guan Fengxian, disinterested, turned his gaze back to Mingjing. Mingjing, perplexed, thought, why should she respond? However, Guan Fengxian was not inclined to engage, regardless of external pressure. Mingjing reminded herself that the welfare of her shop was paramount. Maintaining peace was essential. She gestured towards Guan Fengru and Guan Fengxian, stating, "She is his sister. Hence, there is no need for thanks." Keeping the peace was a blessing in itself. The green-dressed lady's incredulous gaze flitted between the siblings. How could a brother appear more handsome and youthful than his sister? The shopkeeper, acting judiciously, presented a bowl of pearls as a gift to the green-dressed lady, interrupting her astonishment. "This type of hairpin can be crafted again in due time. If the young lady does not mind, you may return in 10 days to collect it." The staff promptly served tea. The green-dressed lady accepted it, placing it on the table, signaling her willingness to accept the resolution. After a moment's thought, she added, "I do not wish for the hairpin to be identical to hers. Can you make it a double-layered lotus instead? Typically, such a request would incur an additional charge due to the increased materials required." The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "Of course, that can be arranged." He made no mention of the extra costs, evidently prepared to charge her the original price for the single-layer design. Content with this arrangement, the green-dressed lady relented. Before departing, she cast several lingering glances at Guan Fengxian, disheartened to find he was indeed disinterested. Realizing that her earlier confrontation with him had been rather intense, she sighed and climbed into her carriage. Guan Fengxian, already exasperated, turned to Mingjing once the crowd dispersed and remarked, "You truly have the patience of a saint." His tone carried a hint of complaint. Mingjing simply smiled, pursing her lips, and did not respond. The shopkeeper, reluctant to see the master being spoken of in such a manner, softly explained, even when considering the gifted pearls and other materials. There is still profit to be made at this price. The master is merely seeking a little piece by accepting a smaller gain. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's defense, Mingjing felt inspired to clarify, it is not easy for a small establishment like ours to operate. In the capital, one might encounter someone of greater authority than my family merely by chance. I have no need to quarrel with such individuals. It is but a trivial sum of silver, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. She was indeed wealthy, and this small amount of money, exchanged for tranquility and stability, was quite worthwhile. In her previous life, she might have felt compelled to argue for the sake of pride. However, after a year of introspection in the small courtyard, she now believed that apart from life and health, everything else was trivial, and she had no desire to dwell on such matters. Quan Fengxian, upon hearing her words, felt a strange discomfort. Accustomed to acting with impunity due to his numerous military achievements, he had never been one to bow down. Observing the girl, as radiant as a begonia, who ought to bask in the warm glow of the sun, yet was forced to endure such indignities, he felt an innate sense of injustice, though he could not articulate why. In truth, Mingjing did not perceive herself as wronged. She adjusted a slightly misaligned hairpin on Quan Fengru after the recent commotion and inquired, "What brings you here, young master?" "I returned from fulfilling the emperor's command and, upon hearing my sister's calls from afar, came to see." Quan Fengxian replied, casting a sidelong glance at his sister. "Could you not shout so loudly?" With Mingjing present, Quan Fengru felt emboldened, standing tall and retorting, "Is it wrong to call out when one is bullied? When I am wronged, I act directly and fight back." Quan Fengxian let out a derisive snort. "You are unlike anyone I know." As the siblings appeared ready to bicker, Mingjing quickly intervened, urging Quan Fengxian to attend to his duties, assuring him she would escort his precious sister back to the marquis residence. Quan Fengxian, gazing at her charming smile, wished to say something but found himself at a loss, ultimately pursing his lips and departing. On the way to the marquis residence, Quan Fengru's loud voice rang out incessantly. "How did you come to know my brother? Did you not quarrel the first time you met? How can you manage his temper so well? You are truly remarkable." The barrage of questions and compliments left Mingjing with no opportunity to interject. She found herself both amused and exasperated. After the painting and calligraphy gathering, she assumed Quan Fengxian would have mentioned their encounter to Quan Fengru, only to discover he had not mentioned it at all. Once Quan Fengru's chatter subsided somewhat, she remarked with curiosity, "Why did he not tell you?" During the gathering, Quan Fengxian had indeed brought her up, yet upon returning, he had not mentioned her to his sister. Quan Fengru, recalling her brother's haughty demeanor, felt a pang of frustration and waved her hand dismissively. "Do not expect him to share anything with me. With his disposition, how could he?" Her tone dripped with disdain, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Mingjing smiled and inquired, "Why do you fear young Master Quan so? Though he may be bothersome and meddlesome, he is not a bad person overall." Quan Fengru, seizing the rare opportunity to vent to someone who would listen, lamented, "He restricts me in everything. Once, during a skirmish, I inadvertently killed someone with a punch and was fined a month's allowance. And just the other day, I tried to intercept Lord Yanqi and ended up battered. Yet he paid no heed to my injuries and lashed me with a whip. There was also an incident involving drinking. A young master from a prominent family was so intoxicated that he nearly passed out, and I was punished to kneel for 3 days." Quan Fengru sighed dramatically, her expression one of despair. Mingjing replied, "In that case, it is indeed necessary for you to be restrained. You cannot blame your brother for this." As for the matter of the jewelry, Mingjing had thought it was settled, but she was soon to be surprised. After some time, while attending a banquet hosted by Ruan Mingman at the invitation of Feng Weining, she unexpectedly encountered the green-clad young lady once more. Chapter 41. A strategic retreat. The day before the banquet hosted by the Feng family, the frost-covered ground was quite slippery, indicating the depths of winter. Concubine Dong, assisted by a maid, was in the Meixiang courtyard picking plum blossoms to brew tea. Noticing Ruan Qi lost in thought on a stone bench, she approached and playfully swatted her with a branch of plums cold. "Do not sit here." Ruan Qi remained seated, pointing to a room and asking, "Aunt, should we not help third sister?" Concubine Dong dropped the branch into a small bamboo basket held by a maid, dismissively replying, "There is no need. Regardless of how she is raised under this roof, she cannot compare to my own. I have no intention of worrying about Ruan Mingman. House arrest? It is best to keep her confined until she is married, requiring none of my effort. As concubine Dong casually continued to prune plum branches, she heard her daughter mumble. But if she attends the banquet, fourth sister will be displeased. If fourth sister is upset, the madam will surely be too. Enough. Concubine Dong pushed her daughter lightly. When Ruan Qi fell silent, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before whispering, "Tonight I will speak to your father," urging him to allow Mingman to attend the banquet tomorrow. "You need not concern yourself with it." Ruan Qi smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with delight, and responded with an enthusiastic affirmation. Concubine Dong, her mind now preoccupied, returned to the house to select a beautiful gown, preparing to present it to Ruan Kong upon his return from the office. As soon as Ruan Kong changed into casual wear, he caught the sweet aroma of the pastries. Seeing concubine Dong arrive, he took her hand and sat down. The two shared tender moments, feeding each other bites of sweets. Seizing the opportunity while he was in good spirits, concubine Dong mentioned, "The third miss has been under house arrest for many days. It is time to let her out." The pastries suddenly lost their sweetness for Ruan Kong. Wiping his lips with a handkerchief, he noted that her numerous misdeeds warranted her confinement, and there was no room for negotiation. The new year was fast approaching, after all. Concubine Dong nestled against Ruan Kong, adding, moreover, "She is not young anymore and must eventually marry. How can we keep her confined and expect suitors to come calling? It would be wise to let her move about. Who knows which lady might take a fancy to her? A substantial dowry could be arranged." The sordid affairs concerning Yuheng and Ruan Mingman remained buried among those in the know. No one dared to speak of them. After all, the Ruan family still had many daughters yet to marry, and no one wished to tarnish their reputations, knowing it could bring trouble for the younger sisters. Thus, the outside world remained unaware of Ruan Mingman's transgressions. To them, she was still the prodigious talent capable of foreseeing all matters. Ruan Kong pondered for a long while, remaining silent. Concubine Dong then added, "Just the other day, Mingman mentioned to me that the Feng family would be hosting a banquet soon, and there would be unexpected events. If she attends, she could avert those incidents, strengthening the ties between the Feng family and ours, and perhaps even impressing Princess Liang." This was the true reason she sought Ruan Kong as support. Concubine Dong observed Ruan Kang's expression closely as she spoke. These words were not entirely truthful. While Ruan Mingman had indeed mentioned the banquet, she had no intention of granting her request until today, influenced by Ruan Qi's persuasion. As expected, upon hearing the name of Princess Liang, Ruan Kang's demeanor shifted, his hesitation waning. He queried, "What connection does this have with Princess Liang?" Princess Liang is the daughter of Duke Gong and enjoys the Empress's favor, frequently accompanying her within the palace. Not only commoners, but even officials and noble families seldom have the opportunity to meet her. If they could establish a connection with her, the Ruan family would not only elevate their status, but significantly enhance their standing. Ruan Kong felt a flicker of intrigue as he lowered his voice to discuss the matter with concubine Dong for a considerable time. Once Aunt Dong departed, Ruan Kong adjusted his attire and proceeded towards the Meixiang courtyard, intending to discuss with the Shao matriarch the possibility of Ruan Mingman accompanying them to the Feng family tomorrow. Just as he left, the maid Xiangyi, who had been serving tea in the room, quietly slipped out, ensuring no one was following. She cautiously took a shortcut to the Lanxing courtyard. Mingjing was engrossed in perusing a ledger. Since learning to manage accounts under her mother's guidance, Shao had enlisted her assistance in bookkeeping, allowing her to learn quickly while honing her skills. Upon hearing Xiangyi's arrival, Mingjing carefully tucked away the ledger and invited Xiangyi to speak. After Xiangyi detailed the matter, Mingjing reiterated, "Are you saying that Aunt Dong informed father that when Ruan Mingman mentioned the Princess of Liang, she also referenced a recently acquired exquisite golden lotus hairpin inlaid with pearls?" Indeed, Xiangyi confirmed. Annie mentioned that the events surrounding the Feng family are intricately linked to that hairpin. However, the third miss did not elaborate on the specifics, only stating that she would personally make arrangements upon arriving at the Feng family. Mingjing took a sip from the teacup presented by Bishi, pondering the rarity of the golden hairpin. The shop owned by Shao was established by the Shao family, where the artisans and shopkeeper were seasoned veterans who had been with them for decades. The old craftsman who created that hairpin was renowned throughout the capital for his exceptional skill, surpassing even the finest jewelry in the most prestigious stores. Otherwise, the young lady in green would not have been so adamant in contesting over a mere hairpin with Guan Fengru. If the significant hairpin mentioned by Ruan Mingman was indeed the one taken by Guan Fengru, then the lady in green could very well be the Princess of Liang. If that were the case, this time, she had inadvertently taken Guan Fengru to the shop, seizing the hairpin that was destined for the princess of Liang in her previous life. Subsequently, due to Guan Fengxian's appearance, the princess opted to abandon the single-layer lotus design and commissioned a new double-layer golden hairpin. Such a series of coincidences had significantly altered the course of events from her past life. While it remained unclear how Ruan Mingman came to learn of the Feng family's affairs, if she insisted on acting according to the memories of her previous life, she was bound to falter. Her reputation as a talented woman would undoubtedly be at stake. Mingjing was suddenly struck with inspiration. Perhaps a strategy of retreating to advance would be prudent. Let Ruan Mingman attend the banquet and observe what she could stir up. In Chapter 42, Serendipity, Mingjing rewarded Chengli with a silver coin. Chengli hastily declined, exclaiming, "How can I accept this? If it were not for your kindness in arranging for a physician back then, I might have succumbed to illness. Now I can enjoy good food and drink. It is my duty to share this with you, but I cannot accept your silver." The assistance in finding a physician was a matter from several years past. At that time, Mingjing had simply offered help without much thought, yet Chengli had always remembered. In her previous life, Mingjing had been so preoccupied with her impending marriage to the Yan family, diligently heeding Meng's advice, that she overlooked those around her. After her rebirth, she recognized Chengli's overtures of goodwill, prompted by a reminder of past events, and realized the importance of nurturing this relationship. Mingjing smiled as she pressed the silver coin into Chengli's hands, urging, "Please accept it. There will be many matters requiring your assistance in the future, and I will need to spend silver for arrangements. If you find yourself short on funds, it would hinder your ability to assist me." After a moment of hesitation, Chengli acknowledged the validity of Mingjing's reasoning and gratefully accepted the coin. When Bishi escorted Chengli out of the courtyard, Mingjing savored another few sips of tea. Upon Bishi's return, Mingjing stood, declaring, "I must visit my mother." She needed to persuade her mother to allow Ruan Mingman to venture out tomorrow, otherwise, how could she dismantle Ruan Mingman's reputation as a talented woman? Ruan Kong had not yet departed from the Meixiang courtyard. Today, Xiao's health had improved significantly, and the couple was engrossed in discussing their children, eventually transitioning to the topic of Ruan Mingman's situation. "I have heard numerous unfavorable rumors about Mingjing circulating in the capital lately," Xiao remarked, holding a hand warmer. Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet her spirits remained high. "Unfortunately, my health has not permitted me to refute these rumors, affecting her prospects for marriage. That is of little consequence. Prioritize your health first," Ruan Kong replied. "As for marriage, it can be approached gradually. There is no rush." Xiao felt disappointed, a chill settling in her heart. Ruan Qi was only 13, the perfect age for courtship. Yet Ruan Kong was already anxiously seeking suitable young men. When Aunt Dong mentioned the Dong family as offspring, he would listen intently, even discreetly discussing a nephew from the Dong family, although no formal arrangements had yet been made. Now that Mingjing had reached the age of marriage, and her match with the Yan family had fallen through, Ruan Kong seemed unconcerned about whether his legitimate daughter could secure a marriage. The priorities were glaringly evident. Xiao had once confidently expected her daughter to marry into the Yan family, failing to notice her husband's indifference towards their daughter's marriage prospects. Only after the upheaval did she see the truth. His apathy was inconsequential to her. Yet, he was her flesh and blood. How could he be so callous? "I wish to have Mingjing return to the Xiao family for a visit soon," Xiao stated. With the new year approaching, she should help deliver some gifts. This way, she could also send a letter to the Xiao family. Since the Ruan family was unreliable, they could only rely on the Xiao family. Ruan Kong wholeheartedly agreed, advising her to arrange for additional attendance and ensure all necessary provisions for the journey were prepared to avoid discomfort on the road. Xiao, however, was not inclined to elaborate and merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a servant announced that the fourth miss had arrived. Once Ruan Kong said, "Come in," the curtain was lifted, and Mingjing stepped into the room. Seeing her father still present, she greeted him and engaged her parents in light conversation about trivial matters. As her father prepared to leave, she accompanied him to the door, lifting the curtain to look outside. She waited until Ruan Kong had exited the Meixiang courtyard before returning to sit beside her mother, inquiring about Ruan Mingman's situation. "How did you know your father left for her sake?" Xiao asked with a smile. Mingjing refrained from disclosing Xiangyi's involvement, simply stating, "Father and Aunt Dong were conversing in the Juhuang courtyard without any attempt at secrecy. If one wishes to know, it is easy enough to find out." Recalling Ruan Kang's demeanor, Xiao sighed softly and shared her recent decision to agree to lift Ruan Mingman's confinement. Fearing her daughter might misinterpret her intentions, she quickly explained her reasoning. Her perspective was that she no longer wished to intervene in Ruan Mingman's affairs. If Ruan Mingman sought to carve out a path for herself, she would be allowed to do so. If she dared to wield her prophetic abilities to pressure the Ruan family into releasing her, Xiao was eager to see what tricks Ruan Mingman could conjure. Mingjing smiled. That is quite agreeable. Seeing her daughter's thoughts aligned with her own alleviated Xiao's concerns. She tenderly stroked Mingjing's delicate hair, saying, "You will have to endure a bit of hardship. Tomorrow, you must attend to the 7th Miss' matchmaking while also considering Ruan Mingman's subtle intentions. This endeavor will require considerable effort. Moreover, should Ruan Mingman act too recklessly and jeopardize the Ruan family's reputation, it will fall upon you to intervene." Mingjing, however, did not perceive the matter as overly burdensome. She was more focused on establishing connections for the Yu family and Ruan Mingyao. "I am untroubled, but I must trouble you, mother, to send another carriage when the banquet is nearing its end, accompanied by 4 or 5 strong servants to ensure Ruan Mingman is returned directly to the rear courtyard. This precaution would prevent Ruan Mingman from using the opportunity to follow her, which could hinder her own plans with 7th sister." Xiao readily agreed, of course. "I too do not wish for Ruan Mingman to linger outside." The night passed peacefully. Mingjing rose early, preparing herself meticulously. This gathering was exclusively for the young, and the ladies need not accompany them. Xiaoshe was greatly concerned for her daughter's safety. As she sent her off in the carriage, she repeatedly offered her admonitions to the coachman. "The weather is cold and the roads are slippery. Take your time and be cautious. Better to arrive late than to rush recklessly." The coachman nodded in agreement. Ruan Mingyao boarded the carriage first. She had come out under the pretense of visiting the rear estate, as she was the only one from the front estate to receive an invitation from Feng Weining. After discussing it with her mother, they decided not to inform anyone else about their visit to the Feng family to avoid incurring the ire of the old matriarch. In the old lady's view, such an opportunity to visit a prominent family should certainly include her beloved granddaughter, Ruan Mingwen. Not including her would be seen as unfilial. Ruan Mingyao was unwilling to bear such a title, thus she chose to hide at the rear estate and travel with Mingjing instead. Several concubines, accompanied by their illegitimate daughters, had come to pay their respects to Xiaoshe and coincidentally decided to send Mingjing off as well. Ruan Qi, Ruan Xian, and Ruan Chun followed along. But Ruan Mingman was nowhere to be seen. With Ruan Kong absent, Ruan Qi pretended not to notice Mingjing and lowered her head to fidget with the hem of her garment. Ruan Xian and Ruan Chun bid farewell to their 4th sister. Mingjing gifted each of them a gold ingot shaped like a koi, wishing them to enjoy it at home. The ingots weighed about 1 or 2 taels. Ruan Xian and Ruan Chun were delighted and thanked their sister in unison. Ruan Xian cast a glance back at Ruan Qi, meeting her disgruntled gaze, and whispered to Ruan Chun, "She treats our 4th sister poorly. It's only natural for 4th sister not to give her anything. Why is she so angry?" Ruan Chun nodded vigorously. As the time to depart approached, just as they were about to leave without waiting any longer, Ruan Mingman finally arrived, fashionably late. Chapter 43. Interrogation. Ruan Mingman, who was not particularly plump to begin with, appeared even thinner now. She wore a plum-red embroidered coat with plum blossoms and a cherry-colored skirt adorned with sunflower patterns, complemented by a golden hairpin with a peacock design. Her lips painted red, and her brows darkened. Her beauty was striking, and this elaborate attire only enhanced her delicate appearance. In contrast, Mingjing was clad in a blue long coat with orchid patterns and a light green skirt, her hair simply adorned with a jade hairpin, presenting an understated elegance. Yet Ruan Chun still felt that her 4th sister Mingjing was more beautiful. Although Mingjing's attire was not ostentatious, and she had not applied any makeup, her features remained captivatingly vivid. Such beauty, indeed, seemed to be better without the adornments of cosmetics. Conversely, Ruan Mingman's appearance had an air of excessive makeup, evoking a sense of artifice. Xiaoshe, while acknowledging her daughter's beauty, was still concerned that her daughter's radiance might be overshadowed by the adopted girl. She whispered, "Be mindful of her." Mingjing dismissed the concern, regarding Ruan Mingman as inconsequential. Those who aspire to climb high risk falling hard. The more one desires, the greater the loss. Let her be. When the time comes, I shall counter her moves. With a carefree smile, Mingjing bid farewell to her mother and boarded the carriage first. Just as Ruan Mingman was about to follow her into the carriage, she was halted by Aunt Dong, who grasped her arm with a worried expression. Hesitating to speak for a long while, Ruan Qi, growing impatient, interjected, "Third sister, your trip was long sought after by Aunt and our parents. You must cherish it." She emphasized the word cherish, clearly reminding Ruan Mingman not to forget the importance of today's venture. Ruan Mingman gracefully acknowledged shatter with a bow, then bowed to Aunt Dong. Understanding that freedom is hard-won, she would naturally cherish it. Shatter, ignoring her, turned to Agate and asked, "Are all the young ladies' belongings prepared?" Aunt Dong wiped the corners of her dry eyes with a handkerchief and reassured Ruan Mingman, "Go ahead, 3rd Mississippi. I will take care of everything here. You need not worry." Ruan Mingman's maid had been punished for helping her secretly deliver items to Yuheng. Chengli had been severely beaten and sold off, while the others bore various injuries. Originally, Chengli was in the courtyard cleaning, but she was also missing. Accompanying Ruan Mingman this time was her original second-tier maid, Luhuan, who hurried to assist her into the carriage as she arrived at the footstep. The carriage began to move slowly, with maids and matrons who did not serve closely following in the small carriage behind. At this moment, Ruan Mingman recalled Chengli fondly, leaning against the cold carriage wall. She saw Mingjing at ease inside the carriage and could not help but feel irritated, coldly asking, "Where have you taken her?" Inside the carriage, a small heater was set up, with thick cushions laid out, making it quite warm. Agate offered a gold gourd-patterned silk pillow for her to lean against, while Mingjing found a comfortable position and replied nonchalantly, "She found a good family to marry. She should be doing well." "Where did she marry to?" "I am her mistress." "And you didn't even bother to consult me?" Mingjing could not help but laugh. "You punish her to sweep the courtyard and make her do rough work daily, leaving her hands frostbitten by the end of autumn, and yet you don't allow her to have any medicine. Don't you think it's better for her to marry into a good family than to suffer under you?" Ruan Mingman's face turned ashen with anger. She knew Mingjing had taken advantage of her confinement to send away her most capable person, but she had no evidence and could only seethe in silence. The carriage contained 2 bowls of bird's nest porridge that had long been prepared. Mingjing shared one with her 7th sister and drank the other herself, soon drifting off to sleep. When she was gently roused awake, they had already arrived at the Feng family's entrance. As she gazed at the bustling vehicles outside, Mingjing's drowsy eyes gradually cleared. Observing the lively scene of human activity, she felt reaffirmed in her choice in this life. In her previous life, she had flitted between the Yen family's main house and the Ruan family's south rear estate, neglecting such beautiful sights and missing numerous opportunities for interaction with others. Looking back now, she realized how foolish she had been. Fortunately, free from the constraints of the Yen family's engagement, she felt liberated and her mindset had expanded considerably. With the assistance of her maid, Mingjing alighted from the carriage, linking arms with Ruan Mingyao as they proceeded inside, followed closely by Ruan Mingman. As they passed through the drooping flower gate and entered the winding corridor, they heard a burst of cheerful laughter from within. A group of 7 or 8 girls surrounded a young lady, who was joyfully playing nearby. The leading girl, dressed in a bright crimson brocade coat adorned with floral patterns and golden sleeves, stood tall and confidently pointed out something to the others. The rest laughed in response, none daring to contradict her. Even Feng Weining, the host of the banquet and the legitimate daughter of a 4th-rank official, could do little more than smile and agree. Mingjing recognized her as the same girl from the other day in the green dress, and the intricate double-layered golden lotus hairpin she wore was newly crafted by a shop artisan. The double petals of the lotus glimmered under the sunlight, further enhancing her delicate beauty. Mingjing had initially intended to take another path to avoid the crowd. However, Ruan Mingman suddenly seized her and insisted on approaching the throng. Ruan Mingyao whispered nearby, "There are noble people over there. It would be better for us to keep our distance." Yet, Ruan Mingman tightened her grip, her eyes sparkling with an incomprehensible fervor, exclaiming, "Why shouldn't we go over? If there are noble people, we must go." In truth, Mingjing did not care whether they approached that place or not. She merely wished to avoid unnecessary pleasantries. Now that Ruan Mingman had pulled her in this direction, she felt irritated and coldly reprimanded. When visiting someone else's home, what kind of behavior is this, pulling your own sisters like this? As Mingjing raised her voice to admonish Ruan Mingman, she had intentionally lowered her tone for the sake of their family's reputation. Unexpectedly, the young lady surrounded by the crowd happened to glance over, exclaiming in surprise and directing her attention toward them. The girls following her fell silent, also turning their gazes in that direction. Consequently, Mingjing's reprimand echoed loudly, reaching the ears of everyone present. Ruan Mingman's eyes immediately reddened, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She choked out, "Fourth sister, it would be one thing if you were fierce with me at home, but why must you act so recklessly in front of outsiders? If others say you're spoiled and domineering, wouldn't that worry our mother? She is ill after all." In an instant, she thrust Mingjing into the spotlight, branding her as unfilial for disregarding their mother's health and potentially upsetting her. As Ruan Mingman spoke, she deliberately cast a sidelong glance at the esteemed young lady. She recognized her as the favored princess of Liang. It was known that the princess had a rather spoiled temperament and harbored a fierce aversion to injustice, always stepping forward when she witnessed any unfairness. If today not only allowed her to accomplish her objectives, but also incited the ire of the Liang princess against Ruan Mingjing, then this venture would indeed be worthwhile. As anticipated, upon noticing the commotion, the Liang princess approached with all the other young ladies in tow. Ruan Mingman picked up a handkerchief to dab at her eyes, eager to hear the princess chastise Ruan Mingjing. To her surprise, upon arrival, the Liang princess not only refrained from expressing anger toward Mingjing but warmly took her hand, exclaiming, "This new ornament you have given me is simply exquisite. Everyone who sees it is filled with envy." She then turned her beautiful eyes toward Ruan Mingman, her expression one of disdain, and remarked, "Who is this pretentious individual, daring to cause a ruckus in the Feng household?" Chapter 44. Within the Grand Xian building, the largest establishment in the capital, a young man clad in light armor strode into the hall with an imposing demeanor. Recognizing his attire as that of the Imperial Guards, guests quickly nudged their companions, cautioning them to avert their gaze lest they attract the attention of the elite guards and invite trouble. The young man made his way up the staircase to a private room, where he found someone seated by the window indulging in solitary drinking. He approached and playfully slapped the man on the shoulder, saying, "Why are you here drinking alone? Why not call a few brothers to join you?"
Guan Fengxian,
Too lazy to lift his eyes, replied coolly, "Such splendid scenery is best enjoyed in solitude."
Yuheng looked artily,
taking a seat opposite him and filling an empty cup for himself. "Loyal Qian, I hear the case regarding last year's grain supplies has resurfaced. What does your esteemed father have to say about it?" Guan Fengxian had always conducted himself with a unique sense of propriety, differing from others. The famous scholar who later gave him the courtesy name Loyal Qian intended to remind him of his familial responsibilities and to act with greater prudence. When his colleague inquired, Guan Fengxian preferred to keep his responses brief, stating, "I am not privy to the details. My father has taken it upon himself to handle the matter and has instructed me not to interfere. How could I meddle?" In truth, the old Marquis of Dingen deemed the situation significant and sought to investigate further, thus forbidding him from involvement. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly turn the capital upside down to uncover the circumstances surrounding the issue. Guan Fengxian was unaware of the specifics. The Guan family was suddenly embroiled in a scandal linked to last winter's grain supplies. A batch had been intercepted by a subordinate, and upon discovery, the court had sent officials to the northern regions for a thorough investigation. Officials involved faced penalties, some even execution. The Guan family's involvement stemmed from the fact that the officer in question was one of General Guan's men. However, at that time, certain officials had suppressed the matter, allowing the Guan family to emerge unscathed without even having to submit any documentation, thus preserving their peace. Unexpectedly, this matter had resurfaced. Du Chongsheng glanced around to ensure they were alone before lowering his voice. "I have heard that the same high official who suppressed this case previously is the one bringing it back into the limelight. However, I do not know who this official is." Those in the know within the 3 judicial offices were all high-ranking officials, their lips tightly sealed, far beyond the reach of mere onlookers like them. He asked, "Has your Guan family offended anyone recently?" If the case had been previously suppressed, it likely indicated assistance from some powerful figure. Now that help had ceased, it must be due to some form of offense against that person. Guan Fengxian took a hearty sip from his cup. Who can say? There are many military officials who have earned rewards for their achievements. Few families like ours have received both rewards and titles, so it is natural to attract envy. Moreover, with the intricate web of relationships in the capital, it is entirely possible that some official seeks to exact vengeance for familial grievances. As the new year approached, spirits were high. Yet now, this matter would cause considerable distress. Guan Fengxian continued, "Our family had no part in this incident and shall not be punished. It is merely a matter of navigating relationships, ensuring that all relevant documents and records are prepared for submission. However, I am uncertain which department within the 3 judicial offices is the most appropriate to approach. The Deceit, the Dali Temple, the Xingbu. I am unclear about which department needs to be navigated and how to proceed. Du Changsheng contemplated for a moment and suggested, "How about this? You prepare the materials, and I will ask my aunt to take them to the palace when she visits. After the emperor reviews them, this matter should be resolved." His aunt was the Princess of Gong, making her entry into the palace quite convenient. Guan Fengxian hesitated. Du Changsheng thumped the table. "I happen to be picking up my cousin later today. I can mention it to her, asking her to speak with my aunt. Wouldn't that be efficient? It would save me a trip." His cousin was none other than the Princess of Liang. Recalling his first encounter with the young lady in the green dress, he felt a mix of amusement and trepidation. "No, I have no desire to be entangled with your cousin." Afterward, he made a point to inquire about the identity of the girl who had clashed with his sister, discovering it was the pampered and favored Princess of Liang, which only heightened his desire to avoid her. He understood well the look she cast his way. Women from the northern regions were known for their boldness and enthusiasm, and he had encountered numerous girls openly expressing their admiration for him. Upon returning to the capital, many noble ladies had also shown their interest in him. But he was not naive, nor did he lack awareness. He simply had no affection for them. Thus, he would evade those he could and reject those he could not. Yet, the situation with the deeply favored Princess of Liang was a different matter entirely. Fearing Du Changsheng would enthusiastically mention the Guan family to the princess, Guan Fengxian said, "This matter need not be presented before the emperor. Once my father prepares the documents, I will handle the connections at the Dali Temple." The Xingbu was under the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries, and once the matter reached there, it could easily attract the attention of the cabinet officials. The Deceit had a stern and incorruptible official, Lord Yan, who had entered the Hanlin Academy as a young scholar and quickly rose to a 3rd-rank position. Enjoying significant favor from the emperor, even investigating corruption cases in Jiangnan under the title of an imperial envoy. Should the documents arrive at the Deceit, even if the grand imperial envoys deemed them acceptable, being halted by Lord Yan could cause considerable complications. The Dali Temple appeared to be a safer option.
Du Changsheng sighed.
Acknowledging that his cousin's temperament was indeed ill-suited for handling significant affairs, and he did not press the issue further. He called for more delectable dishes to be served, intending to share a drink with the son of the Guan family and alleviate their frustrations. At the Feng residence of the Dali Temple, the Princess of Liang cast a disdainful glance at Ruan Mingman and warmly addressed Mingjing. "Thank you so much." She had been searching for exquisite jewelry for today's banquet and happened to set her sights on a particular hairpin, inquiring whether it was one of a kind. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she intended to purchase it outright, only to be outbid. In truth, the princess was not concerned with the cost. What mattered to her was the quality of the hairpin itself and the shopkeeper's willingness to create another even more exquisite and unique piece for her. When she went to retrieve it, she specifically asked who the owner was, wanting to ensure that she expressed her gratitude for the new piece that was made without additional charge. To her surprise, the shopkeeper and assistant informed her that the girl who had spoken with the Guansun that day was indeed the owner. The Princess of Liang had an epiphany. Realizing that the shopkeeper's audacity to promise her a new piece at no extra cost stemmed from the owner being present, she made a mental note of this. Acknowledging the distinction between gratitude and resentment, she felt compelled to express her thanks. Previously, she had thought Mingjing unreasonable for giving the hairpin to Guanfengru, believing she had spotted it first. Yet, after receiving the new hairpin, she understood that waiting a few extra days for something even better was indeed a wise choice. After all, her piece was far more beautiful than that of Guanfengru. The Princess of Liang appreciated Mingjing's understanding nature, and upon noticing the lavishly dressed girl beside Mingjing, who, despite her finery, could not match Mingjing's beauty, she felt a surge of irritation. Mingjing has never bullied her. Why does she sulk over there with such a mournful expression? It is utterly audacious to speak such slanderous words, claiming that Mingjing is arrogant and domineering. How could she possibly incur losses by crafting new hairpins for guests? The Princess of Liang disdainfully pointed at Ruan Mingman and declared, "You are not permitted to approach within 10 steps of me. Do you understand?" Such a statement meant that as long as Mingjing remained by her side, that ill-fated person would not be able to come near her. In her previous life, Ruan Mingman had encountered the Princess of Liang, but not at this banquet. In her former existence, She held no reputation as a talented woman. She was merely a foster daughter of lower status, lacking the opportunity to attend such gatherings hosted by officials of the fourth rank. She had only met the princess later on, and the events of today were merely hearsay, not something she had personally experienced. She had hoped to use this opportunity to approach the princess of Liang and, in doing so, share her prophetic insights, thereby winning the princess's favor and forging a closer relationship with the Duke of Gong's residence. However, her plans were thwarted before they even began.
Ruan Mingman.
Filled with resentment and anxious about the mysterious connection between the princess and Mingjing, could feel her heart racing. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes and tentatively inquired, "Who are you? Why do you meddle in matters concerning my family?" She sought to extract information from her, intending to devise a strategy. Yet, the princess of Liang paid her no heed, only sneering, "With your status, you are not worthy to know me." Ruan Mingman sighed as she stepped out from the crowd, smiling as she said, "This is the esteemed princess of Liang from the Duke of Gong's residence." As the host of the banquet, she felt compelled to intervene to prevent any embarrassment to the Feng family should matters escalate. Mingjing had already surmised the princess's identity and calmly performed a courteous bow. The princess of Liang, however, pulled her up with a smile, insisting that there was no need for formality among acquaintances. Ruan Mingman, oblivious to the situation, stood in a daze, wondering how she had encountered such a noble figure at a mere banquet, and hurried to pay her respects. Ruan Mingman nodded and smiled at Ruan Mingman, who felt somewhat reassured upon seeing a familiar face from the calligraphy and painting gathering, and returned her smile. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingman, bending gracefully in a bow before the princess, trembled with fear and said, "I have met the princess, may you be well." She was not truly prophetic but merely inferred from her previous life's knowledge. Observing the Liang princess's seemingly tyrannical disposition, she thought it wise to feign weakness. Thus, as she bowed, she bent her waist with exaggerated softness, her body swaying like a feather in the wind. Little did she know, the princess of Liang detested such acts of pretended fragility and affected delicacy. It was akin to the nature of her father's concubines. Who was she trying to impress? It was far better to be straightforward like Mingjing, who had defended her friend with admirable clarity and generosity. This time, their encounter was neither servile nor overbearing. The princess of Liang allowed Ruan Mingman to continue her bowing without instructing her to rise, instead turning to Mingjing and saying, "I have heard that your calligraphy is exceptional. Might I have the pleasure of witnessing it?" Ruan Mingman felt a rush of anxiety. She knew how outstanding Mingjing's writing was. Yet, the princess was quite proud. If Mingjing outshone her, it would certainly stir up trouble. Just as she intended to hint to Mingjing to decline, she heard Mingjing respond, "I am unworthy of such praise. My writing is merely that of a young lady dabbling in the craft. The princess, being taught by renowned masters, must surely surpass me." Ruan Mingman cast a grateful glance at her. With the Feng family hosting the banquet, maintaining tranquility was paramount. Observing the princess of Liang's attentiveness towards her, Mingjing felt inclined to reciprocate that courtesy. Catching Ruan Mingman's encouraging gaze, Mingjing smiled back and continued speaking to the princess, however. "I recently learned some knotting techniques from my seventh sister. Her knots are particularly exquisite, and I have been eager to share them with others. If the princess is interested, we could have fun knotting together." This subtly drew attention to the inconspicuous Ruan Mingman trailing behind. Dressed in a pale lotus-colored silk robe adorned with intricate patterns and a lilac skirt embellished with peony designs, she appeared elegant and serene, accentuating her delicate beauty. The princess of Liang regarded her thoughtfully, wondering if she truly had new knotting techniques. Ruan Mingman looked nervously towards Mingjing, who offered her an encouraging nod, signaling her to remain calm. Having visited her mother Xiao's shop, Mingjing had seen decorative items like these knots and recognized that Seven Sister's creations were indeed novel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to mention them in front of the princess. With Mingjing's affirmation, Ruan Mingman relaxed and regained her composure, responding confidently, "I have a little knowledge of it. I figured it out myself, though I do not know if there are similar ones outside." The princess of Liang, unfamiliar with such handiwork, found the prospect of new techniques intriguing and replied cheerfully, "If it is indeed something unseen, please present it to me later, so that others may see what I possess that they do not." She then urged everyone to move inside, and knot together, reminding Ruan Mingman, "Make sure to bring out the finest silk threads for us. Do not hide away the good stuff." Ruan Mingman smiled, "Of course." At that moment, several invited noble young ladies began to arrive. Ruan Mingman welcomed everyone to join in the fun. As the group moved inside, Ruan Mingman remained in her bowing position, afraid to rise and risk incurring the princess's displeasure. Only after the young ladies had walked far away, chattering and laughing, did she slowly straighten her back, massaging her aching waist. Ruan Mingman glared jealously at their retreating figures, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Let them enjoy their merriment for now. Soon enough, a grand spectacle would unfold. The surrounding servants and maids from the Feng family occasionally glanced in her direction. Ruan Mingman straightened her spine, following the girls with her gaze, determined to maintain her composure. In the guest hall, fragrant sandalwood incense wafted through the air, and each window held a vase with several budding plum blossoms. The princess of Liang found the arrangements lacking in charm and had just instructed for them to be rearranged when Ruan Mingman arrived with a basket of silk threads. The girls eagerly gathered around Ruan Mingjing and Mingjing, chattering excitedly, ready to learn when a maid came to report, Miss Princess Fuling has arrived and is currently approaching the door. She will be here shortly. The room erupted into a flurry of surprise as everyone stood in uncertainty. Princess Fuling, the emperor's daughter, had no reason to attend a banquet at the Feng family. The princess of Liang frowned and seized Ruan Ming's arm, asking, "Why did you invite her?" Ruan Ming, utterly perplexed, shook her head gently. "I did not invite her. I have no idea why Her Highness would come." Standing at the entrance, unable to blend in with the others, Ruan Mingman felt a surge of delight, tightly gripping her clothing, struggling to suppress her laughter. Just moments ago, she had wondered why the central figures of the event had only one present. Now another was about to make her entrance. She believed it was time to showcase her prophetic talents, clearing her throat to announce, "Princess, I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 46. Comparison. The princess of Liang was impatient with the weakly pretentious young woman. Seeing Ruan Mingman attempt to step closer, she raised a delicate hand and pointed toward the entrance, commanding, "Stay right there. Have you forgotten the 5-step rule?" Previously, she had sternly declared that Ruan Mingman was not to approach her within 5 steps. Such a person was revolting to her. If she got too close, she feared she might lose her composure and summon her servants to expel her. This time, Ruan Mingman felt neither anger nor annoyance. After all, soon everyone would regard her with new respect, further solidifying her reputation as a prophetic talent, so she could endure a moment of humiliation. She remained where she was, smiling. "When Princess Fuling arrives, you will surely be astonished." Fearing that her prophecy might go unheard, she deliberately raised her voice to ensure that the girls in the room would pay attention. Once all eyes were on her, Ruan Mingman felt a sense of satisfaction and spoke clearly, word by word. "In due time, the county princess will discover that your hairpin is identical to that of the princess." The expression on Liang County princess's face instantly soured, and she scolded, "Who is this presumptuous charlatan? How dare you speak such nonsense here?" She was about to summon someone to expel this unknown commoner. Ruan Mingman stood confidently, her gaze intense, urging the princess to wait and see if her prediction would hold true. Although her reputation as a talented woman was somewhat known in the capital, it had not reached the ears of the royal family. The Liang County princess had never paid attention to her. Even if she had heard the name of this so-called talented woman, it would not have registered in her mind. At that moment, a third-rank official's daughter whispered to the princess, recounting Ruan Mingman's previous accurate predictions. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Everyone knew that the Liang County princess disliked being compared to others, and if what Ruan Mingman claimed turned out to be true, it would undoubtedly create a scandal. Ruan Mingjing sensed the tension in the room and quietly asked Mingjing, "What should we do? Should we find an excuse to leave and avoid the impending disaster?" But it was too late. Just as the last word left Ruan Mingjing's lips, the corner of a splendid gown appeared at the entrance. Warm sunlight streamed into the room, and as they recalled Ruan Mingman's prophecy, everyone who understood her abilities felt a chill in their hearts, devoid of warmth, fearing that the forthcoming disaster might ensnare them as well. Even the usually composed Feng Wanqing turned pale, realizing that if chaos erupted, she, as the host, could not evade responsibility. All present bowed in greeting as the princess arrived. Princess Fuling, Page Yanlan, was now 16, her demeanor as graceful as snow-capped mountains. She was the daughter of Consort Li and the biological sister of Prince Rui, 3 years older than Liang County Princess Pei Qingshu, thus elevating her status. The father of Liang County Princess, Duke Gong, was born of the Empress, making him the younger brother of the Crown Prince. The empress and consort Li were not on good terms, which naturally strained the relationship between the Liyang County princess and Princess Fuling. Upon seeing her aunt, Pei Qingshu offered a perfunctory bow, barely bending at the waist. A daughter of a minister who was familiar with Princess Fuling, sensing the tense atmosphere, decided to break the ice with a smile, asking, "I heard that the hairpin you are wearing today is exquisite. May we have a look?" Everyone's hearts raced. Involuntarily glancing at the Liyang County princess, fearful that the ensuing scene might provoke her wrath and lead to turmoil. In truth, Pei Jianlan paid little heed to her surroundings. She had no desire to attend the gathering, but her mother insisted, suggesting that the son of Feng Shaoqing might be a suitable match and that attending could offer an opportunity to meet him. Reluctantly, Pei Jianlan acquiesced to her mother's wishes. As she took her seat, she felt somewhat dazed, her thoughts lingering on someone dear to her. If only he had not gone to Jiangnan. If only he were still in the capital and could attend the banquet, even a mere glimpse of him would suffice to quell her longing. Lost in her own thoughts, Pei Jianlan was oblivious to the unusual gazes from the other girls. When someone expressed a desire to see her hairpin, without much consideration, she casually removed the hairpin and handed it to a nearby maid to pass to the minister's daughter. Just as the hairpin left the princess's delicate fingers and landed in the maid's hands, a nearby girl exclaimed, "They're different." Those 4 words, like a celestial melody, instantly alleviated the tension in the room. Others turned their attention to Ruan Mingman, who had so confidently proclaimed that the princess's and county princess's hairpins were identical. Liyang County Princess Pei Qingshu glared in disbelief, furious that someone would dare to deceive her under the guise of being a talented woman. "Let me see." Pei Qingshu immediately snatched both hairpins to compare them side by side. Indeed, they were not the same. However, Pei Qingshu's gaze flickered toward Mingjing, who was deep in thought and did not meet her eyes. Ruan Mingman felt a heaviness in her breath, sensing that the situation was slipping out of her control. Something was amiss, very amiss. It was said that on this day, a conflict arose between the Liyang County princess and Princess Fuling, the exact cause of which remained unclear. However, it later emerged that they discovered their hairpins were alike, escalating their dispute. The county princess insisted that her hairpin was unique, crafted by a single artisan, while the princess claimed hers was an exclusive creation by the Imperial Household Department. Both accused the other of possessing a counterfeit, leading to chaos as maids and servants attempted to intervene, shattering teacups and vases in the process. The incident escalated to the palace, prompting a thorough investigation of shops in the capital, inciting widespread anxiety. The shop owned by the Xiao family faced repercussions, and upon returning home, they recounted the events to Ruan Mingman, who was not present at the time as Mingjing was visiting the Yan family. Fortunately, as relatives, they managed to suppress the matter, preventing it from spiraling out of control. Based on the circumstances of her previous life, the conflict between the princess and the county princess should have ignited from the onset. Why were they so composed? Why did they insist that their items were dissimilar? Ruan Mingman felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, trickling down her temples. Her palms damp and clammy, a chill creeping up her spine as a breeze swept through the doorway. Whispers filled the air, and it was only then that Pei Jianlan, lost in her own thoughts, sensed something was amiss and glanced at her maid. The maid raised her voice, commanding the girls to quiet down. Pei Jianlan intended to inquire about the situation, her displeasure lingering over Pei Qingshu's earlier lackluster greeting, and pointedly asked her, "What is going on?" Pei Qingshu, typically at odds with Pei Jianlan, was too consumed by her frustration to consider their differences, exclaiming, "It's that loquacious person. She insists that our hairpins are identical, spouting nonsense." Pei Jianlan's gaze shifted toward the delicate figure near the entrance. While her features were somewhat plain, her attire was vibrant and striking, rendering her quite presentable at first glance.
"Who is that?"
she asked, pointing. "You come here and explain what is happening." Ruan Mingman attempted to speak, but as she opened her mouth, she realized her throat was constricted, dry, and tense. After a slight cough to clear her throat, she finally managed to utter, "May I first see the hairpins?" A maid presented the items before her. Princess Fuling's hairpin was an exquisite piece adorned with gold and pearls, shaped like a lotus, while the Liyang County princess's hairpin was a double-layered lotus design, also embellished with gold and pearls. At first glance, the 2 hairpins appeared somewhat similar, but upon closer inspection, they were not the same. Ruan Mingman felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, an overwhelming chill enveloping her. Chapter 47. Strength. When the artisan at Xiao's shop crafted the second hairpin, he deliberately avoided replicating the features of the first. The intricate patterns created by the filigree technique were distinctly different. Thus, when the two hairpins were placed side by side, they bore a resemblance, but were ultimately dissimilar. The Liyang County princess wanted to assert that Ruan's shop possessed an identical hairpin, one even more exquisite than the imperial household's, suggesting that the latter had unknowingly seen her shop's piece and fashioned a lesser version for Princess Fuling. However, before the county princess could voice her thoughts, someone tugged at her sleeve. Turning, she saw it was Mingjing. Mingjing was equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet, it was clear that now was not the time to discuss the hairpins, urging the county princess to postpone the matter for later. Mingjing had just overheard Ruan Mingman and the Princess of Liang discussing a prophecy resembling a hairpin, which subtly hinted at the unfolding of events from her past life. She resolved to temporarily conceal the existence of a matching hairpin and directly shatter Ruan Mingman's persona as a talented woman. Indeed, as no one brought up the fact that there had been an identical object, the girls began to chatter more loudly about the two different hairpins before them. A daughter of a minister, familiar with Princess Fuling, boldly pointed at Ruan Mingman and recounted her prophecy with derision. Haven't you always claimed to be prophetic? My mother believed you so much that she urged me to befriend you. I refused and was scolded several times. Now you tell us. How much truth lies in your words? After her rebirth, Ruan Mingman had indeed been overly ostentatious in crafting her image as a gifted woman, frequently attending banquets and making predictions. This had piqued the interest of many ladies, who sought to learn about their future fortunes by befriending the talented girl from the Ruan family. A few young ladies, sharing the same sentiments, chimed in. My mother also urged me to find a way to get to know her for guidance. She even said you are a celestial being descended from the purple star, capable of foreseeing the future. Yet now, it appeared to be nothing but mere deception, mere speculation. This blunder had revealed her true colors. The words of accusation echoed in Ruan Mingman's ears, each syllable piercing her heart. As she felt the disdainful gazes of those around her, a fire of anger ignited within her, burning ever more fiercely. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Faced with the crowd's reproach, Ruan Mingman found herself at a loss. The declarations she had made with such conviction were now laid bare before all. And how could she possibly retract them? It was inconceivable. Murmuring to herself, she stepped back, her back pressed against the wall, feeling the coldness seep in. This was wrong. Something was amiss. How could this have gone awry? This situation was clearly not meant to be. Ruan Mingman's gaze was fixed, struggling to comprehend. She could not fathom how the scenario, which should have involved two rivals clashing, had transformed into this. Wasn't it expected for the princess and the county princess to create a scene, fighting and causing chaos at the banquet? Why was it so tranquil now? Suddenly, she recalled how the Princess of Liang had mentioned the new hairpin bestowed upon her by Mingjing, causing her heart to race. She remembered from her past life that the county princess's hairpin had been purchased. Why had it suddenly become a gift from Ruan Mingjing this time? Could it be that Ruan Mingjing had turned her luck around after breaking off her engagement with the Yan family? That was impossible. She was the one who should have been favored by the heavens. She was the one who had been reborn. Ruan Mingman refused to accept being scorned and despised, and she was even more unwilling to see her carefully constructed persona collapse so abruptly. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Mingjing, grabbing her collar and screaming, "Is it you? Did you conspire to ruin my fortune?" It had to be Ruan Mingjing. Because she had stolen her man and disrupted her marriage, she must be seeking revenge. Driven mad by her desire to eliminate Mingjing, Ruan Mingman lunged to strangle her, her fingers reaching for Mingjing's throat. The girls nearby were startled and rushed to assist Mingjing. However, someone was swifter. A common woman waiting in the corridor suddenly advanced, gripping Ruan Mingman by the collar with one hand and lifting her effortlessly. In the next moment, the woman forcefully threw Ruan Mingman onto the cold, hard ground, her face and chest landing painfully, her ribs aching intolerably, blood spilling from her mouth. The bright red blood clouded her vision, and the pain from her split lip was searing. Unable to suppress a cry, she opened her mouth, and several teeth fell out, mingling with blood on the ground in a gruesome display of red and white. You. The pain rendered her unable to form complete sentences. Yet the woman paid her no mind, taking a couple of steps forward to bow to Mingjing, inquiring, "Miss, are you well?" Mingjing, slightly breathless from Ruan Mingman's sudden attack, managed to catch her breath and replied, "I am fine." Ruan Mingyao, shaken, grasped Mingjin's hands and examined her anxiously. "Aunt instructed my mother to find a woman skilled in martial arts to accompany us today. I wondered why. It seems your sister anticipated her malicious intentions and prepared in advance." Mingjin smiled wryly. It was not specifically to guard against Ruan Mingman that she had taken precautions. In truth, she had asked her mother to find several women skilled in martial arts to accompany them, suggesting that finding them in the rear courtyard might be challenging. As Aunt Dong managed the household and kept a close watch on the servants, it would be easier to find them in the front courtyard, where the First Lady oversaw the kitchen and could easily summon a few women to accompany them. Mingjin's initial intention was to take Ruan Mingyao to the shop to meet the young master of the Yu family after the banquet. Fearing that something might go awry along the way, especially with Yuheng or the Meng family seizing the opportunity to cause trouble, she had sought out martial women for protection. Little did she expect that her proactive measures would save her life. Had it not been for the decisive action of this woman, even if the other girls had pulled Ruan Mingman away, her neck would likely bear marks from the attempted strangulation. Now, she was unharmed, without even a scratch. One cannot deny that her fortune was indeed remarkable. What had been intended merely as a precaution for the banquet had inadvertently protected her. She had only aimed to assist Guan Fengru in selecting a hairpin, yet had unwittingly dismantled Ruan Mingman's facade. However, luck is also a component of strength. The evidence was clear. She was indeed more capable than Ruan Mingman. Chapter 48. Not to be disclosed, Ruan Mingman had sunk into profound despair. Having lost several teeth and suffering from a throbbing forehead, her entire body felt as if it had been shattered, immobilizing her. You condone vile servants to harm your sisters," she gasped. "Ruan Mingjing, you are notorious. Infamous. I shall see how long you can remain arrogant." Mingjing merely smiled. "I condone vile servants? Had you not struck first in an attempt to take my life, would she have acted? Moreover." Mingjing leaned down, looking at her with disdain, and slowly continued, "You accuse me of harming you. Yet, what of your entanglement with the Yen family and the engagement you usurped from me? Why do you not mention that?" The girls present exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain if they should be privy to such revelations. Ruan Mingman attempted to speak, but a tickle in her throat led her to cough violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She felt as though she was nearing her end. Yet, despite her disheveled state, no one in attendance showed her sympathy. Everyone had witnessed her attempt to end Mingjin's life. Such a sister, devoid of any familial affection, was fortunate to even survive under her hand, let alone expect mercy. The girls watched with cold disdain, taking steps back to distance themselves from Ruan Mingman. Gasping for breath, despair surged from deep within her, spreading throughout her body. She had lived a second life, one that should have promised a bright future. But now it was all ruined, utterly destroyed. All of it was Ruan Mingjing's fault. If only Ruan Mingjing did not exist, everything would be fine. Why had her fortunes improved after severing ties with the Yen family, while her own became increasingly tumultuous? She refused to accept it. Ruan Mingman attempted to rise, yearning to deliver one final blow to the detestable Ruan Mingjing. Alas, there was no opportunity. She could not even manage to stand, let alone strike back. Mingjing curved her lips into a smile and called out, "Bring someone." Several sturdy women from the Ruan family's front residence approached, awaiting the directives of the 9th Mississippi. Under her command, they carried the incapacitated 8th Miss out of the house and directly back to the Ruan family. With the presence of Princess Fuling and Princess Liang, accompanied by numerous noble ladies and daughters of officials, Ruan Mingman realized that her hopes were dashed. She could hardly believe the reality of the situation. Her anguished screams echoing as she was taken away, leaving a lingering note of resentment in the room. As her cries faded into the distance, everyone inside exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Mingjing's palms were slightly damp. Upon confirming Ruan Mingman's downfall, she finally loosened her tightly clenched hands. Even with a second chance at life, what difference did it make? Ruan Mingman was excessively arrogant and too eager for immediate success, assuming she was the sole reincarnator. Believing everything would unfold just as in her past life, rushing to predict without thorough verification. Such pride and arrogance made it impossible to navigate life gracefully. Mingjing sighed softly, reflecting on the current predicament that was rather vexing. She contemplated extricating Ruan Mingyao from this affair to salvage a semblance of her own reputation when Princess Liang interjected. Today's events should only be blamed on that talented lady. Do not implicate Mingjing. Mingjing was somewhat taken aback, glancing at Pei Qingshu. who felt quite pleased with herself for having done something unexpected. She continued, Mingjing has done nothing wrong. You must not utter a single disparaging word about her, or I shall not stand for it. She was relieved that Mingjing had given that hairpin to a friend and had commissioned another one from the shop. Otherwise, today's events would have been quite troublesome. Had her hairpin been similar to Fuling's, it would have driven her to despair. Now, hers was more exquisite and appealing, likely causing Fuling to seethe with envy. Although familial honor is shared, Ruan Mingman's reputation was closely tied to the Ruan family. Yet, during Ruan Mingman's tirade, the other two young ladies of the Ruan family remained gentle and polite, a fact that was evident to all. Moreover, when Ruan Mingman initiated the conflict, everyone present witnessed the entire affair. Foam Wanning, noticing the princess's intervention, decided to lend a favor to Ruan Mingyao, reminding everyone that Mingyao had just taught them how to weave nets and insisted no one speak ill of her. The girls, well-bred and discerning, would not misplace their anger onto the innocent. Furthermore, when their mother spoke of talented ladies, it was always Ruan Mingman's name that surfaced, never that of Ruan Mingjing or Ruan Mingyao. They all concurred, affirming that Ruan Mingman's misdeeds should not drag down the other young ladies of the Ruan family. When discussing this matter with their families later, they would clarify the distinction. Princess Fuling, sensing the moment was right, added, evil people shall receive their just deserts. It is only fitting. Thus, Ruan Mingman was branded as the villain. With her departure, the atmosphere lightened, and soon the others resumed their playful banter, eagerly surrounding Ruan Mingyao to learn the latest styles of net weaving. However, the issue of someone in the Ministry of Internal Affairs plagiarizing their shop's designs could not simply be overlooked. Mingjing seized a moment when no one was paying attention and quietly asked the princess and the others, to be honest, my shop has previously featured such designs. I wonder where the princess acquired this hairpin? Princess Fuling, Pei Jianlan, was momentarily taken aback, unsure why she had posed such a question. Unable to contain her excitement, Pei Qingshu took the initiative to explain the events surrounding the hairpin from Mingjing's shop. She added from the craftsmanship and the timeline. It seems that the Ruan family's shop came first, while the princess's hairpin followed. Had I not personally experienced this and seen the superior single-layer lotus ornament in Mingjing's shop, which is undoubtedly more exquisite and splendid than that worn by the princess, I might have instinctively thought that someone from Mingjing's shop had stolen from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But who could possibly steal designs from the ministry? The items in Mingjing's shop have long been on display for customers to see. Perhaps someone from the ministry merely imitated them after a casual glance. Pei Jianlan glared at her, slightly vexed. To deduce from craftsmanship and potential? Such vague evidence is quite bold to present. Pei Qingshu was about to retort but was restrained by Mingjing, who urged, let us discuss this calmly. My shop needs to remain open for business. If this escalates, we might have to close our doors for good. With Mingjing's gentle guidance, Pei Qingshu held back her retort, turning her head away with a huff. However, this shift sparked inspiration in her. Princess, do not take offense. Consider when I purchased my hairpin and when yours was obtained. The Ministry of Internal Affairs surely presented yours to you immediately upon completion. A simple comparison of timelines reveals who came first. Mingjing nodded. My hairpin, being quite precious, has been displayed in the shop for some time. If the princess doubts this, I can invite the ladies who recently selected jewelry from the shop to testify. However, this may escalate matters and could negatively impact the princess's and the ministry's reputations. Pei Jianlan contemplated this deeply. Indeed, the ninth miss of the Ruan family spoke the truth. Pei Jianlan regarded Ruan Mingyao favorably. She had chosen to protect her sister's dignity rather than publicly accuse the ministry of possibly plagiarizing her shop's designs. Now, as others became preoccupied, she quietly discussed matters. Since you are genuinely assisting me, I will not conceal anything from you. The individuals overseeing jewelry in the Ministry of Internal Affairs are beyond my mother's control. It may require the Queen's intervention for a thorough investigation. She glanced at Princess Liang. Pei Qingshu, sensing the princess's implication, hesitantly asked, is my father responsible for this? She typically paid little attention to such matters, merely probing for information. To her surprise, Pei Jianlan nodded lightly. Pei Qingshu fell silent, noticing her expression change as if she were on the verge of anger. Mingjing quickly intervened. What troubles you? Pei Qingshu reminded herself to remain calm. Had she not known that her father was in charge of this aspect of the ministry, she might have recklessly argued with the princess, escalating the situation and entangling her father further. Fortunately, Mingjing was there to mediate, helping her maintain her composure. She recalled her father's advice to remain calm and not act impulsively. "Thank you," she murmured, casting her eyes skyward. Mingjing replied with a smile. "There is no need for thanks. I am unaware of the intricacies of the ministry. It is thanks to the princess's willingness to explain that the truth has come to light." In truth, her initial intent was to dismantle Ruan Mingman's reputation as a talented lady, deliberately withholding information about another hairpin identical to the princess's. Now that Ruan Mingman had fallen from grace, she confided in them, not wishing for either of them to unwittingly find themselves embroiled in similar troubles. This incident linked the ministry to her shop, and previously, there might have been connections with other shops as well, potentially leading to more entanglements in the future. Considering their frequent encounters, it was plausible they might face similar situations again. "I must thank you," Pei Jianlan asserted, believing Pei Qingshu's gratitude was warranted. "Without your mediation here, given my relationship with her, I would never have spoken to her civilly." At this point, Pei Jianlan's icy beauty softened into a slight smile. "Had it not been for your intervention, I might have escalated matters with her, amplifying the situation. This could have drawn the Duke of Gong and his residents into the fray, prompting my father to launch a severe inquiry. In the end, the Queen would undoubtedly harbor even greater disdain for me, but I am indifferent, for her animosity towards my mother and me is nothing new." In the inner court, the schemes devised by Prince Gong would inevitably be presented before the Emperor, which was precisely what she desired. To be frank, the outcome would lead to mutual destruction. Although Pei Jianlan remained indifferent, Pei Qingshu grew increasingly apprehensive, exclaiming as she grasped Mingjing's hand, "I truly owe you my gratitude." Pei Jianlan regarded her display with disdain, merely curling the corners of her lips. Nonetheless, Pei Jianlan's appreciation for Mingjing was genuine. For this incident had revealed that some individuals under her father's command were engaging in covert maneuvers. For the time being, all seemed well. However, those in the palace often favored unique designs, relishing the possession of one-of-a-kind jewelry and accessories, a habit she too shared. Should the people of the inner court replicate others' designs while claiming them as their own, deceiving her father in the process and currying favor with the emperor and empress? It would pose no issue if undisclosed, but if uncovered, her father would bear the brunt of the blame. As Pei Qingshu pondered these matters, Pei Jianlan had already removed a bracelet from her wrist, stating, "This was a gift from father, and I wear it often. Now it is yours. Should you ever require assistance, present this bracelet, and I shall be at your service." She loathed being indebted to anyone, preferring to repay favors whenever possible. Mingjing felt she had done nothing deserving of such kindness, yet it was unreasonable to refuse the princess's offering, especially considering the impending tribulations their Ruan family would face. If the time came when they needed the princess's aid, it might pave a path for their Ruan family. Thus, Mingjing graciously bowed in thanks and accepted the bracelet, carefully stowing it away. Pei Qingshu felt she had been outmaneuvered by Pei Jianlan and was vexed. Seeing Mingjing preparing to leave, she stubbornly grasped her arm. Contemplating the bracelet's gift, Pei Qingshu suggested, "I noticed your attire today appears rather plain. How about this? I shall return home to rummage through my wardrobe and send you some suitable garments and accessories. What do you say?" Mingjing had intentionally dressed modestly to accompany Ruan Mingyao to inspect the Yu family after the banquet, not wishing to overshadow the occasion. To her surprise, someone felt pity for her and offered to provide her with additional adornments. "No need," Mingjing replied, both amused and exasperated. "I truly haven't done much for you." She accepted the princess's bracelet in preparation for the Ruan family's misfortunes, but the items Pei Qingshu insisted on sending were unnecessary and of little use to her. Pei Qingshu, however, remained convinced that Mingjing had indeed helped her, and regardless of Mingjing's polite refusals, she insisted on rummaging through her belongings and having Mingjing wait at home for the gifts. Pei Jianlan interjected, "Just accept it." After a pause, she added, "That is an order." With no recourse, Mingjing felt compelled to acquiesce to the demands of this aunt-niece duo and accepted the gifts with reluctance. With the uninvited guests gone, the girls enjoyed a delightful time of feasting and merriment. Due to her previous experiences, Mingjing remained at the dining table with Princess Fuling and Princess Liang. While opportunities like this were coveted by many, she embraced it with ease. Strangely, the two who usually quarreled upon meeting now conversed amicably with Mingjing. Everyone looked on with envy, wishing to be part of their circle. Feng Wanning remarked in astonishment to Ruan Mingyao, "Your ninth sister is quite impressive." Ruan Mingyao gently shook her head, asserting that it was not prowess, but rather her amiable nature. Ninth sister had never harbored ill intentions, and it was likely that the princess and the county princess had realized this, hence their comfort in dining with her. Yet, too many were captivated solely by ninth sister's beauty, overlooking her other admirable qualities. After the revelry, the girls dispersed.
Du Sheng?
The legitimate second son of the Duke of Wei had already separated from Guanfengxian and arrived at the residence of the banquet host, the Vice Minister of Justice, Feng, to escort his cousin, Princess Liang. After a prolonged wait, figures began to emerge from the Feng residence. He strode over to the carriage area in anticipation of his cousin, and after some time, he spotted Pei Qingshu and waved his hand in greeting. Mingjing was just exiting with Pei Jianlan and Pei Qingshu in the latter, surrounded by attendants, boarded the carriage bound for the palace. Noticing her cousin's presence, Pei Qingshu remarked, "I see my cousin." After bidding farewell to Mingjing, she turned toward her waiting carriage. Du Changsheng, somewhat perplexed, turned his gaze to her retreating figure and continued to stare until Pei Qingshu approached, nudging him to prompt, "Cousin, why are you in a daze? Let us be off. It is unwise to linger in the cold." He scratched his head, speaking slowly with evident confusion. "Who is that beautiful young lady?" Pei Qingshu, knowing full well who the fairest in the garden was, answered without hesitation, "She is the ninth miss of the Ruan family." Realizing something was amiss, she scrutinized Du Changsheng with a questioning gaze. "You wouldn't be interested in her, would you? She is my new friend, and I cannot allow you to pursue her." Du Changsheng laughed heartily. "That is hardly the case. If I were truly smitten, my wife would likely have a fit." Unlike Guanfengxian, who was still unwed and aloof, he had a wife and concubines. He merely felt a sense of familiarity with this enchanting girl, pondering where he might have encountered her before. Ruan family, ah. There is a doctor in the Ministry of Personnel with the surname Ruan. Du Changsheng suddenly slapped his palm in realization, startling Pei Qingshu. After receiving a disapproving glare from his cousin, he chuckled and rubbed his hands together. "I remember now. A few months ago, Lord Yan of the Censorate entered the palace to meet the emperor regarding a matter concerning the matriarch of the Yan family. Fearing he might be obstructed upon leaving the palace, the emperor had several of us imperial guards escort him. While we were en route, we received word that the matriarch had gone to visit a friend. Thus, Lord Yan diverted to that residence. Upon arrival, he discovered that the family was celebrating the coming-of-age ceremony of their daughter. After they greeted one another casually, they learned that they shared the surname Ruan, and the father was a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel. At that moment, as the Ruan family's daughter came to pay her respects to her father, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of her beauty, and she left an indelible impression on me. Now, reflecting on it, that was indeed the ninth miss of the Ruan family I just saw." Pei Qingshu, finding no surprise in his revelation, urged her cousin to hurry along while muttering, "I hear that Lord Yan is quite difficult to persuade. My father has attempted to win him over several times, but he manages to sidestep those attempts with remarkable finesse. For that, my father even shattered a valuable blue and white porcelain vase from the previous dynasty." She paused, complaining that was a prize I had won in a throwing game. Du Changsheng, alarmed by her words, glanced around cautiously to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then chuckled while trying to calm her down. "My dear cousin, you ought to be more discreet. Matters regarding your father's attempts to win over court officials should not be made public. Be wary of what reaches the emperor's ears. The current crown prince is frail, and despite the best efforts of his physicians, he has reached an age where he is still heavily reliant on medication. The court physicians frequent the Eastern Palace daily. In such precarious circumstances, the actions of his brothers, such as Prince Liang, Prince Gong, and Prince Rui, will inevitably attract scrutiny and be magnified, reported to the emperor and empress. Given that Prince Gong is the biological brother of the crown prince, his situation is particularly sensitive. Should word of the Liang County princess's claim that Prince Gong attempted to court Lord Yan reach the ears of those in the palace, while Lord Yan himself may escape unscathed, Prince Gong would undoubtedly face repercussions. Pei Qingshu, aware of the inappropriateness of discussing such matters in public, concluded her complaints and hopped onto the carriage in a huff. Inside the Ruan carriage, Mingjing and Ruan Mingyao settled down before the vehicle slowly began to move. A maid returned to their Ruan residence and then doubled back to inform the young lady about developments. As Mingjing noted the time drawing near, fearing a delay in their visit to the Yu family, she instructed the maid to share the news within the carriage. Upon her return, the 8th miss was met with great surprise from the 3rd madam. The old woman came from the previous household, addressing everyone in the entire Ruan family and all the children by their proper titles. Upon seeing her injuries, the 3rd madam felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly instructed someone to bandage her wounds. Unexpectedly, the 8th young lady showed no gratitude, knocking the medicine bottle from the 3rd madam's hand, causing it to crash to the floor. Ruan Mingman sat up abruptly, and the 3rd aunt, feeling pity for her, personally applied the medicine, astonished by her behavior. The old woman was understandably furious, raising her voice significantly. Even the typically gentle 3rd madam was incensed and left the room. Inquiring about the situation, we responded in turn, and the 3rd madam, consumed by anger, began to cough violently. After that, she never stepped foot into the 8th young lady's room again, declaring that she would let her fend for herself. Ruan Mingman ground her teeth in anger, exclaiming that it was only fitting. As for Ruan Mingman, her pretentious performance was one thing, but to dare bully Mingjing was truly reckless. She deserved such a fate. The old woman remarked that the 3rd madam had matters to attend to and had gone back to the previous household. Just after the 3rd madam departed, the 3rd master and concubine Dong came to visit the 8th young lady, the 3rd master having been driven away in anger. Concubine Dong expressed her sorrow for the child she had raised, secretly sending someone to fetch a doctor. I only observed this part before returning to inform the young lady. Not lingering any longer. Today there was a meeting with the Yu family and both Madame Mo and Madame Xiao would be attending as well. The 3rd madam's mention of having business to attend to likely referred to this. After she finished speaking, Bixia discreetly handed her a pouch of silver coins, saying it was a reward for them to divide among themselves upon returning. The old woman took it, discreetly weighing it in her hand. The amount was substantial, and with a beaming smile, she thanked Bixia repeatedly before carefully tucking it away and taking a seat in the carriage meant for the servants. Ruan Mingyao, still simmering with anger, pulled Mingjing aside after the old woman left and whispered, "I will definitely inform the family of Ruan Mingman's wicked deeds. They must know what vile actions she has committed." Mingjing, however, was indifferent. After all, it was well known that the old lady had never had a favorable view of the rear household, and hearing of Ruan Mingman's schemes might only delight her further. Nevertheless, appreciating the 7th sister's sentiment, Mingjing smiled and began recounting amusing anecdotes from the day. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. As the 12th month approached, families began to accumulate various items needed for the new year, and the roads lined with shops were filled with citizens purchasing goods. Bixia, curious about the vibrant scene outside, lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to peek out. Just as she was joyfully immersed in the atmosphere, the carriage slowed, signaling they had arrived at their destination. Just as Bixia was about to lower the curtain to assist the young lady in disembarking, she suddenly caught sight of several familiar figures lurking at the street corner across from them, clad in simple, coarse shirts with strong, robust physiques. They appeared similar to those who had previously obstructed the young lady and secretly sent messages to her and Agate. What could the young Master Yan's men be doing here? Bixia's heart raced, tightening in her throat. Chapter 51. Observation. Despite encountering numerous troubles today, including an unexpected altercation with Ruan Mingman, Mingjing felt content, as she had made 2 new friends. Upon alighting from the carriage, her spirits remained high until Agate and Bixia discreetly pulled her aside, avoiding the gaze of passers-by, and pointed across the street. "Isn't that the young master's people?" Bixia said anxiously. Mingjing cast a fleeting glance before her expression darkened. Although the individuals across the street appeared to be idly waiting, their occasional, seemingly casual glances towards her indicated their true intentions. Mingjing tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her heart racing. What did Yan Xia intend to do? Now is not the appropriate time to engage, so Mingjing resolutely turned and headed towards the house, planning to find a moment to seek them out later. She did not want to provoke those reckless individuals by ignoring them, lest they intercept her again. If her mother discovered that she was secretly associating with the Yan family's 7th master, she would undoubtedly be reprimanded. She had no desire to bring trouble upon herself because of the Yan family. Meanwhile, Xiao and Mo, who had been waiting in the carriage without disembarking, also stepped down and proceeded towards the shop. Mo was aware that Xiao had something to discuss with Mingjing and entered the store first. Xiao paused at the entrance, casting a worried glance at her daughter. Ruan Mingyao saw her 3rd aunt and bowed slightly, calling out. Xiao smiled and greeted her, pulling Mingjing's hand, studying her closely, and quietly asking, "Are you all right?" Before she finished speaking, her eyes had already begun to redden. When Ruan Mingman was brought into the family, Xiao felt sympathy for her. Having been separated from her biological family, because of her, she made an extra effort to care for this girl, raising her alongside her own children and even naming her in accordance with the legitimate offspring's generation. Xiao had hoped that in the small city, word of her being an adopted child would not spread, so she named her to reflect that she was highly valued in the Ruan family, growing up under the careful watch of her legitimate mother, thus minimizing any unusual scrutiny or criticism from others. Although Xiao could not provide her with extravagant benefits, she gave all she could. It could be said that she treated Ruan Mingman even better than the other legitimate children in the family. Aside from her concern for her biological children, Xiao held a special affection for Ruan Mingman. In contrast, Ruan Qi, Ruan Xian, and Ruan Chun were mostly raised by their respective concubines, and she had not taken much interest in them. Now, it was Ruan Mingman, whom she had doted on, who harbored jealousy towards Mingjing, attempting to usurp her marriage and even, possibly, her life. Xiao's anger reached its peak today, and her disappointment was profound. What kind of child had she raised? Grasping her daughter's hand, Xiao felt a whirlwind of emotions, unable to articulate her feelings. Given that the Yu family and their Ruan family matriarch, Madame Mo, were present, she refrained from saying too much to avoid the family learning of Ruan's disgraceful matters. For if such news spread, the Ruan family's daughters would struggle to maintain their dignity. Mingjing smiled, tightening her grip on her mother's hand, assuring her, "I am fine." Ruan Mingyao nodded in agreement, and seeing the mother and daughter conversing softly, she lowered her voice as well. "It's true, I'm fine." The old woman arrived promptly. The ninth sister is unharmed. Only then did Xiao swallow her worries, wiping the corners of her eyes with her handkerchief, and said to the girls, "Let us go take a look at the goods." This shop, owned by Xiao, was a dried fruit store, spacious with 4 rooms, filled with an array of snacks and preserved fruits, and equipped with tables and chairs for weary customers to rest. The shopkeeper, dressed in a plain dark blue robe, welcomed the guests warmly alongside his assistants. A few middle-aged women were resting, while 7 or 8 customers examined the displays. As Xiao led Mingjing and Mingyao closer, Madame Mo turned and smiled, calling out, "Third sister-in-law, come here and tell me which of these is delicious? I typically do not indulge in sweets, as they are reserved for guests at home. But seeing so many delightful options today, I am tempted to buy a few to try for myself." Xiao guided the girls closer and called out to Ruan Mingyao, "7th girl, you often help entertain guests at home. You've surely tasted these before. Why don't you share with your mother which ones are good? I have no idea what her tastes are." At that moment, a seated woman, along with a middle-aged man and a young man by the display, turned their attention towards Ruan Mingyao. She could feel the weight of their gazes upon her. However, this was to be expected, as many people tend to hesitate when making selections, often unable to decide after much deliberation. Now, while speaking with her mother and aunt, it was natural that other customers would take notice. Therefore, rather than simply stating which flavors were good, it would be better to share all the delightful delicacies she knew. It would also be beneficial to attract more customers and business to her aunt shop. Ruan Mingyao spoke with poise, explaining that candied fruits are made from dried fruits preserved with sugar and salt, typically offering a sweet and sour flavor, which can be purchased by those who enjoy such tastes. As for pastries, she described the Su-style pastries on display, noting their crisp exterior and soft, sweet filling with a hint of floral aroma. In contrast, the Cantonese pastries are characterized by a tender crust and a variety of rich fillings, including nuts. She also mentioned the Sichuan style, which carries a slight spiciness. Her lively and graceful demeanor captivated the women watching her, leaving them thoroughly pleased, with smiles that could hardly be contained. Meanwhile, the young man standing nearby had lowered his gaze towards the pastries. But he could not resist stealing occasional glances at Ruan Mingyao before quickly averting his eyes. Observing this, Mingjing approached him and inquired, "Might I ask what pastries you prefer?" "Young sir, we have a diverse selection from all regions. Please feel free to express your wishes, and I shall assist you in choosing." Upon learning that she was the 7th miss of the Ruan family, the young man had focused solely on her, neglecting the presence of the woman beside her. Startled by the sudden question, he glanced at Mingjing, who was undeniably a striking young lady, and instinctively lowered his eyes, bowing slightly as he replied, "I will defer to my family's preferences." This response elicited a chuckle from Xiao, who found it amusing that a mere fruit purchase could evoke such nervousness. As he immediately mentioned family decision-making, the middle-aged gentleman accompanying the young man smiled and gestured respectfully to Mingjing, explaining, My son is usually engrossed in his studies at home and lacks the social ease of those of us who engage daily with others. Please do not hold his awkwardness against him. Mingjing responded with a warm smile to Mr. Yu. Not at all. It is my fault for hastily promoting our goods and inadvertently causing discomfort to the young sir. I hope you both will not take offense. Madame Yu, who had been sitting quietly, approached and took Mingjing's hand, smiling as she glanced at Ruan Mingman with satisfaction. How could we hold any grievance? We are grateful for your assistance. After speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao, who understood that the matter was progressing favorably, and thus turned to Mrs. Mo, who was quietly observing Yu Xiao. Chapter 52. Please accept the young man possessed a handsome countenance and a tall stature, resembling his father in form, albeit more slender, due to years of study. Crucially, upon realizing that Mingyao was the object of his interest, he focused solely on her, ignoring Mingjing entirely. It was noteworthy that even with Mingjing's beauty, which would captivate any man, he maintained his composure, demonstrating self-restraint. Both Madame Yu and Mr. Yu were kind-hearted. Should this union materialize, they did not seem like the type to treat their daughter-in-law harshly. Mrs. Mo felt quite pleased, silently lamenting that her sister-in-law was genuinely fond of Ruan Mingman, as evidenced by the match being selected for her, which she could find no fault in. Yet, Ruan Mingman's lack of discernment, resorting to physical confrontation with Mingjing, perplexed her. With a smile masking her inner thoughts, Mrs. Mo stepped forward to engage in conversation with you couple, suggesting, if you have any preferences, feel free to select together. I find everything quite appealing. What do you both think? Madame Yu replied with delight. Everything is wonderful. Mingjing breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged glances with her mother. This was indeed progressing. The Yu family conversed quietly among themselves, while the sisters-in-law, Xiao and Mo, stood in a corner, sharing their reflections on recent events. Mingjing, mindful of the happenings across the way, saw an opportunity to excuse herself and mentioned to her mother and aunt, "Please continue. I shall browse the shop opposite and select a few items." Ruan Mingman had intended to accompany her but was playfully dismissed by Mingjing, who said, "I hope for my seventh sister to help sell more items in the shop. If you come with me, who will assist here?" The room filled with good-natured laughter, including from unfamiliar customers, who found the spirited and lively girl quite endearing. Yu Xiao felt a flush on his cheeks, unable to resist glancing at her. Madame Yu, pleased by the exchange, approached Ruan Mingman, expressing her admiration for her introductions and wishing for her assistance in selecting several items for the New Year's gifts for family and friends. Ruan Mingman, eager to help her aunt, readily agreed. Mr. Yu and Yu Xiao listened attentively. Xiao, believing her daughter was avoiding Ruan Mingman to prevent overshadowing her, thought it wise for Mingjing to take a stroll. She advised, "Do not linger too long. A short while will suffice. Since this is a meeting, some casual conversation will suffice before parting ways, and the elders can discuss further later." Unaware that her mother had already devised a compelling reason for her to visit the opposite shop, Mingjing was pleasantly surprised by her mother's prompt consent. Eagerly, she exited the dried fruit shop. Upon raising her eyes, she spotted Shenzhe across the way, discreetly watching her. Mingjing's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on him. As a staff member of Yanxia, Shenzhe's perceptiveness allowed him to notice Ruan Mingman's attention. After a few attempts to avoid eye contact, their distance gradually diminished. After careful consideration, Shenzhe decided that rather than sending someone to fetch her for a private discussion later, it would be more effective to invite her directly. He gestured towards the nearby clothing store. Mingjing had initially intended to visit a smaller shop nearby, but noticed Shenzhe signaling towards the prestigious Jinxiu Pavilion, the largest clothing store in the capital, frequented even by royals seeking the finest garments. The bustling environment was her immediate concern regarding a discussion in such a place. However, she recognized that Shenzhe would not have brought her here without good reason. Since Yanxia relied on Shenzhe, he must have already anticipated her concerns. In a moment of clarity, Mingjing nodded in acquiescence and stepped into Jinxiu Pavilion, followed closely by Ma Nao and by Shi. Shortly thereafter, Shenzhe entered as well. A middle-aged female clerk, clad in a blue-gray silk gown, greeted them with a smile, inviting her to the shop's rear courtyard to select items. This young lady is clearly of remarkable poise and beauty. The offerings here are far too ordinary for someone of your caliber. If you wish, you may browse the more exclusive selections in the back. I assure you, the inventory is extensive and diverse. Her sincere tone, coupled with a lowered voice, indicated that she was guiding Mingjing on Shunzai's behalf. Understanding the implication, Mingjing instructed Ma Nao and Bai Shi, please wait for me here. I will go inside to select some items. The two maids were reluctant to leave her alone, insisting, we shall accompany you. Mingjing cast a sidelong glance at Shunzai, who had already slipped through the curtain into the courtyard, and reassured her companions, it is quite all right. Such a large shop poses no danger. Only authorized individuals can enter the back. You may wait for me here. After observing the lavishly dressed lady shopping, who could not access the rear, the maids considered her reasoning and relented. The front of Jinxiu Pavilion featured a 3-story building with 8 rooms on each floor. Upon reaching the back, they entered a spacious courtyard adorned with trees and flowers, where the fragrant wintersuite was in full bloom. Mingjing strolled leisurely and spotted Shunzai standing beside one of the rooms, smiling and gesturing for her to approach. Upon reaching the door, she realized that indeed, this was a storeroom for garments, aligning with the clerk's earlier words. The clerk had used the pretext of inviting her to shop to lead her here, suggesting she might select a few pieces to take with her. Shunzidao remarked, I see that time is of the essence for you, miss. And I pondered that discussing matters while selecting attire would be more efficient. Thus I chose this room as our meeting place. Mingjing cast a glance around and immediately noted that the garments here were of the utmost luxury. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the materials were such that even the most affluent families could scarcely afford them. For instance, to her left hung a piece crafted from golden brocade adorned with patterns of orange trees and cranes, its workmanship extraordinarily fine. Garments of such quality would command a princely sum. Fortunately, Mingjing had ample funds at her disposal and could indeed purchase a few pieces if she wished. Nodding, she said, Mr. Shin, please proceed. She stepped further inside, selecting several outfits that complemented her complexion. Shinzidao continued, the Jinxiu Pavilion is owned by Lord Chia, so you need not worry about being overheard here. He then produced a thick envelope, bowing deeply as he presented it to Mingjing, saying, this is a letter from Lord Chia for you, miss. I kindly ask that you accept it. His demeanor was earnest and respectful, betraying a fear that she might refuse. Mingjing hesitated for a moment. To be truthful, she was reluctant to accept it. Chapter 53. Strategy. Mingjing fixed her gaze on the pristine envelope, observing the intact wax seal, and boldly declared, you are monitoring me. Her accusation was not solely directed at Shinzidao but also at his master, Lord Yanxia. After all, why had Shinzidao attended the painting and calligraphy gathering previously? Why did he know she would come here this time, lying in wait for her arrival? Mingjing felt a surge of irritation. The thought of living under the scrutiny of others sent a shiver down her spine, igniting her anger. She longed to be free from such entanglements. The relationship with the Yen family had been thoroughly severed. Why must their two families remain so inextricably linked? It would be far better to part ways completely and become strangers. She glared at the letter, not wanting to move a finger, having no intention of accepting it. Shinzidao had already witnessed her keen perception when being observed from across the street. After several exchanges, he dared not underestimate her. Realizing she had noted his previous attendance at the gathering, he hastily explained, last time, I sought to mediate between the two families to prevent animosity, should the match fall through. Mingjing stared down at the ground beneath her feet. She found this hard to believe. What sort of person would Shinzidao be to approach her father over such a trivial matter? Shinzidao continued to elaborate. I had no intention of finding you here. I merely happened to pass by the Feng family's entrance and witnessed Miss Ruan being carried away, bruised and battered. Fearing for your safety, I took note of your carriage, thinking you might be coming here for dried fruits, so I waited in advance. Mingjing nodded. Very well. Observing her visit to the Feng family, they had kept watch over them, and since Miss Ruan was not taken to a carriage outside, they must have arranged for her to be ambushed within the estate. Consequently, they dispatched more personnel to await her exit. The streets branched out in all directions, and with her mother owning numerous shops, how could they be so certain she intended to visit the dried fruit store? It was evident that the servants of the Ruan family had been bribed. Such elaborate schemes merely to intercept her. All she had done was reject an unsatisfactory marriage proposal. Did Lord Yanxia truly need to make her life so difficult? Did he believe he could not bear to lose face, thus repeatedly intruding upon her existence? Mingjing swallowed her words. She naturally did not believe those excuses. Yet, it was unexpected that a trusted aide of Lord Yanxia would treat her with such courtesy. Shinzidao, a man of considerable standing beside Lord Yan, had no need to show her such deference. She sensed this was not a favorable sign. The old adages about honeyed words and hidden daggers flooded her mind, and she felt they suited Shen Zidao quite well. With a slight curl of her lips, she raised her gaze and said, "If you have something to say, Mr. Shin, please do so directly. I have severed all ties with the Yen family and will not accept anything from Lord Chia again. Please do not seek me out in the future." Having made her stance clear, she turned to leave. However, Shen Zidao swiftly stepped in front of her. His palms and back were slick with sweat. Terrified of soiling Lord Chia's letter, he held it delicately between his fingertips, earnestly imploring, "Miss, please take a moment to read Lord Chia's letter." He was certain that whatever Lord Chia had written would carry more weight and significance than his own words. The door to the room was narrow, and though Shen Zidao was not overweight, he had spread his arms wide to block the entrance while holding the envelope, effectively preventing her escape. Mingjing, momentarily trapped, impatiently accepted the letter, breaking the seal to extract the paper within. Inside was a large painting depicting pine and cypress trees shielding flowers from the wind and rain below. Yet, what relevance did this hold for her? In her past life, she had received a similar painting from Yuheng, which conveyed a comparable sentiment. She had painstakingly copied it countless times and was thoroughly familiar with its essence. Based on the brushstrokes and artistry, it appeared to be the work of Lord Yen Chia himself. Why had Yuheng stolen Lord Chia's artwork for her to replicate, given his aversion towards her? Could it be that he would not even allow her to have his own creations, resorting to stealing from Lord Chia? As thoughts of her past buzzed in her mind, Mingjing felt overwhelmed. She had told herself not to dwell on the past, yet the memories resurfaced, bringing with them an inexplicable sorrow and pain. In such circumstances, she was even less inclined to engage with the Yen family. Folding the paper neatly, she returned it to the envelope and handed it back to Shen Zidao, saying, "Take it back. Do not seek me out again. I have no further ties to the Yen family. It would be best if we never crossed paths again." Shen Zidao's heart raced at her words. He feared that if Lord Chia learned of this outcome, he would be in grave danger. Unfortunately, Mingjing's swift actions had left him unprepared, and the letter was thrust back into his arms. Shen Zidao reminded himself to remain calm. The priority was to fulfill Lord Chia's instructions, and other matters could be addressed later. However, Lord Chia had entrusted him with the letter without revealing its contents, leaving him uncertain about what to say or do in this situation. Shen Zidao quickly assessed the situation. Based on the behavior of the fourth miss of the Ruan family, especially considering her reaction during the incident with the Guan family miss at the Yen residence, he surmised she was more amenable to gentle persuasion rather than forceful tactics. Thus, he took a deep breath, bowed again while holding the letter, and said directly, "I implore you to accept this, miss, and refrain from speaking of not accepting Lord Chia's correspondence. If this task fails, we shall face Lord Chia's punishment." After a prolonged silence, he realized that his mention of punishment did not seem to affect her in the slightest. Shen Zidao felt he had not conveyed the gravity of the situation adequately. So he paused before adding, "If I am punished by Lord Chia, I will have to leave the capital. It would not only affect me, but my family would also be compelled to relocate. My child is still young and cannot endure such upheaval." The silence stretched on until, finally, he noticed a delicate hand extending towards him. The young lady had finally accepted the letter once more, and Shen Zidao exhaled a sigh of relief. If she needed to contact Lord Chia for any reason, she could seek out the shopkeeper here to relay her message. Maintaining his humble posture, he respectfully added, "If Lord Chia is not in the capital, you may also contact me. Simply instruct the shopkeeper to convey your message." Shen Zidao spoke with utmost sincerity. Mingjing felt increasingly bewildered. Why would she need to seek out Lord Yen Chia? It was absurd. She wished for nothing more than to sever all ties with the Yen family for the rest of her life. Chapter 54. How dare you having come to select clothing? It would be inappropriate to leave empty-handed. Not only would her two maidservants grow suspicious, but other patrons in the store would also take note of her departure. Mingjing, growing impatient and unwilling to be scrutinized further, selected a few suitable garments and exited the room. Shunzhe hesitated to trouble her by personally retrieving the items, attempting to take them himself, but was deterred by her piercing glance. Ultimately standing at the doorway with a reluctant air as he watched her take a few steps ahead before he followed at a distance after a brief pause. There were a total of 4 items. Mingjing entered the front shop and handed them over to the female attendant clad in a gray-blue silk gown. Proceeding to the counter to settle the bill, the shopkeeper, deftly manipulating his abacus, calculated a total of 472 taels of silver. Will the young lady be paying in cash or with a banknote? Several patrons nearby gasped in astonishment. So expensive, they murmured. Thankfully, she had not ventured to the back. Mingjing was mentally prepared for this. After all, the brocade pavilion was the most opulent tailor shop in the capital. And even the most ordinary items were crafted with exceptional materials and workmanship, considerably pricier than those in ordinary shops. She had selected the finest luxurious garments from the back courtyard, making the price seem reasonable. Fortunately, her private stash of silver was ample. Thus, without a hint of concern, Mingjing summoned the attendant, saying nonchalantly, "A banknote, please." To avoid revealing his acquaintance with Miss Ruan, Shenzhe had just leisurely strolled to the front. He felt relieved that he had managed to dissuade the young lady. However, upon lifting his gaze, he saw her maid produce a thick stack of banknotes intended for payment. Shenzhe's face paled in horror, and he hastily signaled the shopkeeper with frantic glances. How could he dare accept the young lady's money? To his dismay, the shopkeeper, oblivious to Shenzhe's signals, naturally accepted the payment and began to provide change, even thoughtfully searching for an appropriate large box to package the items. Shenzhe's expression tightened as he observed this spectacle. The moment Mingjing departed, he launched into a tirade at the shopkeeper. "You dare accept her money?" Shenzhe's forehead throbbed with indignation, cold sweat trickling down his back. "I told you she need not concern herself with such financial matters. She should not be paying." How could he possibly explain this to Master Qi? The shopkeeper, puzzled, merely clicked his tongue, remarking that even the esteemed patrons from the palace must pay for their purchases, as per the owner's instructions. Just recently, when Princess Fu Ling bought garments, they had not spared a single coin. Today was merely a routine transaction. Why should Mr. Shen be so irate? Shenzhe cursed inwardly at the shopkeeper's obtuseness, sneering, "You will regret this," and stormed out in a huff. As he exited the shop, he realized he had yet to relay an important message, prompting him to return. "Do you remember that striking young lady I mentioned earlier? Etch her image into your memory. Should she arrive with any correspondence from Master Qi or for me, you are to inform me immediately, without delay." The shopkeeper hesitated, tentatively replying, "But there are so many customers in the shop, and I am quite busy. If I leave, wouldn't it disrupt business? I cannot predict when she might bring a message. Perhaps I could wait until lunch or dinner when there are fewer people to relay the message to you." "You are quite bold," Shenzhe retorted. "Should she deliver any news, no matter how trivial, it must reach me instantly, without a moment's hesitation." The shopkeeper suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Shenzhe was a trusted aide of Master Qi, and his level of busyness was second only to that of his master. The shopkeeper shivered, regretting his earlier oversight. However, Shenzhe departed with swift resolution, leaving no opportunity for the shopkeeper to atone. The shopkeeper stared at the newly acquired silver, feeling its heat prickling his palms. When Mingjing returned to the dried fruit shop, the attendants were energetically loading boxes onto the Yu family's cart, all purchased by Madame Yu. The Yu family appeared exceedingly pleased with their daughter-in-law and expressed gratitude to Madame Ruan for her introduction. Departing with a fully laden cart of dried fruits and pastries as gifts for friends and relatives for the new year, Emo sure observed the situation with delight. Such lavish spending on pastries indicated a substantial family fortune, ensuring her daughter would live comfortably after marriage. After bidding farewell to the Yu family, Emo Sure and Xiao Sure shared a carriage, while Mingjing and her sister took another vehicle back to their Ruan residence. Once the carriage was in motion, Emo Sure excitedly grasped Xiao Shure's hand, unable to release it, and after a long silence, finally expressed, "I will remember the kindness you and your daughter have shown. If you ever need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse." Xiao Shu replied with a smile, "We are all family. There is no need for formality." Emo Shu reflected on the differing behaviors of the Ruan matriarch and the second wife, feeling that her sister-in-law was the most amiable. Concerned about her daughter's marital prospects, which had been weighing on her mind, she felt a renewed sense of hope and insisted on inviting Xiao Shu for tea and casual conversation at the front courtyard. Xiao Shu shook her head with a wry smile, gesturing towards the back courtyard. There are still untidy matters to attend to. Emo Shu suddenly remembered the incident involving Ruan Mingman, and her expression darkened. The rough servant women dispatched were all under her command, and she was well aware of Ruan Mingman's actions at the time. She sternly declared, "If it were up to me, I'd have her beaten to death and discarded in the back alley." "I would have liked that too," Xiao Shu sighed. recalling that if they had not insisted on separating her from her family, perhaps she would not have developed such a temperament. I feel a deep sense of guilt every time I think of it. Emotion reassured her. I know you are inherently kind-hearted, but some matters cannot be resolved without decisiveness. Procrastination only gives malefactors room to maneuver. Xiaoshi closed her eyes, feeling moisture at the corners. In the middle of the night, she often dreamt of that prematurely lost child, remembering the moment when despair turned into joy upon receiving the soft, delicate girl into her arms. The once tender little being had grown into a young woman, now posing a threat to her own child. Xiaoshi was unsure why tears began to flow. Let her stay at home a few more days before the new year, she softly suggested. After the holidays, I will return her to her original family. Having had no contact with that family for over a decade, she was uncertain of their current situation. Emotion sensed the conversation was becoming uncomfortable, sighed, and contemplated that if Ruan Mingman caused further trouble in the future, she would undoubtedly assist her sister-in-law in clearing the courtyard. To avoid raising suspicions with the Ruan matriarch, they had used the back courtyard's carriage for today's outing. First dropping off Emotion and Ruan Mingyao at the front courtyard before returning to the back courtyard to stop. Just as Xiaoshi stepped down from the carriage, she noticed a careful Mingjing, followed by her maid, holding a large black lacquered and gilded wooden box. Earlier, when her daughter had returned from the opposite side, Xiaoshi had noticed this large box but deemed it unnecessary to inquire further, as the focus had been on the Yu family and Mingyao. Shortly thereafter, Mingjing had instructed someone to load it onto the cart. Now, seeing it again along with her daughter's disdainful expression, Xiaoshi's curiosity piqued, and her earlier somber mood vanished. Unable to resist, she laughed and pointed at the large box, asking Mingjing, "What is inside?" Chapter 55. The plan the silver Mingjing had just used for payment was from her private funds, and thus she saw no need to inform Xiaoshi immediately. The garments, out of sight and mind, were hastily tossed into the corner of the cart, drawing no attention from Ruan Mingyao. Therefore, aside from her two maids, nobody was aware of her purchase of the 4 garments, nor did anyone know their appearance. Xiaoshi was captivated by the box. With her extensive experience in business, she recognized that such exquisite black lacquer and gilding craftsmanship would have cost at least several taels of silver to produce, equivalent to a month's allowance for an ordinary maiden. It was merely the exterior packaging for something precious inside, and her curiosity about its contents grew. Mingjing directed her 2 maids to carry the box to the nearest stone table, lifting the lid to show her mother. At the top was a small jacket made of rosy purple butterfly-patterned silk, vibrant in color and exquisite in texture. Upon closer inspection, the butterflies adorning it exhibited a variety of forms and patterns, each one lifelike. Xiao was thoroughly impressed, having just returned and not yet washed her hands. She refrained from picking it up for a closer look, merely lifting one side of the jacket to reveal a second garment beneath. This was a grand cloak of begonia red, adorned with entwined lotus patterns on satin, and even from just a glimpse of the corner, its brilliance and opulence were evident. Mingjing had chosen it somewhat casually at the time, but now, upon detailed observation, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It was no wonder that Master Yan could run his business so prosperously. His unique and precise eye for selecting people and shop locations played a significant role. His establishments consistently offered only the finest quality, gradually building an impeccable reputation that naturally led to increasing wealth. The same could be said for the brocade pavilion. Even though Mingjing had haphazardly chosen a few items, their craftsmanship, color coordination, and embroidery techniques were truly commensurate with their price. Xiao recalled her daughter's initial disdain upon disembarking and found it amusing. Now, as she examined garments, she deemed them quite splendid, wondering why her daughter had seemed displeased. Naturally, Mingjing could not divulge that these were from Master Yan's shop, for seeing them would inevitably dampen her spirits. She merely stated that her impulsive purchase earlier had left her somewhat regretful and naturally unappreciative. Thus, she quoted the price. Xiao assumed her daughter's discontent stemmed from the day's unfortunate encounter at the Feng residence. Anyone with a sister like Ruan Mingman would certainly be in a foul mood, especially since they had been close since childhood, and her sister had recently transformed into a troublesome person, even attempting to cause harm. Xiao felt no qualms about her daughter purchasing such expensive garments. Money was meant to be spent. Moreover, given her daughter's grievances at Ruan Mingman's place, it was entirely reasonable to spend a little silver to uplift her mood. However, upon hearing the quoted price, she could not help but re-examine the top 2 garments. becoming increasingly astonished at the exceptional quality of the materials and embroidery. She beckoned Su Mama to take a look as well. Su Mama was equally amazed. Mingjing felt puzzled. Although the items from the brocade pavilion were indeed expensive, given the financial standing of the Xiao family, acquiring them should not pose a problem. How could her mother have never before encountered such fine garments? When Xiao inquired about the origin of the clothes, Mingjing naturally informed her. Xiao's realization dawned upon her. With a smile, she helped her daughter carefully repack the garments and close the lid. While anyone could enter the brocade pavilion, access to the back courtyard was restricted. Xiao had certainly seen the ordinary luxurious garments outside, but she shook her head regretfully regarding the exclusive items in the back. Entry was reserved for those of notable status. Thus, acquiring even one piece from there was a mark of great honor, further elevating one's social standing. After this, Xiao regarded Mingjing with curiosity, wondering how she had gained entry to such an exclusive place. Mingjing had not anticipated the stringent conditions for accessing the back courtyard. In her previous life, she had never even set foot in the brocade pavilion, let alone known about such matters. After a moment's thought, as her mother's gaze fell upon a black lacquered box with gold embellishments, she discreetly retrieved an item from her sleeve and slipped it onto her wrist. When Xiao looked back, Mingjing smiled and extended her arm, gently shaking the bracelet that dangled from it, perhaps attributing her good fortune to its presence. This was a bracelet of pure gold inlaid with precious jade, not overly wide or heavy, yet exquisitely crafted. Upon closer inspection, the gold bracelet featured intricate carvings of auspicious motifs. Xiao was taken aback, recognizing it as something extraordinary that an ordinary person would seldom encounter. How could her daughter, in her current situation, come into contact with such valuable items? However, her daughter's next words quickly dispelled her confusion. This was a gift from Princess Fuling during my visit to the Feng residence today. Mingjing whispered to her mother. The princess mentioned she had worn this bracelet often before. After she gifted it to me, I happened to wear it to the brocade pavilion, and perhaps the staff recognized the princess's bracelet, which allowed me entry. Given the connection to the princess, she lowered her voice so that only the two of them could hear. Xiao's understanding deepened. If that were the case, her daughter had indeed benefited from the princess's favor. Moreover, such matters were best kept discreet. Otherwise, if others learned that her daughter possessed a bracelet linked to a princess, they might harbor ulterior motives. Mingjing shared the sentiment, noting that only those present at the time, Princess Fuling and Princess Liang, knew of the bracelet, and now her mother, making it a select few. As dusk fell, lights began to flicker along the streets. Before darkness enveloped them, Xiao instructed the maids to send her daughter's belongings back to Lanxing Courtyard while she took her daughter to Meixiang Courtyard, where they planned to dine together. After a day of exertion, Xiao felt that walking any further might jeopardize her health, though her condition had improved somewhat. It was still not robust enough to endure excessive strain, so it was prudent to rest when needed. She summoned a small oil cart to convey them. Along the way, the mother and daughter discussed Ruan Mingman's situation. I think I should send her back to her biological family, Xiao said, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head. Unable to meet her daughter's gaze, she felt a pang of guilt about this decision. But it was necessary to communicate it directly to avoid her daughter learning about it from others and fostering resentment. It was better to broach the idea early on and discuss it openly. Mingjing was not surprised by her mother's reaction. After all, Ruan Mingman had been raised as a daughter in her family, and such feelings were entirely normal. However, it had been over a decade since they had any contact with that family, and she was unsure of the current circumstances. It would be prudent to inquire before sending Ruan Mingman back. Naturally, Xiao agreed. In a few days, your brother will be returning. Let him help to investigate. As for you, prepare to visit the Xiao family. Xiao intended for her family to help her daughter find a suitable match. This visit would also allow the young men of the Xiao family to see that her daughter was not only beautiful but also gracious, an exceptional prospect for a future wife. It would then be left to them to demonstrate their worth and capabilities. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, having arrived at Meixiang Courtyard. As Mingjing was about to assist her mother into the courtyard, a young maid hurriedly approached, reporting, "Madam, Miss, there is a stewardess outside requesting an audience," claiming to be from the Gongwang mansion, bringing gifts for the princess. Chapter 56. The Ring. Mingjing had not anticipated that Princess Liang would actually send something. At the time, she thought the princess had merely spoken in jest, but was pleasantly surprised by her sincerity. The so-called stewardess was, in fact, A dignified woman dressed in a brown-green robe adorned with auspicious patterns, her hair impeccably arranged without a single strand out of place. Upon greeting them, it was revealed that she was Granny Zhao from the Gongwang mansion, who attended to the princess. The Ruan family's maid, lacking experience, had assumed she was merely an ordinary stewardess. The gifts from Princess Liang included a box, along with fresh vegetables and fruits packed into 3 overflowing baskets. Given that it was midwinter, such fresh produce was exceedingly rare and likely cultivated in a warm house, making it worth its weight in gold. Mingjing promptly asked Granny Zhao to convey her gratitude to the princess and instructed someone to retrieve the 8 treasure box she had brought back from her own shop that day. In the meantime, she opened the box to see its contents. To avoid overshadowing the bracelet from Princess Fuling, she found a pair of earrings and hairpins inside, along with a sizable jade ring. Mingjing laughed. Why would she give me a ring when I don't even shoot arrows? Her tone was quite casual. However, upon closer inspection of the jewelry, she noticed the small inscription of the Gongwang mansion on the jade ring. Suddenly, she understood why the princess insisted on gifting her the ring. It was unclear whether the princess acquired it from the prince or one of her brothers, but it was likely intended as a means to seek assistance from the Gongwang mansion. It was an equivalent token to the bracelet from Princess Fuling. Mingjing chuckled softly, amused by the whimsical nature of Princess Liang. Shan was anxious that her daughter might speak too casually, fearing that the royal governess would perceive a lack of respect towards the princess. She hurriedly smiled and remarked that children often lack understanding and should not be blamed. However, Zhao, the governess, discerned a sense of intimacy in the tone of Miss Ruan, indicating a closeness with the princess. Recalling that the princess had mentioned Miss Ruan's amiable disposition and advised that there was no need for excessive formality, Zhao felt pleased to observe their easy camaraderie. Reminiscent of old friends, Zhao eagerly expressed to Madame Ruan that it was delightful for the young lady to possess such qualities. While they conversed, Linglong and Liuli approached, carrying several exquisite treasure boxes. Mingjing handed the delicacies to Zhao's attendants, stating that they were homemade and quite delicious, meant for the princess to sample. Without mentioning the presence of the Duke and Duchess, Shan felt uneasy, clutching her handkerchief, unsure whether to speak further. Concerned that her words might embarrass her daughter or irritate the Duke's household. Zhao, being exceptionally perceptive, immediately noticed Madame Ruan's discomfort and graciously expressed her gratitude to Miss Ruan. She then reassured Shan, explaining that the princess had indicated that the gifts were for the sisterly exchanges among young ladies and did not involve the adults. Hence, no gifts had been prepared for the lord and lady, hoping for their understanding. Her words not only eased Shan's worries, but also conveyed a humble demeanor that was very comforting to hear. Shan sighed inwardly, recognizing Zhao's expertise as a governess, and responded with a smile, acknowledging the princess's thoughtfulness. Zhao then pointed towards the boxes in the hands of the maidens, noting that this year, the princess had yet to receive any personal gifts for the new year, making this the first from Miss Ruan. The princess would surely be delighted upon seeing the treats. A subtle glance towards Mingjing indicated that the princess did not have many friends in private. Mingjing, taken aback, muttered in surprise, questioning how that could be the case. The princess had attended a banquet at the Feng residence today, surrounded by numerous noble ladies. With the new year approaching, it seemed improbable that someone so admired had not yet received any gifts. Zhao remained silent, smiling knowingly. Shan exchanged a glance with Mama Su, who discreetly led the maidens out of the room. Once the space was clear, only the few ladies remained, and Zhao cheerfully remarked that the invitation from the Feng family to the Duke's residence was not specifically for the princess, but rather delivered to the Duchess. The Duchess believed that the princess, having spent too much time at home, might enjoy a change of scenery, which led to her attending the feast. After a brief pause, noticing Miss Ruan in deep thought, Zhao continued, explaining that the princess typically preferred solitude and had not cultivated close relationships with anyone. This was indeed the first time someone had sent her a personal New Year gift. Mingjing recalled the princess's somewhat aloof nature and the sycophantic smiles of the noble ladies surrounding her. She concluded that while the princess was not unkind, her demeanor was not particularly likable. However, compared to Ruan Mingman, who seemed gentle yet harbored hidden malice, Mingjing preferred the forthrightness of the princess. Choosing not to elaborate further, she smiled at Zhao, suggesting that if the princess found the treats insufficient, she could come to her for more, assuring that there would be plenty. Zhao's eyes brightened with excitement as she replied that the princess would surely be pleased to hear this, but expressed concern that it might not be convenient for Miss Ruan. Mingjing reassured her, stating that she would be available, though she would be visiting her maternal family soon. Needing to leave the capital for a few days but would return shortly. She intended to inform the princess to avoid any wasted trips during her absence. Shan felt a wave of anxiety. Such casual conversation with the princess seemed inappropriate. She cautiously glanced at Zhao's expression and was relieved to see her looking pleased rather than displeased. Zhao bowed respectfully, promising to convey the message. After exchanging pleasantries, she departed joyfully. By the time Ruan Kong arrived, breathless from his hurried run, Zhao had been gone for nearly the duration of a short incense stick. The corridor was empty, and the maidens had returned to assist in tidying up the room. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone cheerfully organizing the items, leaving Kang's arrival unnoticed. "Where is everyone?" he inquired, confused by the joyful demeanor of his wife and daughter. Mingjing, startled by his sudden voice, replied that they had left already and asked why he was dressed in official garb so late in the evening. Shan explained that it was the princess who had sent food for Mingjing, and there was no other matter at hand. Kong had hurriedly donned his official attire upon hearing that someone from the Duke's residence was visiting, fearing he might miss the opportunity.
Now,
Having exerted himself to arrive in haste, he felt exhausted and slumped into a chair. After resting for a moment, he turned to Mingjing and asked, "Was it truly just a visit for you?" Mingjing smiled, affirming that it was indeed the case, and pointed to the neatly arranged fresh produce, expressing gratitude for the princess's kindness. Kong began to regain his energy, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved that the visit was not a reprimand. Shan, curious, asked, "What could you have possibly done to deserve a reprimand?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Kong quickly distanced himself from any suspicion, explaining that the court was currently unstable, and he was merely concerned about potential repercussions. The emperor was rigorously investigating corruption in Jiangnan, and several officials had already been held accountable, with many families facing an uneasy new year ahead. Even the Dingen Marquis' household had been implicated in last year's grain scandal, necessitating constant correspondence with the court. Kong had been on edge, fearing any misstep. Upon hearing that someone from the Duke's residence had arrived, he was startled, akin to a startled bird, and quickly changed his clothes to seek them out, only to realize he had missed them. Now that he had relaxed, his mind began to work more clearly, and he suddenly recalled Ruan Mingman's situation, straightening up and asking, "What happened today? Why did the third girl return looking so upset?"
Shan,
who had just entered the residence and had not yet shared her plans, began to explain that she intended to send Mingman back, adding that once Mingchong returned in a few days, he could handle the matter. Kong, indifferent towards Mingman, as his affections lay with his own daughter, Ruan Qi, simply acknowledged with a grunt. Yet he soon frowned, realizing that Mingchong was still quite young and should focus on his studies rather than running around. He firmly believed in the importance of rigorous academic pursuit for a young man, recognizing that it took years of dedication to succeed. Fearing he might have been too lenient, he had sent his son far away to study at Qingyan Academy in Jingding, where they had only seen each other briefly over several months. Shan, however, disagreed, asserting that boys should roam and experience the world to develop their skills, rather than confining themselves to books, which would only make them bookish. The Ruan boys had all traveled extensively and turned out well. As the couple found themselves at an impasse, Mingjing interjected, stating, "Mother just mentioned distributing some of this food to the previous household. Perhaps father could lend a hand in deciding how to do so?" Kong, having calmed down, approached the offerings laid out on the table, fresh, vibrant greens and glistening cucumbers, along with various exotic fruits from the south. He rolled up his sleeves, inspecting them as though they were precious treasures. After a moment, he looked up at Mingjing, asking, "Did the princess send these to you?" Shan, growing impatient, questioned whether the gifts truly came from the princess. Kong shot her a look, straightened up, and decided that since these were exceptional items, it would not hurt to send some to the previous household. After a moment's thought, he reminded them to minimize the quantity sent, emphasizing that the majority should be kept for their own enjoyment. Shan laughed, assuring him that she understood his intentions well. She selected a few items from the 3 baskets, arranging for a small portion to be sent to the previous household. Su Mama specifically instructed others to accompany her, lest the subordinates speak thoughtlessly. After Su Mama and her companions departed, Ruan Kong narrowed his eyes at the remaining 2.5 baskets, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Xiao Shi selected 1 basket to send to Jufeng Courtyard for the concubines and young ladies to sample. Once the maids and matrons were dispatched, she cast a sidelong glance at Ruan Kong, questioning whether he was satisfied now. Ruan Kong replied cheerfully that his wife was the epitome of generosity. He then requested an additional set of chopsticks and bowls to be laid out, intending to remain in Meixiang courtyard to dine with Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi chose several greens to send to the kitchen for preparation. She wished to distribute some to the former residents, knowing well that the gifts from the Duke of Gong would not escape their notice. Moreover, these delicacies were best enjoyed fresh. Left too long, they would spoil. So a small portion would serve to silence their tongues. Ruan Kong proposed the idea, and she feigned compliance, arranging it to appease him. This would allow the people at the former residence to recognize that her daughter had the backing of the Duke of Gong, thereby diminishing their disdain for Mingjing. As night fell, Su Mama made her way to the old lady Ruan, delivering the items and stating that the third lady desired everyone to partake in the delicacies. Unbeknownst to the old lady, the Duke of Gong's household had sent 3 full baskets to the rear courtyard. Upon seeing half a basket brought to her, she assumed they had only received one, believing she had received a fair share. A smile graced the old lady's face as she instructed a few items to be sent to the 10th young lady, Ruan Mingman, without further comment. As Su Mama exited, she overheard the old lady's directive and couldn't help but frown. Hung Yun, nearby, whispered, "Why is the old lady only giving to the 10th young lady? This favoritism is quite excessive." Su Mama replied, "Of course, those raised personally are treated differently. Nevertheless, the lady and the young ladies have decided to invite the eldest lady and the 7th young lady to the rear courtyard tomorrow for a visit, so they will all share in the experience." Mingjing understood that even though her mother did not favor her father, her mood remained pleasant in his presence. Seeing her father accompanying her mother for dinner, she voluntarily declared her intention to return to her courtyard to dine. Xiao Shi then instructed the kitchen to send the young lady's evening meal to Lanqing courtyard and to divide the previously sent greens in half for her. Mingjing gratefully thanked her mother, bowed to her father, and departed in the little oil carriage. The journey was quiet, devoid of company. As Mingjing closed her eyes to contemplate the day's events, observing Ruan Mingman's conduct at the Feng family's gathering, she surmised that perhaps no one from the Dali Temple was acquainted with Ruan Mingman, or perhaps the daughters of those familiar with Ruan Mingman had not attended the banquet. It was also possible that the later Dali Temple official was acquainted with Yuheng. That incident would occur 3 years hence, during which numerous changes could transpire. In light of this, she concluded that dwelling on such matters was futile. It would be wiser to take each step as it came, as long as no complications arose. The Ruan family's affairs could be safeguarded. At the very least, it would prevent the Dali Temple official from having further ties with Ruan Mingman. After a peaceful night's rest, Mingjing awoke the next day and penned a letter expressing gratitude for the princess's gift, dispatching it with Lu Mama to the Duke of Gong's residence. She also wrote to Guan Fengru, advising that the hairpin was similar to that of Princess Fuling and suggesting it best not be worn lightly to avoid clashes. Along with the letter, she sent a red gold and white jade orchid hairpin, stating it was also a gift for Guan Fengru, which could be worn without concern. She instructed Agate to personally deliver the letter and items to Guan Fengru. Once everything was arranged, she proceeded to Meixiang courtyard to pay her respects to her mother. However, just before her departure, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Xiao Shi fell ill and was confined to bed. The afternoon following the delivery of items from the Duke of Gong's residence, light snow began to fall, intensifying into a heavy snowfall by evening, ushering in a sudden chill. The next day, as Mingjing went to pay her mother a visit, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground, while the corridors were also covered. Though the matrons had cleared a path, allowing for easy passage, wearing wooden clogs, Mingjing walked slowly to Meixiang courtyard, where she encountered a hurried Su Mama and learned that her mother had caught a cold and coughed through the night. By dawn, the coughing had subsided, but a fever had set in. "I was just about to go to the outer courtyard to summon a doctor," Su Mama said, her voice trembling with urgency. Ignoring the slippery ground, Mingjing dashed to the door. As she entered, she stumbled slightly, but a matron at the entrance caught her just in time. "Mother!" She rushed to the bedside, observing Xiao Shi's flushed face, and cried out, "Are you all right?" Xiao Shi did not respond. Mingjing could hear her mother's labored breathing. She urged herself to remain calm, instructing someone to replace the cool cloth on her mother's forehead and to send for the doctor. However, with the cold and slippery roads, finding a steward from the outer courtyard to arrange this, and subsequently fetching the doctor, would take an indeterminate amount of time. Agate, seeing the urgency, suggested, "Why not let Xiao Lizzie go directly to find a doctor? It would be faster." Mingjing agreed, sending Liuli to accompany Agate.
Su mama interjected.
How can these young ladies run faster than the boys in the outer courtyard? It would be better to have someone from outside go fetch the doctor. Bixia urged Su Mama to take a seat, saying, "Please wait a moment. The doctor will arrive shortly." Mingjing took her own cloak and retrieved another from her mother's cupboard for the two maids to wear. Agate and Liuli, disregarding the umbrella, threw on the cloaks with hoods and dashed into the snow. Su Mama, anxious and helpless, could only wait in distress. Before long, the two maids returned, reporting that Xiao Lizzie said the heavy snow had rendered the carriage immobile, so he had gone to seek help. At midday, finally, two figures adorned in hats entered the courtyard. It was Xiao Lizzie and the youngest doctor from Huachuntang. He explained that the elder doctor could not travel in such weather, so he had been sent in his stead. Su Mama, murmuring a prayer, invited the doctor inside. Xiao Lizzie set down the medicine box, and Mingjing offered him 10 taels of silver. Xiao Lizzie, taken aback, repeatedly declined, but Mingjing insisted, having Agate slip it into his arms, and he left, overflowing with gratitude. With the snow falling heavily, it seemed they would be unable to leave for some time. The doctor chose to remain by Xiao Shi's side, preparing medicine from the box for her to consume. When mealtime arrived, he merely picked at his food, keeping a close watch on Xiao Shi's condition. As the sun began to set, the snowfall lightened, yet Xiao Shi's temperature remained low. Just as the doctor was preparing to leave, Mingjing presented him with the consultation and medicine fees, along with an additional 30 taels as a token of gratitude for his vigilance in monitoring her mother. At that moment, all seemed to be improving when Ruan Kong finally arrived, inquiring about his wife's condition. "I truly could not come earlier. It was impossible with the heavy snow and slippery ground," he apologized. The room was filled with activity, everyone attending to Xiao Shi under Mingjing's instructions, leaving Ruan Kong feeling rather awkward. Su Mama sighed, greeting him to ease the tension. Ruan Kong felt somewhat in the way standing there and decided to take his leave. But he was called back by Mingjing. "I see that my mother's condition is quite poor, so I will not be returning to the Xiao family for the time being," Mingjing expressed. "I want to stay here to accompany my mother." At present, Xiao Shi remained in a state of confusion, barely aware, and she was not at ease leaving her mother unattended at home. Surely, her maternal grandparents would understand her filial piety and would not blame her for her change of plans. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the cold earth, adding a touch of warmth to the chilly atmosphere. Ruan Kong gazed blankly at his daughter's radiant face and murmured an acknowledgement. He added, "I shall write a letter to the Xiao family and have it sent swiftly. You need not worry about this matter. I will clarify everything myself." Unexpectedly, a soft moan emanated from the bed. Xiao Shi had awakened. Though she had regained some consciousness, her body remained unresponsive. Now, compelled to speak, she struggled to emit a sound. "I will write," Xiao Shi managed to say, her voice hoarse. "You write." However, Ruan Kong noticed her frail condition and hesitated, suggesting, "How about this? I will draft the first part explaining why Mingjing cannot return. You can add a sentence or two at the end." Xiao Shi found this agreeable and agreed. Once she painstakingly wrote those few words, they were sealed without anyone else catching a glimpse of them. Thus, no one knew what she had written, and speculations were limited to mere well wishes for the family, so no one thought much of it. No one anticipated that days later, a visitor would arrive, the third grandson of the Xiao family, Xiao Jingting. At the tender age of 19, he had already taken charge of managing the family's various enterprises. Recently, he had officially taken over the family's gold and silver business, achieving a remarkable 10% increase in sales within just a month, garnering praise from the elders. In previous years, Xiao Jingting had contemplated marriage several times, but to no avail, as he was quite particular and insisted on making his own selection. This determined young man could not be swayed, and even the elder Mr. and Mrs. Xiao had no choice but to let him be. This visit was prompted by a letter from Ruan Kong and Xiao Shi, which led the elder Mrs. Xiao to send him to deliver New Year gifts to the Ruan family. Such tasks were not typically his responsibility, but this year, perhaps sensing his maturity, they entrusted him with it. The handsome Xiao Jingting rode a majestic steed and halted at the back gate of their Ruan residence. After dismounting and introducing himself to the gatekeeper, he flashed a bright smile and said, "The cart carrying the New Year gifts is moving too slowly. So, I rode ahead to visit my aunt. The gifts will arrive tomorrow." Not far from the alley, Shunzhe had lingered for a long time without intercepting the fourth Miss S maid, only to encounter this young gentleman instead. Upon learning that he was a young master of the Xiao family, the fourth Miss S cousin, he quickly calculated his age and appearance against the news he had gathered about the Xiao family, realizing the potential trouble. Could this be the elusive Xiao third young master, who had yet to be betrothed? Seventh master was on his way back to the capital and would arrive shortly, but he had no idea at what precise hour. Surely, there could not be any mishaps at this crucial moment. Shinzei felt a sense of foreboding and promptly turned back, intending to greet seventh master as quickly as possible. Chapter 59. A personal arrangement. Xiao Jingting arrived at the Ruan residence and first inquired about his aunt, Xiao Shi. Inside, the scent of medicine was thick as Xiao Shi lay weakly on the bed. Xiao Jingting could not enter the room, so he greeted her from the door and was then shown to a room in the front courtyard prepared for him by a servant. Once the young master of the Xiao family was settled, the gatekeeper rushed in, saying that a distinguished guest had arrived. Ruan Kong, who was rarely at Xiao Shi's side, felt it was important to honor the family of his wife, who had helped him significantly in the past. He remained by her side, but seeing the gatekeeper in such a flustered state, Ruan Kong scolded, "Speak properly. Why are you in such a hurry?" After the gatekeeper finally managed to relay the news, Ruan Kong himself gasped in disbelief. Yuan's seventh master? Ruan Kong stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his ears. Indeed, confirmed the gatekeeper, who seemed more at ease upon seeing Ruan Kang's reaction. Quickly, invite seventh master in. What are you dawdling for? Ruan Kong exclaimed. Once the gatekeeper left, he hurriedly had a servant assist him in tidying his attire, ensuring he was presentable before meeting their guest. Seventh master appeared travel-worn yet retained his noble and distinguished demeanor. Ruan Kong bowed and welcomed the esteemed guest into the front hall, eager to hear his counsel. However, to his surprise, the gentleman accompanying seventh master, Mr. Shin, inquired, "Where is your young miss?" Ruan Kong paused. "You mean your young miss, with whom the Yen family has had frequent dealings?"
Shen patiently clarified.
Seventh master wishes to speak with her privately. The emphasis on privately made Ruan Kong uneasy. It was inappropriate for a man and woman to converse alone, but this was seventh master. Others would be eager for a moment of his attention, yet he deigned to converse with Mingjing. It was clearly a gesture of respect from an elder to a younger. Comforted by this thought, Ruan Kong promptly ordered someone to summon Ruan Mingjing. He also made special arrangements for tea and snacks in the courtyard, ensuring that seventh master and his daughter would have refreshments while they spoke. Mingjing was unaware that seventh master had returned today, let alone that he had come to seek her out immediately upon his return to the capital. Standing face to face in the courtyard, she observed his slightly disheveled appearance from riding and uncertainly asked, "Do you need to speak with me?" Chengli responded with a calm hum, gazing at her intently for a moment before producing a hairpin. "I took this on that day and mentioned it as a token. Why did you not listen?" Mingjing was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean I did not listen?" Chengli chose not to respond, instead standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at her, his captivating eyes shining with an inscrutable emotion. After a brief pause, Mingjing suddenly realized the significance of the hairpin as a token of affection. But how could this be possible? The illustrious seventh master would not. Chengli was aware that the Ruan family intended to arrange a different marriage for her. Moreover, she was no longer his nephew's fiancée. So he spoke candidly. "I saw you at your coming-of-age ceremony." Mingjing experienced a fleeting moment of blankness. She had no recollection of ever meeting seventh master on that day. In both this life and her previous one, there were no memories of that occasion. Seeing her expression, Chengli understood her lack of memory. It was quite reasonable. Given her state of inebriation at the time, it would be remarkable if she remembered anything. "I had business to attend to and came to your home, waiting for a brief moment. At that time, no one dared approach me, so I remained alone." Reflecting on the past, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You might have been intoxicated, wandering off course and encountered me, insisting I assist you to a tree. Later, when you fell into a deep sleep from drunkenness, I noticed there was no one around, so I carried you to the nearest courtyard to rest. After inquiring, I learned that you were indeed my nephew's fiancée." Chengli could not articulate the feelings swirling within him. When his nephew sought to formalize their engagement that day, he had been unable to resist the temptation of a few more drinks. "I do not wish to force you," Chengli remarked, observing the girl's astonished expression. He gently raised a hand to smooth her slightly disheveled hair at her temple. Mingjing instinctively took 2 steps back, startled. He withdrew his hand and said lightly, "If you do not fancy Xiao Jingting, perhaps you might consider me." Mingjing opened her mouth to speak, only to find her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. After a light cough, she finally managed, "Seventh Master, what do you seek?" Reflecting on the recent events and recalling her past life, Mingjing realized that many facets of their intertwined fates had been orchestrated by Seventh Master. In her previous life, miscommunications had thwarted their union. In this life, due to the annulment of her betrothal to Yuheng, they had gradually begun to meet and converse. She questioned her own worth, thinking she possessed little more than a pretty face. What kind of woman could he not have? Why would he show such interest in her? Even though she held no particular affection for him, she pondered why he seemed to believe that he could not do without her. Chengli did not respond to her words, merely smiling as he remarked, "If you have no strong objections, I shall send someone to propose tomorrow." Tomorrow? Mingjing was taken aback. Surely it could not be so swift? Was there truly a need for such haste? Chengli observed her expression, finding it remarkably charming, and with a slight nod, he turned and entered the house to bid farewell to Ruan Kong before departing. As she watched his retreating figure, the words "to avoid the long night filled with dreams" inexplicably sprang to Mingjing's mind, prompting her to shake her head vigorously to dispel the thought. Surely, Seventh Master could not be so eager. Mingjing did not divulge the private conversation between her and Seventh Master to anyone. Even if she had, who would believe her? Thus, when Ruan Kong and her mother inquired, she offered vague responses to deflect their curiosity. However, from the following day onward, the matter could no longer be concealed. Yen's Seventh Master had audaciously come to propose. The betrothal gifts made their way from the Yen residence to the Ruan family's back courtyard. The foremost guests had already crossed the threshold of the Ruan household, while others continued to stream forth from the Yen family, with no end in sight. Ruan Kong was startled to hear that Yen's Seventh Master had come again, and even more so upon learning of his intention to propose to his daughter. The cumulative shock he experienced over these past 2 days exceeded that of the last few years combined. Trembling, Ruan Kong approached Chengli, lowering his head to avoid direct eye contact, though his voice still held a semblance of firmness. "May I inquire, Seventh Master, what brings you here today?" He coughed and amended his phrasing. "Might I ask what business brings Lord Yen to our humble abode?" He could not bring himself to believe in the proposal. He dared not trust it, yet the substantial gifts were undeniably present before him. Chengli offered a respectful bow to Ruan Kong, stating that he had come today to propose to his daughter. Fearing that there might be some misunderstanding, he added, "It is for your esteemed 9th Mississippi." With this clarification, he included the titles to ensure there could be no miscommunication. Ruan Kang's face twitched. He attempted to articulate a response, but his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 60. Absolutely splendid. A refusal was out of the question. He was hardly in a position to feel joy. Yet how could he possibly decline such a match? Once he regained his composure, Ruan Kong immediately acquiesced, as if fearing that Chengli might withdraw his offer. Mingjing was left speechless upon hearing the news. She felt a sense of bewilderment at the prospect of marrying Yen's Seventh Master. As for the betrothal gifts, Ruan Kong was taken aback and quietly remarked to Mrs. Xiao, "The extent of these gifts is astonishing. One can only wonder how long they have been prepared." Mrs. Xiao asked uncertainly, "Surely, he could not have had his eye on Mingjing for some time?"
Impossible.
Ruan Kong declared. "They have never even met. How could he have developed such an interest?" Mrs. Xiao considered this and found her husband's reasoning sound, thus refraining from further questioning. However, she sighed with regret for Xiao Jingtian, lamenting that he was indeed a fine young man, yet they would only allow him to return home for a brief period. The news spread throughout the household. Concubine Dong and Ruan Qi were both incredulous. How can this be possible? The illustrious Yen's Seventh Master is certainly not one to judge solely by appearances. If that were the case, why would he have remained unmarried despite the numerous noble ladies vying for his hand? Yet, Ruan Mingjing possessed little more than her looks. What could possibly compel Yen's Seventh Master to seek her as a bride? Concubine Dong became so agitated that she fainted, while Ruan Qi, momentarily forgetting her envy, hurried to assist her back into the house. Ruan Mingman, however, sat in stunned silence, processing the news for an extended period before finally breaking into an enigmatic smile. Her expression was peculiar, causing the maidservants in the room to withdraw in silence. Soon, someone leaked the news, and it quickly reached Ruan Kong and Mrs. Xiao, who discussed the possibility of returning Ruan Mingman to her original family ahead of time. They also prepared 200 taels of silver, reasoning that after being separated for so long, it was only right to send some silver along. Mrs. Xiao instructed someone to place the silver in a box, discussing with Ruan Kong that this sum would be sent to her family. Very well, Ruan Kong agreed. This arrangement is both reasonable and just. If the 200 taels were used judiciously, it could sustain Ruan Mingman for decades in an ordinary household, effectively providing her original family with the means for her future sustenance. Initially, Ruan Kong had intended to gift this to concubine Dong, but after witnessing her inability to handle the recent events, he had grown weary of her. He chose instead to remain by his ailing wife's side, conversing about their children's affairs. The couple reached a consensus on the matter. The following day, the eldest son of the back courtyard, Ruan Mingjing, returned home. He was now studying at the academy, returning only once or twice a year. Upon his arrival, he was met with two significant pieces of news. His younger sister was to be married, and his adopted sister would be returning to her original family. He felt little sentiment for Ruan Mingman, but he had a plethora of thoughts regarding Mingjing's impending marriage. After paying his respects to his parents according to etiquette, Ruan Mingchong hurried to find his sister. He was tall and slender, exuding an air of youthful vitality from years of study. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly exclaimed to Mingjing, "You are to marry Yan's seventh master? The very same Yan's seventh master?" "Indeed," Mingjing replied. Ruan Mingchong's breath quickened. He had always admired Yan's seventh master, the prodigious youth who had excelled in the imperial examinations, and now he was to become his brother-in-law. Ruan Mingchong leaped in joy, overwhelmed and at a loss for words. Recognizing that he could not linger too long with his sister, he darted to his mother's quarters, where he found his father as well. He feared that his parents might harbor any lingering misgivings about Yan's seventh master, especially considering their previous discontent regarding Yan Yuheng's dissolution of the engagement with his sister. Thus, Ruan Mingchong passionately extolled Yan's seventh master's virtues before his parents, eager to dispel any negative impressions they might hold. Ruan Kong and Mrs. Xiao exchanged glances, amused by their son's fervent praise for his future brother-in-law. They had not anticipated his high regard for Yan's seventh master, but it was indeed a fortuitous alliance, as it would facilitate their son's academic pursuits and future matrimonial endeavors. On a frigid morning, Ruan Mingman was escorted out of the city by Chengli. No one from the Ruan family came to see her off. Only two burly women accompanied her, ensuring she did not attempt to flee and create a scene. As long as she was delivered intact to her original family, she would no longer be associated with the Ruan household, freeing them from any future entanglements. Simultaneously, at the same hour, news arrived from the Yan family. Yan's seventh master had been promoted to the position of a second-rank minister of revenue due to his commendable handling of a corruption case in Jiangnan, granting him entry into the cabinet. Upon hearing this news, the Ruan family erupted in astonishment. Mingjing would soon become the wife of a cabinet minister. Time swiftly passed, and as autumn approached the following year, the wedding date drew near. One day, Ma now discreetly approached Mingjing to inform her that Ruan Mingman had perished. "What do you mean, perished?" Mingjing gasped, her astonishment mirrored by Bixia, who stood nearby. "It is said that her family, all of whom are avid gamblers, lost her to someone as a concubine," Ma now explained. "I heard from Shaoli, who overheard the gossip. When she refused to marry, she took her own life." This revelation left Mingjing feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Ruan Mingman had always possessed a fierce temperament and an air of pride. After a long moment, Mingjing finally remarked, "Why could she not find peace? Had she remained in the Ruan family and followed her mother's guidance toward marriage, would that not have been a better fate?" Mingjing struggled to comprehend Ruan Mingman's choices, but felt disinclined to dwell on her now, especially with her own wedding approaching. On the day of Mingjing's wedding, the atmosphere was exuberantly festive. Early in the morning, relatives arrived to escort her to her new home. Ruan Qi and concubine Dong feigned illness and did not attend, while Ruan Chun and Ruan Xian were delighted, bustling about to assist with the guests. Ruan Mingyao was particularly delighted for Mingjing, though her joy was tinged with a subtle hint of unease. Should he dare to bully you, even if he is the illustrious Lord Yanqia, as her elder sister? I shall stand up for you. Ruan Mingyao grasped Mingjing's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she continued, "If you suffer any grievances in the Yan family, do not hold it in, but confide in me. I will seek retribution on your behalf." Mingjing chuckled, holding her hand gently, no tears allowed. You are to become a mother soon. How can you still cry so easily? They brought over a brocade seat for her to sit upon. It was only natural for Mingjing to be cautious. Ruan Mingman had been married to the Yu family for merely 2 months and was already with child. Given the early stages of her pregnancy, it was crucial for her to take care of herself. At that moment, a cold snort broke the air. It was Princess Fuling. Today, both Princess Fuling and Princess Liang had come to see the bride off. While Princess Liang was in high spirits, Princess Fuling's expression was less than pleasant, as her thoughts lingered on Lord Yanxia. After settling Ruan Mingman, Mingjing turned to Princess Fuling with a smile and inquired, "Last year, you gifted me a bracelet and said I could make a wish. Is that promise still valid?" "Of course, I keep my word," Princess Fuling replied. Mingjing's smile widened. "Then I wish to maintain a close friendship with you after my marriage. Please do not shun me just because I am wed to someone." For a fleeting moment, Princess Fuling's exquisite features twisted in discomfort. Princess Liang burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, you clever Wanjiao. How entertaining to see Fuling so flustered." Mingjing suppressed a smile. She had considered that since she was marrying Lord Yanxia, the safety of the Ruan family would be assured under his protection, thus relieving her of worry. Therefore, the bracelet would be better utilized in a fitting manner, such as now. Both Mingjing and Princess Liang gazed eagerly at Princess Fuling. Unable to help herself, Princess Fuling bit her lip gently. As a princess, she possessed her own pride. Having grown up in the palace, she was adept at reading the hearts of others. After much contemplation, she realized that Miss Ruanjiao, no, Mrs. Yanxia, was indeed offering her an opportunity to save face. It was no secret that her admiration for Lord Yanxia was well known, and if word spread that she graciously consented to continue her friendship with Mrs. Yan, it would reflect her noble character, untainted by past grievances. Truly, Mrs. Yanxia's intent was in her best interest. With a soft sigh, Princess Fuling closed her eyes briefly. "Very well," she acquiesced. "In light of the bracelet, I shall grant your wish." Mingjing was overjoyed, and the atmosphere in the room grew even more exuberant. Just then, someone shouted that the groom had arrived, and he was momentarily halted at the main entrance, adding to the excitement. Mingjing was draped with a veil, and as she sat in the palanquin, a sense of trepidation filled her heart amidst the clamor. Time seemed to stretch, and finally, amidst the jubilant congratulations, her veil was lifted. What had once been a sea of crimson suddenly became clear. Mingjing looked up to meet a pair of fathomless, dark eyes. Chengli smiled warmly at her, softly murmuring, "At last, I have married you." The end.